The following compilation features unsettling and spine-chilling tales sourced from Reddit's horror communities. Reader discretion is strongly advised. These narratives may contain graphic descriptions, psychological distress, and themes that could unsettle sensitive individuals. Proceed with caution, as immersion into these eerie stories may provoke fear, unease, and sleep disturbances. Enter this realm of Reddit's creepy horror stories at your own risk, as the line between reality and the macabre may blur within these chilling narratives. Have you ever gone camping before? If so, I'd wager you've sat back admiring the stars on a clear night. I certainly used to. I'd lie inside my tent with the rain cover off, staring off into the night sky. I love those clear, dark nights when all the cosmos seemed to show itself just for me. Now I never look up into the nighttime sky while camping. It all changed during a camping trip during the crisp early winter. Around where I live, it doesn't really get too cold until January or February, so it was perfect weather for camping. A group of my buddies and I decided to go camping during Christmas break. It was going to be a short trip consisting of 4 days and 3 nights at a nearby state park. Excitement buzzed among our group, especially from those who had never been camping before. We joked about how we should search for Bigfoot and bring back proof of his existence, if only that's what we encountered in those woods. Since only Sam and I had gone camping before, we were designated as the leaders. In total, there were 5 of us going on the trip. Chris would drive us to the park. Jake and Ernest would bring food and essentials, while Sam and I would bring the outdoor equipment, with our supplies delegated. We felt prepared for our adventure. The day after Christmas break started, we were on our way to the state park. Being packed in like sardines didn't dampen our mood as we listened to music and headed to our camping trip. Once we got to the park and found a spot for the car, we started lugging our supplies into the forest to search for a campsite. We found a relatively secluded area that was perfect for our group. Sam and I started setting up the tent we would all stay in, while the rest of the group started unpacking our supplies. Ernest inspected our ice cooler to make sure there was still enough, during which Jake and Chris gathered firewood to create a campfire. The sun started to dip behind the tree line as we finished setting up camp. As dusk settled, Chris set to work cooking our dinner of Spam tacos. Once we had devoured our dinner, we sat at a back, relaxing while taking in the surrounding nature. I told a couple of campfire stories, the typical fare of bumps in the night, and so forth. It was after my story of the look around finished when Jake suggested that we should have s'mores. We all agreed this was a brilliant idea and went ahead making them. Ernest burned his first couple, while Sam melted his chocolate a little too much, resulting in a sticky mess. We all laughed at these mishaps. We were having a great time, and that was all that mattered. After staying by the campfire for a little while longer, we decided to call it a night. We had a long day of hiking planned and didn't want to get a late start. As we lay in our sleeping bags, we kept up with some idle chit-chat. I told them to be quiet for a second. Once the last word died in the darkness, all was silent. The silence lasted only for a brief moment before the chatter of the forest took over. It was a soothing melody of rustling leaves, owls hooting in the distance, and the chirping of crickets amongst the myriad of other nighttime sounds. Jake looked up towards the clear sky and pointed it out to us, expressing his astonishment at how many stars he could see. We all stared upwards, admiring the beauty of the unadulterated night sky. After a few minutes of gazing at the stars, Chris broke the silence with a question. It was a question that had never occurred to me in all my time of camping. The question was rhetorical, for we all knew the answer as soon as he asked it. If we can see outside, doesn't that mean something could look inside? Chris asked softly. The question seemed to create an oppressive silence between us. In an attempt to lighten the mood, I jokingly said, "Well, we better watch out for Mr. Creeperman then." Jake started laughing at the absurdity of the name. The laughter spread, and we soon forgot about the unease that settled upon our tent moments earlier. A gust of cold wind signaled it was time to bundle up and get some shut-eye. We all eventually drifted off to sleep, listening to the forest's symphony. I woke up shortly after daybreak and quickly found a tree to water. Once finished, I returned to the campsite and set about reigniting the campfire we had put out the night before. As I was coaxing a small ember to ignite the tinder next to it, Sam appeared beside me. He greeted me with a slap on my back, causing me to drop the little ember. I returned his greeting with some choice words before turning my attention to see if the ember survived. It had, to my relief, and with a small flash, the tinder erupted into flame. After a few minutes, the campfire started growing into a respectable blaze. I then grabbed the egg carton and started making fried eggs for everyone. Jake was next to emerge from the tent, enticed from his warm sleeping bag by the smell of breakfast. He was soon followed by the other two, who groggily made their way to the campfire. We gathered around the fire and talked about Chris's new girlfriend while we ate. Chris wasn't too amused by this topic and quickly changed it to the hike close at hand. We all looked forward to it, as it was a 20-mile trek around the forest. The trail was laid out in a rough semicircle shape that officially started closer to the regular campgrounds. The trailhead was off to the side, past a small patch of trees, so it was harder to find without knowing it was there. The lake was on the last quarter of the trail and had a small picnic area nearby. Most people used the trail's exit to get to the lake since it was easier to find and was closer to the lake. While it wasn't a main hiking trail, it was still managed by the local rangers who walked it occasionally. Once we finished breakfast and cleaned up the camp, we stowed our food and other belongings inside our tent until we came back from the hike. I made sure the campfire was out and announced the start of our expedition. Our initial pace wasn't fast, but neither were we going for a stroll. A small wooden stake with the mile number denoted every mile carved into it. It was around the 5th marker that we took a short rest. We found a fallen tree off the trail a few yards and sat down. I took a quick gulp of water while Ernest handed us some granola bars from his bag. That morning, we had designated who was going to carry what in their bags. I was carrying our water bottles and some towels along with the knife I strapped to my leg. Ernest handled our snack supply and trash while Jake and Chris carried our lunches. Sam's backpack contained the first aid kit and some other emergency supplies. We sat there for a little while, eating our snacks and resting. Once we finished our snacks, we put the trash in Ernest's bag and continued down the trail. We made small talk as we progressed along the trail. After a while, we saw the first person since we started the trip. He was an elderly man, but seemed well accustomed to the trail. As we passed each other, we exchanged some pleasantries and moved on. Once we left earshot, Chris made a comment about how we had found Mr. Creeperman. I shook my head, smirking, while some of the others laughed. Around noon, we arrived at the 11th marker when we decided to take a break for lunch. We had packed some sandwiches and chips to eat for our lunch. I sat down on the ground and leaned against a tree as I gratefully ate my lunch. The trees were densely packed in this part of the forest, which cast a dim shade. Their pine needles were a vibrant green against the backdrop of the blue sky. The sunlight that filtered through the leaves cast odd shadows on the forest floor. I watched a couple of squirrels run around in the trees above us and relaxed for a bit. We probably spent 15 minutes resting our bodies before I finally got up and motioned to the rest of the group to start on the trail once again. Our progress was slower than when we had set out that morning, but we trudged onward. The sun traveled across the sky, moving ever downward across the horizon. We reached the 18th mile marker as the sun was starting its descent. Ernest was the most affected by the hike and lagged behind a short distance. Sam suggested we take a short break to drink up and have our last snack. Jake and Chris wanted to keep going, but I agreed with Sam, so with the vote being 3-2, we stopped and took a break. I ate and drank, finishing my last bit of water. I put it back in my backpack with a soft sigh. Ernest was the first to get up and start walking again. He told us we were burning daylight and should hurry up. He also decided it would be wise to taunt Chris, saying he could reach camp before him. Chris jumped up and started running at Ernest. This gave Ernest a fright, with him flinching as Chris ran past, calling him some interesting names. Ernest quietly swore under his breath and started to jog. albeit haphazardly. After him, Jake was quick to follow the two, saying he would make sure they got back to camp all right. I let out a small laugh and helped Sam up, telling him we shouldn't let them get too far ahead, or they might get lost. Sam and I started back upon the trail with a brisk pace after the others. Sam and I got back to camp just as the sun began to set. Jake had started cooking dinner, while Ernest collapsed in a nearby chair. Chris was gathering some firewood when he noticed us, waving at us. We had our dinner of campfire burgers and sodas in relative quiet. All of us were pretty tired from the hike that day and didn't want to stay up very late. Once we had eaten our fill, Sam put out the fire and Chris packed up the remaining food. We clambered into our tent and got into our sleeping bags. There was some chit-chat for a little while, but most of the guys were asleep within 10 minutes. Then it was just me awake, alone, to revisit the events of the day. I smiled as I recalled our hike and found myself staring up at the night sky once again. I scanned the sky, admiring the Milky Way, when I noticed two bright stars. I couldn't remember seeing them the previous night, but thought I might have just missed them. As I inspected the two stars, I noticed they didn't seem to flicker like other stars. I then thought I remembered a news article talking about how some planets were going to be visible during this month. I was about to wake up my friends to show them the planets when I saw them vanish as if snuffed out of existence. I rubbed my weary eyes, thinking they were playing a trick on me, and opened them again to see the stars had returned, although they felt closer than before. I continued to stare at them when I felt a sense of unease come over me. The stars, or whatever they were, seemed to be focused on me. The moment I realized that a gust of cold wind ripped through the tent, causing me to shudder, grasping my sleeping bag close, I looked back to where the stars had been just moments ago, but saw nothing. I stared at that empty space before determining they were gone for good this time. I turned over, pulling my sleeping bag over my head as I had done the previous night. Although this time I did so to try and hide from the pair of brilliant white stars. Restful sleep eluded me most of the night, so after a while, I decided to just get up for the day. I reignited the campfire with more ease than last morning's attempt. In the shadows of twilight, the flames danced and sputtered, creating shades at the edge of the campfire's light. I tried to ignore the shades moving at the corners of my eyes, telling myself it was just the fire creating an optical illusion. To distract myself, I focused on the mesmerizing dance of the flames, grateful for their warmth as a cold breeze swept through the camp. I must have drifted off at some point because I woke to Sam throwing a log on the fire which had gone down to smolder. He asked me why I was sleeping out here, and I simply responded that I had trouble sleeping. He shrugged in acknowledgement and kept building up the fire. Sam took out some eggs and sausage so he could make us some breakfast when I asked him a question. I asked if he had looked at the night sky before we went to sleep last night. He looked up at me and replied that he had. Sam told me that he was gazing up and taking in the beauty as he drifted to sleep. He also noted that right before he fell asleep, he noticed two bright stars in a field of dimmer ones. When he told me that, I shuddered involuntarily. I thought it wise to not say anything since I still didn't believe it myself, so I just told him I saw them as well. After a little while, the rest of our group joined us at the campfire for breakfast. We scarfed down the eggs and sausage quickly. I was hungrier than I had thought I was. It seemed that the hike had taken out more of me and the rest of the guys as well. We didn't have anything planned for today, so we were free to do whatever we wanted. Jake and Chris said they were going to head over to the lake, and Ernest said he was going to hike another, albeit a much shorter, trail. Sam said he wanted to explore the woods around camp, and I told him I would join him in a little while. So they all went off to do their things, leaving me to snuff out the fire. Once I decided I wanted to check something, trying to recall exactly where I saw the two eyes last night. I headed back to our tent. I looked up into the now clear morning sky and scanned the area where I saw the stars. There was nothing there. No tree branch, no vine stretching across. Nothing but clear sky. The nearest tree was about 10 yards away, and no tree branch extended even remotely close. My theory that the stars were actually the eyes of an owl seemed a little harder to accept after that. I didn't think I needed much else besides my knife to go exploring, so I set off without any supplies. I also reasoned that Sam and I wouldn't be going off too far from camp. I set out in the direction that Sam went off to earlier and found him after a half hour. Once he noticed me, he beckoned me over and showed me a small creek that he had discovered. As I walked over, I heard the babble of the creek, and I smiled when I saw the water flowing. We spent some time making little leaf boats and had them set sail downstream. My boat crashed into the bank about 30 feet down, while Sam's sank almost immediately. He shared a laugh at our poor boat's failures before getting up and starting to explore once more. We followed the creek downstream, passing my stranded boat and continuing onward. We saw an abundance of wildlife as we explored. Birds flew from tree to tree, squirrels ran along the forest floor, and a rabbit or two darted between shrubs when we got too close. We even saw a doe jump in front of us and run off into a thicket. It was a cool experience. After a while, we agreed that we should head back and get some lunch as neither of us brought food, so we turned back towards camp. As the campsite was coming into view, we could see Ernest munching on a banana. Sam let out a loud moan, and Ernest jumped up, nearly dropping the banana in the process. When he saw us approaching, he called us some rather rude names before quickly finishing his banana. We laughed at his attempt to insult us and grabbed some food. The three of us sat and had lunch, taking turns telling each other what we had done. Ernest told us about his short hike to the boulder clearing. Well, boulder is a strong word. Ernest described it as more like a big rock that was encircled by other smaller rocks. According to a sign at the trailhead, some loggers used that big rock as a landmark before the park was established. After the park was established and the hiking trail was cut, hikers started to leave small stones by the big rock. It became a tradition, if it was your first time at the boulder, to add a rock to the circle. I found this pretty neat and thought I might want to check it out later. We hung out for some time before we saw Chris and Jake appear from behind some trees. They seemed to be in good spirits and looked like they wanted to tell us something. Sam greeted the pair and tossed them their lunch. They ate as Jake told us of what happened to them earlier at the lake. The two of them arrived at the lake around an hour after they had left camp. The lake had a thin layer of mist covering its water. Chris commented how cool he thought it looked, while Jake said he expected Jason Voorhees to emerge from the water any second. They watched over the water while they walked towards the picnic area. As they got closer to the picnic area, Jake's attention turned towards a person sitting on a bench over there. He recognized the person as the old man we saw yesterday during our hike. The old man then noticed the two and waved at them in a welcoming gesture. Chris and Jake were slightly troubled by this elderly man being here all alone in the early morning, but they brushed the feeling away. They sat near the old man and started making small talk with him. The conversation moved from how the guys were doing to what brought them to the park. The conversation was pleasant enough, and soon any feeling of strangeness from the old man disappeared. He was just a regular old man, alone in the woods. When the subject of Sam and me exploring off the trail came up, the man seemed a little worried. He asked them where we were exploring, and Jake said he assumed it was near our campsite. The old man's anxiety didn't abate when Chris said where we had set camp. He warned them to tell us not to venture into the dark woods. When Jake asked for him to elaborate, all he added was to steer clear of an unusually dark patch of trees in the forest and always stay near the trail. With the warning given, he got up and started to walk down the hiking trail, toward the trailhead like the day before. His face cast a somber expression when he left, as if he had recalled from a lifetime ago. Our friends looked at one another before coming to the same conclusion, a final adventure before we leave tomorrow. As Jake finished recounting this, he asked us for our input. The three of us agreed that this would be a fine last adventure to close out our camping trip. Sam chimed in that these dark woods might be where Bigfoot called home. This just made us more excited to find the dark woods. We set out away from camp back towards the trail from yesterday in search of the dark woods. Our group spread out about 100 yards from one another in a line to get a larger search area. We spent the afternoon searching, to no avail. There were some false finds, but they all turned out to be a bust. The patches were either too small for it to be considered woods, or the darkness was temporary from a passing cloud. Once the sun had started to fade behind the treetops, we decided to call it a day and head back to camp. We arrived back at camp at dusk. Jake started preparing dinner while the rest of us discussed the plan to find the dark woods tomorrow. I suggested we head away from any trails. Sam thought this was a good idea and pulled out a map of the park that he had picked up on the first day. We marked out some areas of interest that were off the beaten trail, with a battle plan ready and dinner piping hot. We decided it was time to eat. We ate the hamburger helper and stated how disappointed we felt about having to leave tomorrow. After we finished off the last bits of dinner, we Saturday content around the campfire. We sang some songs and talked about going back to school the following week. After a while of this, and once my stomach had stopped feeling like it would explode, I asked the group if we wanted dessert. The vote was unanimous, and I went to grab my supplies. I told them that instead of s'mores, we were going to have snails. At that comment, Ernest let out a confused "huh," while the rest of the group questioned if they heard me right. Sam asked what I meant by that, but I told him to trust me and wait. I started preparing the snails while I said for the guys to grab a stick. They formed a line, sticks in hand. Not knowing what concoction I was creating, Sam held out his stick, and I wrapped raw Pillsbury dough around it. I instructed him to hold it over the fire until he felt like it was done. The rest followed after him, and I joined them once they all had theirs. I cooked mine to a golden brown, while there was a variety from practically raw to nearly burnt from the rest of the group. Once they were finished cooking their snails, I ushered them over to where I had prepped the rest. I then showed how to finish the snail by dipping it into melted butter and then into cinnamon. Taking the gooey deliciousness and taking a bite, showing them how to properly enjoy it. At this, they quickly followed my lead and created their snails before swiftly eating them. They loved them. We made some more before running out after each person's third snail. We stayed up a little longer, watching the campfire die out slowly. After the campfire was reduced to smoldering embers, we agreed it was time to retire for the night. The 5 of us crawled into our sleeping bags and drifted to sleep before long. I awoke suddenly. I listened for any noise that might have woken me up. I then opened my eyes and looked at where the stars had been the previous night, dreading what I might find. To my relief, they weren't there. I kept looking around, searching for the pair, which I unfortunately did. They were in a different part of the sky than last night and were brighter as well. Or were they closer? I stared, transfixed, at the 2 glowing white orbs. The surrounding sky seemed to darken as I gazed into the orbs. They were so bright and warm, safe even. With no warning, they vanished, seemingly snapping me out of my trance. I blinked a few times, trying to clear my mind before looking again. I noticed a subtle shimmer in the sky around where the stars had been, almost like a heat mirage off hot asphalt. Then the pair of stars appeared across the sky to where they had been the last time. I shuddered, confused about how they could move so quickly and silently. I was frouncing in fright. I didn't know if I should wake up my friends or not. I blinked and the orbs were gone when I opened my eyes. The cold night breeze going through our camp didn't cause the chills that ran down my spine. I turned over, trying my best to trick myself into going to sleep. The morning light penetrated our tent, glaring into my eyes. The sunlight woke me from my restless slumber. I tried to remember the pair of stars from last night, and somewhat successfully convinced myself it was my mind playing tricks on me. After all, I was pretty tired from exploring and not getting enough sleep last night. The rest of the guys were already up and eating by the campfire when I left the tent. Chris heckled me a bit for sleeping in, to which I promptly ignored him. I Saturday down and joined them for breakfast. We went over our plan from yesterday. First, we would pack up our campsite and put it in Chris' car before we started the search. Then we would split into 2 groups. Jake, Chris, and Ernest would search near the lake area, while Sam and I would head deeper into the forest we explored before. We spent the next hour packing our things into Chris' car and making sure we had what we needed for the search. We split the emergency supplies: food, and water between the two groups. I reached for my knife, making sure I still had it strapped to my leg. Each of us also brought a flashlight in case we needed it, since a line of dark clouds was coming in from the north. After saying we would meet back at the car before dark, we split up, heading to our designated search areas. Sam and I were silent for most of the morning, focused on the search. We exchanged words when we suggested moving to another area or investigating something. By midday, the sun was obscured behind the dense layer of clouds. With their arrival, the temperature had dropped a few degrees, creating a chill in the air. Thankfully, my windbreaker was barely enough to keep the cold away. As we walked following a game trail, we started to notice that we weren't seeing as many animals. The forest seemed to quiet, like after a fresh snowfall. However, there was no snow, just a subtle encroaching darkness. I looked at Sam and we nodded in agreement. This was the most promising lead we had found, but needed to confirm it was indeed the dark woods. The trees started to enclose around us, being more densely packed the further forward we went. With each step we took, the world lost a little more light. Our footsteps made no noise. My breath was the only thing I heard. I looked over at Sam to comment about the strangeness happening when I lost him. He should have been right next to me, not even a yard away. In his place was a void of darkness. I turned, searching desperately for my friend, but all I could see was the trees and their no, this was the dark woods. I seemed to be in a small clearing surrounded by twisted trees. I couldn't recall how the area looked before Sam disappeared. Was I still in the same place? Was my mind creating an illusion? I didn't know the answer to that, but I knew what was happening was real. The silence was oppressive, bearing down upon me as if any sound would break the world around me. I reached down for my knife, unsheathing it before holding it in front of me. A gust of icy wind ripped against me towards a pair of trees to my left. I turned my head to look in that direction when I noticed a small light beyond the tree line. I cautiously stepped towards the light, scanning the surrounding trees. I inched forward, making each step deliberate. I felt the dirt crunch underneath my feet as I strode forward. I made it to the tree line, seeing a gap between two gnarled and curved oak trees. The light led down a path between the two. I prayed that this was where I had entered from. I clutched my knife close, hoping Sam was safe. At the thought of Sam, I grabbed my flashlight, turning it on, thinking he might see it. The flashlight lit up the path in front of me with its artificial yellow glow. I was about to shout Sam's name when my voice caught in my throat. Fear. I couldn't bring myself to announce my presence to the world. At this thought, my flashlight flickered. I quickly turned it off before ridiculing myself for being so careless. I searched my surroundings for any sign I spotted. After a couple minutes, I decided I wasn't, so I slowly started down the trail. The light seemed to flicker as I approached it. When the source came into sight, my stomach dropped. It was Sam's flashlight. In a state of shock, I stumbled to it, dropping to my knees in front of it. My hand was shaking as I grabbed it. I held it in my hand, feeling despair start to creep into my soul. However, upon closer inspection, I discovered that while this was the same flashlight that Sam had, it couldn't be his. This flashlight was much older and covered in grime. It seemed like it had been left here for many years. It was well worn from all the time it was out in the elements. Despite all this, the flashlight still shone bright. It was acting like a beacon for this place, showing the way, guiding the lost from the all-encompassing void of the dark woods. Just as I was beginning to relax a little, the flashlight went out. The air turned frigid, my lungs burning with every breath I took. The darkness was complete, the silence is deafening. At that moment, I had a terrible thought. I was wrong. The flashlight wasn't a beacon of hope. The flashlight was bait. Its purpose was to lure people who had wandered into the dark woods with the false promise of salvation. I was but another unfortunate soul who had fallen for this ruse. My body started to shake violently, partly from the now freezing cold that had descended upon me, but also from fear. The primal fear that swelled from the depths of my being. A brief shimmer moved across my vision, carried on the Arctic breeze. It was the same shimmer that I had seen last night. I was no longer alone. My head turned to follow the shimmer, trying to get a good look at who I knew was responsible for my situation. The shimmer extended upwards to the tree. It kept going, up past the top of even the tallest pine. I continued into the sky, void of all light, just like the rest of the dark woods. Then two bright stars appeared. No, not stars, eyes. I couldn't delude myself anymore. I was looking at eyes, and they were looking at me. Another pair appeared across the eyes. More and more appeared in every part of the sky. I struggled for breath. Frost was starting to accumulate on my shivering body. My fingers burned from the intense cold, but I couldn't pry my sight from the sky. I shakingly broke the silence with a statement illustrating the sheer terror and dismay of what I was looking at. My God, I shook. I was looking at the night sky. It was just like the beautiful sky I had loved and admired for all my life. It was the most magnificent array of the cosmos I had ever seen. However, it wasn't the sky I loved. It was a horror beyond comprehension. Even knowing the truth that was in front of me, I couldn't turn away. I stood still, no longer shaking. My eyes were transfixed by the cascade of brilliant orbs before me. A fog covered my mind as I fell into a trance. The eyes were so beautiful, beckoning me to join them. I felt my sense of self slowly drift away from my body towards the eyes. Yes, I want to join you in your warm embrace. Allow me to become like you, with your brilliant shining eyes. Just as the eyes started to glow bright, flooding out of the darkness, I heard something. At the corner of my shattered consciousness, I heard a soft sound. Someone was calling my name. I awoke to Sam shaking me and yelling my name. Once he saw me open my eyes, he stopped shaking me and helped me sit up. The confused look on my face prompted him to explain what had happened. He told me how, when we were walking in the forest, I had suddenly collapsed. He panicked and tried his best to wake me up. However, despite his best efforts, I could not be awoken. My body grew cold and my breathing was shallow. Sam had then ransacked his bag, looking through the emergency supplies for anything that might help me. As my body began to shake, he grew more desperate. In his last-ditch attempt, he grabbed the smelling salts and used them on me, hoping that I would wake up. I didn't right away, and Sam started to lose hope. He shook me and called my name with a mix of desperation and grief. It was around this time that I opened my eyes. My mind was still foggy, and I felt ill. Sam helped me to my feet and we left that forest. We shambled back to Chris' car, and the others ran to us with worry on their face. Sam briefly told them the situation and we got in the car. They wanted to take me to the hospital, but I objected, saying it was simply exhaustion and I just needed to go home to rest. A reluctant murmur of agreement ran through the group before we left the park. As we were turning down the road that led back home, I took a last look back at the park. In the dark recesses of the forest, I saw a pair of eyes. Brilliant, white eyes. I never should have listened to Jack. It'll be an adventure, he said. We'll make it beautiful, he promised. Now I'm trapped in this nightmare, and I don't know if I'll ever escape. But I need to write this down, to warn others. Please, whatever you do, stay far away from the old Willowbrook Hotel. It all started 6 months ago. Jack and I had been married for just over a year, and we were looking for a project to tackle together, something that would challenge us, but also bring us closer. That's when we stumbled upon the listing for the abandoned Willowbrook Psychiatric Hospital. The realtor's photos showed a hulking Victorian-style building, all faded red brick and crumbling white trim. Vines crawled up the walls, nature slowly reclaiming what man had left behind. It was exactly the kind of fixer-upper Jack had always dreamed of. Can you imagine it? Live, he'd said, blue eyes sparkling with excitement. We could turn it into a boutique hotel, something really unique. I'd been hesitant at first. The place gave me the creeps, even in pictures. But Jack's enthusiasm was infectious, and soon I found myself caught up in his vision. We could restore the grand staircase, update the rooms with modern amenities while keeping the vintage charm. maybe even play up the spooky history angle for Halloween. So we took the plunge. We emptied our savings account, took out a massive loan, and became the proud and terrified owners of a dilapidated former psych ward. The first few months were a whirlwind of demolition and reconstruction. We lived in a tiny RV parked outside, spending every waking hour working on the hotel. It was exhausting, but exhilarating. Jack and I made a great team, and I started to believe we might actually pull this crazy scheme off. But then the dream started. It began with vague feelings of unease. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, unable to remember why. Then the nightmares became more vivid. Shadowy figures lurking in corners, screams echoing down long, dark hallways, and always, the sensation of being watched. I tried to shake it off. Stress and lack of sleep. I told myself. It didn't help that we kept finding weird things as we worked. A child's drawing, tucked behind a baseboard, showing stick figures with hollow eyes, scratch marks on the inside of a closet door. Once, I could have sworn I heard humming coming from an empty room. Jack brushed off my concerns. It's an old building. Babby, he'd say. Of course it's got some quirks, but think how awesome it'll be when we're done. I wanted to believe him. I really did. But as the weeks went on, the feeling of wrongness only grew stronger. The day we finished the last guest room, I found Jack in the lobby, grinning from ear to ear. We did it. Live, he exclaimed, pulling me into a bear hug. We're ready to open. I forced a smile, trying to ignore the chill that ran down my spine. Are you sure we're ready? I asked. Maybe we should wait a bit, do some test runs with friends or family first. Jack shook his head. No way. We've got bills to pay. Besides, I already booked our first guest. He's arriving tomorrow. My stomach dropped. Tomorrow? Jack, that's too soon. We haven't even... He cut me off with a kiss. It'll be fine. Babe, trust me. I wish I hadn't. The next evening, just as the sun was setting, a sleek black car pulled up the long, winding driveway. Jack and I stood on the front steps, trying to look welcoming despite my nerves. A tall man in an expensive-looking suit stepped out of the car. He had silver hair and piercing grey eyes that seemed to look right through me. Welcome to the old Willowbrook Hotel, Jack said, extending his hand. I'm Jack, and this is my wife, Olivia. The man's thin lips curved into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Charmed, he said, his voice smooth as silk. You can call me Mr. Smith. As I shook his hand, a jolt of something passed between us. His skin was ice cold, and for a split second, I could have sworn his eyes flashed completely black. Is everything all right? Mr. Smith asked, tilting his head. I blinked, and his eyes were normal again, just grey. Nothing unusual. I must have imagined it. Sorry, I mumbled. It's been a long day. Let me show you to your room. As we walked through the lobby, Mr. Smith's eyes darted around, taking in every detail. Fascinating place, he murmured. So much history in these walls. I led him up the grand staircase, acutely aware of his presence behind me. We'd put him in room 217, at the end of the hall. As I fumbled with the key, I noticed his gaze fixed on a spot just above the doorframe. Is there a problem? I asked. He smiled that cold smile again. Not at all. I was just admiring your protection. I frowned, following his gaze. There was nothing there but peeling paint. Before I could ask what he meant, Jack appeared, lugging Mr. Smith's suitcase. Here you go, sir. Liv, why don't you head down and get dinner started? I'll finish getting Mr. Smith settled. I nodded, grateful for the excuse to escape. As I hurried down the stairs, I heard Mr. Smith's voice drift after me. I think I'm going to enjoy my stay here very much. A shudder ran through me. What had we gotten ourselves into? That night, I tossed and turned, unable to shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. Every creak of the old building set my nerves on edge. Just as I was finally drifting off, a blood-curdling scream jolted me awake. I bolted upright, heart pounding. Jack, did you hear that? My husband stirred beside me, rubbing his eyes. Hear what, babe? That scream. Someone was... Another shriek pierced the air. Closer this time. Jack Saturday up, suddenly alert. What the hell? We scrambled out of bed, throwing on robes as we rushed into the hallway. The scream had come from the direction of room 217, Mr. Smith's room. Jack reached the door first, pounding on it. Mr. Smith, are you all right? No answer. I tried the handle. Locked. I'm going to open it, Jack said, fumbling with the master key. Part of me wanted to tell him to stop, to just call the police and let them handle it. But I knew we couldn't do that, not when our first and only guest might be in trouble. The lock clicked, and Jack pushed the door open. The room was dark, lit only by moonlight filtering through the curtains. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The bed was pristine, looking like it hadn't been slept in at all. Mr. Smith, I called out softly. A low chuckle came from the corner of the room. We both whirled around to see Mr. Smith sitting in an armchair, perfectly composed in his suit despite the late hour. Is everything okay? Jack asked. We heard screaming. Mr. Smith's lips curved into that unsettling smile. Did you? How odd. I've been sitting here quite peacefully all night. I frowned, but we both heard. Perhaps... Mr. Smith interrupted. It was simply the wind. These old buildings do make such fascinating noises, don't they? Something in his tone made my skin crawl. I tugged on Jack's arm. We're sorry to have disturbed you, Mr. Smith. Have a good night. As we turned to leave, Mr. Smith spoke again. Oh, Mrs. Campbell, you might want to check on room 113. I believe there may be a issue there. I frowned. We hadn't told him our last name, and room 113 was still under renovation. We hadn't even mentioned its existence to him. Back in our room, I turned to Jack. That was weird. Right, tell me that wasn't just me. He ran a hand through his hair. Yeah, it was. Off, but maybe he just overheard our name somewhere, and he could have seen the room numbers when we showed him around. I shook my head. Jack, something's not right here. We need to... A loud thud from downstairs cut me off. It came from the direction of room 113, Jack said, his face pale. We crept down the stairs, the old wood creaking beneath our feet. The closer we got to room 113, the colder the air became. By the time we reached the door, I could see my breath misting in front of me. Jack reached for the handle, but I grabbed his wrist. Wait, I whispered. Listen. From behind the door came a soft sound, like crying. No, not crying, whimpering. The sound of someone in pain. Hello, Jack called out. Is someone in there? The whimpering stopped abruptly. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, a voice, high and childlike, spoke. Help me. She won't let me out. Jack and I exchanged horrified glances. There shouldn't be anyone in that room, let alone a child. We're coming in, Jack said, turning the handle. The door swung open with a creak, revealing nothing. The room was empty, dusty furniture covered in drop cloths, no sign of a child or anyone else. What the fuck is going on? Jack muttered. I was about to respond when something caught my eye. On the far wall, illuminated by a shaft of moonlight, was a series of scratch marks. As I moved closer, I realized they formed words. Don't let him stay. My blood ran cold. Jack, I whispered, we need to get out of here. Now. He nodded, face ashen. Yeah, okay. Let's just grab some clothes and... A scream from upstairs cut him off. But this time, it wasn't the otherworldly shriek from before. It was Mr. Smith. We raced back upstairs, all thoughts of leaving forgotten. The door to room 217 was wide open now, and the sounds coming from inside made my stomach churn. Wet, ripping noises, like something being torn apart. Mr. Smith, Jack called out as we approached the doorway. The noises stopped. We peered into the room, and I had to clap a hand over my mouth to stifle a scream. Mr. Smith stood in the center of the room, his back to us, but it wasn't Mr. Smith anymore. His suit was in tatters, revealing grey, mottled skin underneath, and his head, oh God, his head was twisted completely backward, grey eyes staring at us over his own shoulder. He smiled, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "I'm so glad you could join us. The thing that used to be Mr. Smith said. The others have been waiting for so long." As if on cue, shadows began to peel themselves from the walls. Dozens of them, vaguely human-shaped, with glowing eyes and grasping hands. "You see, not Mr. Smith continued, his head slowly rotating to face forward again with a sickening series of cracks. "When you reopened this place, you let us all back in. And now, we're never letting you leave." The shadows surged forward. Jack grabbed my hand, yanking me back into the hallway. "Run!" he shouted. We fled down the corridor, the sound of inhuman laughter echoing behind us. But as we reached the top of the stairs, I realized with horror that more shadows were streaming up from the lobby, cutting off our escape. We were trapped. Jack and I stood frozen at the top of the stairs, shadows closing in from both sides. The thing that used to be Mr. Smith approached slowly, savoring our fear. "What do you want?" I managed to choke out. It tilted its head, an unsettling imitation of curiosity. "Want, my dear? We simply want what was promised to us, what was stolen from us so long ago." Jack's grip on my hand tightened. "We don't understand," he said, voice shaking. "We just bought this place to renovate it. We didn't steal anything." The creature laughed, a sound like bones grinding together. "Oh, but you did. You stole our home, our hunting grounds." As it spoke, the shadows drew closer. I could feel their cold touch on my skin, hear their whispers in my ears. Fragments of memories not my own flashed through my mind. Straight jackets, padded cells, screams echoing down endless corridors. This was never just a hospital, I realized aloud. It was a prison. For them. Not Mr. Smith's grin widened impossibly. "Very good. You see, the doctors here, they knew what we were, what we could do. They tried to contain us, to study us. But we were too strong, too hungry." Jack shook his head. "That's impossible. Willowbrook closed down over 50 years ago. You can't be... Time means nothing to us." The creature snarled. We waited. We grew stronger. And now, thanks to you two, we're free again. The shadows surged forward, and I knew we had only seconds left. In desperation, I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy brass lamp from a side table, and swung it at not Mr. Smith's head. To my shock, it connected with a sickening crunch. The creature howled, more in rage than pain, and the shadows recoiled momentarily. "The attic," I shouted to Jack. "There's another staircase in the old servants' quarters." We bolted down the hallway, the sounds of pursuit close behind. I led Jack to a hidden door I'd discovered during renovations, praying it would still open. It did, revealing a narrow staircase. We raced up, slamming the door behind us. Jack wedged a broken chair under the handle, but we both knew it wouldn't hold for long. The attic was a maze of old furniture and forgotten relics. Dust swirled in the air, making it hard to breathe. We navigated by moonlight streaming through a single circular window. "There," Jack pointed to a hatch in the ceiling. "It must lead to the roof." As he reached for it, a cold hand wrapped around my ankle. I screamed, kicking out at the shadow that had somehow slipped through the floorboards. Jack whirled around, grabbing a rusty fire poker. He swung it through the shadow, which dissipated with an unearthly shriek. More shadows were seeping in now, and the door at the bottom of the stairs splintered with a thunderous crack. "Go!" I yelled at Jack. "Open the hatch." He hesitated for a split second, then nodded. As he struggled with the rusted latch, I fended off the encroaching darkness with wild swings of the fire poker. Finally, The hatch creaked open. Jack pulled himself up, then reached back to help me. Just as my fingers brushed his, something wrapped around my waist, yanking me backward. I screamed, clawing at the attic floor. Not Mr. Smith's distorted face loomed over me, jaws unhinged to reveal that maw full of needle teeth. "You're not going anywhere," it hissed. Jack lunged forward, grabbing my arms. For a moment, I was suspended between two forces, Jack pulling me towards safety, and the creature dragging me back into darkness. "Let her go," Jack shouted, straining with effort. The creature's only response was a bone-chilling laugh. I could feel my grip on Jack's hands slipping. The shadows were creeping up my body, their touch burning like ice. In that moment, I knew with terrifying certainty that if I let go, I would be lost forever. "Jack," I gasped out. "Whatever happens, don't let go, please." His eyes met mine, filled with determination and fear. "Never," he promised. The shadows surged forward, enveloping us both. I couldn't see, couldn't breathe. All I knew was the feeling of Jack's hands in mine as we were pulled in opposite directions. Something had to give. And then, with a deafening roar that shook the entire building, it did. The roar grew louder, drowning out even the inhuman shrieks of the shadows. Suddenly, I felt a rush of cool air. Jack gave one final, desperate tug, and I flew upward, out of the grasping darkness and onto the roof. We scrambled away from the open hatch, gasping for breath. Below us, the creature that was once Mr. Smith howled in fury. But something else was happening. The entire building had begun to shake violently. Cracks spiderwebbed across the roof beneath our feet, and a deep groaning sound came from within the walls. The foundation, Jack yelled over the noise. When we renovated, we must have weakened it somehow. I watched in horrified awe as the grand old building began to collapse in on itself. The shadows writhed and twisted, trying to escape, but they seemed bound to the structure. Their screams mingled with the sound of shattering glass and splintering wood. Jack pulled me to the edge of the roof. "We have to jump." I looked down at the ground, dizzyingly far below. "We'll never survive that fall." "We don't have a choice." He was right. The roof was crumbling beneath us. It was jump or be dragged down with the hotel and its monstrous inhabitants. Hand in hand, we leaped. I'd like to say I remembered some profound thought as we fell, or that my life flashed before my eyes, but honestly, all I remember is screaming. We hit something softer than the ground, the awning over the front entrance. I realized later, it slowed our fall just enough. We bounced off and landed hard on the gravel driveway. Everything hurt, but we were alive. We crawled away from the collapsing building, turning to watch as the old Willowbrook Hotel, our dream, our nightmare, imploded in a cloud of dust and unearthly wails. As the dust settled, an eerie silence fell. No more screams, no more shadows, just the faint wail of sirens in the distance. Jack pulled me close, his body shaking with sobs of relief. I clung to him, hardly daring to believe we'd survived. That was 3 months ago. The official story is that we accidentally triggered a sinkhole during renovations. There were a lot of questions, of course, about Mr. Smith, whose rental car was found abandoned miles away, about why we were on the roof, about the screams neighbors reported hearing. But in the end, there was no evidence of anything supernatural, just 2 lucky idiots who nearly died when their poorly planned renovation went horribly wrong. Jack and I don't talk about what really happened that night, not to the police, not to our families, not even to each other. It's easier to pretend it was all a stress-induced hallucination, that we imagined the shadows, the creature, the centuries-old evil we accidentally unleashed. But I know the truth. I see it in the way Jack flinches at unexpected shadows. I feel it in the nightmares that jolt me awake, heart racing, certain I can hear whispering in the walls. We've moved since then, to a bright, modern apartment with no history and no dark corners for monsters to hide. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I'm back in that hotel. I feel the shadows creeping over my skin. I hear that bone-chilling laugh. And I wonder, did we really escape? Or did we just bring a piece of that darkness home with us? I'm writing this now as a warning to anyone thinking of buying an old building with a dark past, to urban explorers seeking thrills in abandoned places, to anyone who thinks that evil is just a concept, not a tangible force. Be careful, be cautious, because sometimes the monsters are real, and once you've seen them, you can never truly unsee them. As for Jack and me, we're done with renovation projects. These days, we're just focusing on rebuilding our life, one day at a time, and hoping that the shadows we glimpse out of the corner of our eyes are just that. Shadows, and nothing more. But deep down, I know better, and I sleep with the lights on, just in case. Justin and I had been together for 10 years, married for 6. I'd been with him for my whole adult life. We'd been dating since I was 17 and he was 18. I always thought he was my soulmate, the man I wanted to grow old with. Turns out, I was wrong. I was devastated when I found out. Yes, Justin had been staying out later than usual, and his explanations were usually flimsy at best. I'm not stupid. I had my suspicions, but I think I just really didn't want to come to terms with the fact that my husband was seeing another woman. Honestly, I might have gone years without discovering the truth, but Justin got sloppy. Welcome home. Honey! Fun night out with the guys after work again. Uh-huh. Justin grumbled, brushing past me. I made dinner if you're hungry. Beef tips and rice. I know it's one of your favorites. Ate at the bar. I'm going to bed, he muttered, steadying himself against the wall, before woozily clomping up the stairs. My heart sank. Nights like those were becoming more and more frequent. I loved my husband. All I wanted was to spend a little quality time with him after a long day at work, but he couldn't even spare me a few minutes. I glanced up at him as he lumbered up the steps, a tear trickling down my cheek. In an instant, any sadness that I felt was replaced with burning rage, because when Justin passed underneath the overhead light, I saw what appeared to be a hickey on the side of his neck. A cocktail of emotions swirled within me. Despair, resentment, betrayal. They all hit me like a ton of bricks. I was stunned. I didn't know what to do. I mean, who would? The man I had been head over heels for all that time had stabbed me in the back. I was in disbelief. I stumbled to the kitchen, pulling out a chair before I could collapse. I stared into space, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. I sat there for a long time, deep in thought. After a while, I felt numb, like my entire personality had been flushed down the drain, leaving nothing but an empty husk. Then, a thought flashed across my mind. I'd been mistaken. That had to be it. Just a mere trick of the light. It was a pretty dimly lit hallway. After all, whatever the case, I had to know. I tiptoed upstairs, abandoning my dinner. I crept up to our room as quiet as a church mouse, before lightly pushing open the bedroom door. Justin was fast asleep. I didn't waste any time. I rushed across the room, careful to avoid any squeaky floorboards, and I inspected Justin's neck. His snores grew louder as I approached. He always was a heavy sleeper. I cursed when I got a closer look. Justin was sleeping on his side, and I was not going to try to roll him over. I glanced around, searching for anything that might provide concrete evidence. My eyes fell to the bedside table. Bingo. I snatched Justin's phone from his charger. I held my breath as I pressed his meaty thumb onto the screen to unlock it. I grinned, feeling a rush of exhilaration as I achieved my goal. Waha. I froze. Justin groggily opened his eyes a sliver as my hand hovered over him. My blood turned to ice, and I prayed with all my might that my husband would just go back to sleep. To my immense shock, my prayers were answered. Justin mumbled incoherently under his breath, before grabbing a fistful of covers and nodding off. I'd escaped by the skin of my teeth. I had to be more careful. The first thing I did was check Justin's texts. I immediately saw a woman's name I didn't recognize. My heart shattered when I read the messages. "Hey baby, last night was incredible. See you again after work today." "You're damn right. I wish you never had to leave. What about that wife of yours, though? Won't she get suspicious?" "Her? Not a chance. Even if she does find out, she won't leave. I could murder a baby in front of her, and she'd still think I was a saint." A deep-seated rage bubbled within me. Did Justin really think that little of me? He clearly saw me as nothing more than a spineless, codependent pushover. Well, I'd show him. I screenshotted the evidence, scrolling through dozens of nude photos that I hadn't taken, and sent everything to my number. I deleted any proof of my snooping, then replaced Justin's phone on the charger. I stormed out of the room, grabbing my keys as I went. I made it halfway across the living room when the realization hit me. I had nowhere to go. All my family lived 7 hours away. It was too late to book a decent hotel, and I really didn't want to drag any of my friends into my drama. Not yet. At least, that left me with one option. I had to sleep on the couch. I plopped down onto the sofa and sighed. I didn't want to have to confront it, but I knew what I had to do. In the morning, I was going to find a lawyer and start the divorce process. The thought alone was enough to break me, no matter how hard I tried. I couldn't hold back my tears any longer. I cried like a baby, silently sobbing into a scratchy pillow for what must have been hours. My eyes were puffy by the time I was done. I couldn't fathom falling asleep in a state like that, but I must have at some point, because the next thing I remember, sunlight was flooding through the blinds. "Morning. Babe, how'd you—" The rest of the sentence caught in my throat. That was right. Justin and I were about to be over. I grabbed my phone from the coffee table, tears stinging at the corners of my vision. I opened up the texts I'd sent myself as proof that the past 12 hours hadn't been some twisted nightmare. But the messages were gone. My eyes grew wide as I stared at the screen. That couldn't be right. They'd been there, clear as day the night before. Something wasn't adding up. I suddenly paused, bolting upright. Was that breakfast? The tantalizing aroma of eggs and bacon wafted around the corner from the kitchen. My brows furrowed. Justin never cooked. My breathing was shallow as I tentatively shuffled toward the kitchen. Curiosity gnawed at me like a piranha. I apprehensively peeked around the corner, unsure of what I would find. To my shock, there was my husband, humming a little tune while flipping pancakes. I rubbed my eyes. Was I seeing things? Surely I was delusional from lack of sleep. That had to have been it. Then, Justin turned, his icy blue eyes locking onto mine. "Morning. Princess, I hope you're hungry. I saw you sleeping on the couch, and I thought you might not be feeling well, so I decided to make you a hot meal to help you get better." My heart skipped a beat. Was this really my husband? It looked like him. Sounded like him too. Still, I was weary. Yeah, just feeling a little under the weather is all. Are you feeling okay? You're acting different." "Never been better. Honestly, I think I've really turned a new leaf," he said, placing a steaming plate before me. "The old Justin is kaput. From now on, I swear, I'm going to be the best husband I can be." Our gazes connected, and I searched his expression for answers. He seemed genuine. If this was an act, it was a damn good one. "Thanks, babe. That really makes me happy to hear." Justin beamed at me, the warmth of his smile seeping into my heart. It had been years since he looked at me like that. "Well, get used to it, because I'm keeping my word. I love you, Lydia." I wanted to be suspicious. I wanted to remain silent. I wanted to keep my guard up. But how could I? All I needed was love and attention, and I was finally getting it. For the first time in a long time, it felt like my husband actually cared. "I love you too, Justin," I muttered, before digging into my meal. A big part of me was still leery of my husband. His timing was pretty convenient, after all. But even with all my doubts, Justin was seemingly sticking to his promise. He took me out on dates, paid to get my nails done, bought me flowers, He even started shouldering most of the housework. Needless to say, I was impressed. If he would have kept that up, I might have never suspected a thing. But one night, he slipped up. We were cuddled up on the couch, watching the Truman Show, when I asked. Now, I wish I would have kept my mouth shut. "Hey, babe?" "Yes, my love," Justin asked, his eyes still glued to the screen. If someone close to you was an imposter, like a perfect replica except for a few tiny changes, do you think you'd notice? Justin tensed up, his eyes wide as he slowly turned to face me. A blank stare had overtaken his expression. A chill rippled through my body when he looked at me like that. He was beginning to frighten me. "I suppose so. Why do you ask?" His voice was monotone, dripping with a tinge of urgency. I didn't know how to process his sudden shift in personality. "It's the premise of the movie we're watching." I watched as the color seeped back into his face, and he loosened up, breathing a sigh of relief. I cocked a curious brow. Why was he acting so strange? That makes sense. We sat there in uncomfortable silence, shifting our attention back to the TV screen. After a few more tense moments, I couldn't take it anymore. "I've got to use the restroom and charge my phone. I'll be right back. No need to pause the movie for me." Justin nodded, before grinning up at me. His smile. Had his teeth always been that straight? "Okay, baby girl. Hurry back! Wouldn't want your spot to get cold." "Yeah, sure thing." I practically bolted up the stairs, locking myself in our room. I slumped against the door, trying to steady my palpitating heart. What was going on? Was it just me? Or was that some seriously freaky behavior? Either way, I needed a second to calm down. I had my eyes shut, focusing on my breathing, when I heard it. My phone was buzzing from inside my pocket. I hurriedly retrieved it, glancing at the screen. Unknown number. I normally don't answer calls from strangers, but something compelled me. Maybe it was intuition, or perhaps I just wanted someone to talk to other than my husband. In the end, I accepted the call. Hello. Lydia. Lydia Atkins. Speaking. "Look, this is going to sound crazy, but I need you to hear what I have to say." Okay." I suddenly jolted up from my spot on the floor and stared at the locked door separating me from the hallway. Loud knocks rattled it in its frame. "Lydia. Lydia. Who are you speaking to?" Panic surged through me as I scrambled for an answer. It's my mom. Go back downstairs. I'll be there in a minute." That was him, wasn't it? The caller said. "That was my husband." "Yes. Why do you ask?" I whispered, putting as much distance between myself and the door as possible. "Lydia, I need you to hear me out. Can you promise me that you will?" The pounding on the opposite side of the room grew even louder. "Lydia, don't listen to her. She's a fucking liar." My stomach began to twist itself into knots. How did he know? "I'm listening. I'll hear what you have to say." The woman on the other end of the line breathed an audible sigh of relief. "Okay, my name is Adeline, and Justin and I have been seeing each other for about 9 months. That man in your house is not your husband." My blood turned to ice, and I began to tremble. No, that couldn't be true. In a shaky voice, I asked the question that will haunt me until I die. "How do I know you're telling the truth?" There was a long pause, the bangs outside my door reaching a nauseating crescendo. When Adeline answered, I knew without a shadow of a doubt that I was in serious danger. "Lydia, for the past week, Justin has been living with me." I never thought I'd be the guy to write one of these posts, but here I am, fingers trembling as they hover over my keyboard. I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone out there can help me make sense of what the hell happened. But before I dive into the nightmare my life has become, let me introduce myself. My name's Jake, and I'm your average 28-year-old guy trying to make it in the big city. I work as a graphic designer for a small marketing firm, spending my days hunched over a computer, tweaking layouts and debating the merits of serif versus sans serif font. It's not the most exciting job in the world, but it pays the bills and leaves me enough free time to pursue my real passion, photography. I'm not what you'd call conventionally handsome. I've got this mop of unruly brown hair that never seems to behave, no matter how much product I use. My eyes are a muddy hazel, nothing special, hidden behind thick-rimmed glasses that I've been told make me look adorkable, whatever that means. I'm average height, with a bit of a dad bod from too many late-night snacking while working on projects, but I've got a decent smile, or so I've been told, and I can usually make people laugh. My apartment is a tiny studio in the heart of downtown. It's cramped, with barely enough room for my bed, desk, and the small kitchen area. The walls are plastered with my photographs, moody black and white shots of the city at night, close-ups of raindrops on leaves, that sort of thing. It's not much, but it's home. My love life. Well, that's been a bit of a disaster. I've had a few relationships over the years, but nothing that really stuck. My last girlfriend, Sarah, dumped me 6 months ago because she said I was too absorbed in my work. Maybe she was right. I do tend to get lost in my projects, sometimes forgetting to eat or sleep when I'm in the zone. After Sarah left, I threw myself into my work even more. I picked up extra freelance gigs, stayed late at the office, anything to keep my mind off the loneliness that crept in during the quiet hours of the night. But eventually, even I had to admit that I needed to get back out there. That's when I decided to give Tinder a shot. I'd always been skeptical of dating apps, but a couple of my co-workers had good experiences with it, so I figured, why not? I spent an embarrassingly long time choosing photos for my profile. Should I go with the serious, artsy black and white portrait, the goofy snapjack from my best friend's wedding? In the end, I settled on a mix, a couple of casual shots, one of me with my camera, and yes, the adorkable one with the glasses. For the first few weeks, it was pretty uneventful. A few matches here and there, some conversations that fizzled out after a day or two. I was about ready to give up on the whole thing when I matched with her. Lily. Lily's profile was different. Most girls on Tinder have the usual pics, beach shots, gym selfies, that kind of thing. But Lily's pics were artsy as fuck. Black and white portraits where she was always looking slightly off camera, like she was distracted by something just out of frame. It was intriguing. I'll give her that. We matched on a Tuesday night, and she messaged me first. Lily, hey there, handsome. Wid. I was sitting at my desk, editing some photos from a recent shoot, when my phone buzzed with the notification. I picked it up, my heart doing a little flip when I saw her name. Me, I'm just chillin', editing some pics. HBO? Lily, same. Bored though. Wanna change that. Now, I'm not gonna lie. My first thought was, holy shit, I'm gonna get laid tonight. But I didn't want to come on too strong and scare her off. So I played it cool. Me, haha, maybe. What did you have in mind? Lily, IDK. You tell me. I'm down for anything. Me, how about we grab a drink first? Get to know each other a bit. Lily, sounds good. When and where? We agreed to meet at this little dive bar downtown the next night. I was pumped, but also a bit nervous. I mean, she seemed almost too eager, you know, but I figured, what's the worst that could happen? The next day at work, I couldn't focus. My mind kept drifting back to Lily's profile pics, those haunting eyes that seemed to look right through me. My boss, Dave, had to snap his fingers in front of my face more than once to get my attention. Earth to Jake, he said, a hint of annoyance in his voice. You with us, buddy? Yeah, sorry, I mumbled, forcing my eyes back to my computer screen. Just a little distracted today. Dave's expression softened. Hot date tonight? I felt my cheeks flush. Maybe. We'll see. He clapped me on the shoulder. Good for you, man. Just don't forget about the Johnson account deadline tomorrow. All right? I nodded. promising myself I'd stay late to finish up if I had to. No way was I going to let this date mess up my work. The rest of the day crawled by. I must have changed my outfit 5 times before leaving my apartment, finally settling on a simple black button-down and my nicest jeans. As I locked my door, I caught a glimpse of myself in the hallway mirror. My hair was doing that thing again, sticking up in all directions. I tried to smooth it down, gave up, and headed out. I got to the bar about 15 minutes early. It was a place called the Rusty Nail, a hole-in-the-wall joint with dim lighting and a jukebox that hadn't been updated since the 90s. I liked it because it was never too crowded, and they made a mean old-fashioned. As I nursed my first drink, I felt a tap on my shoulder. "Hey there, handsome." I turned around, and there she was, Lily. And let me tell you, her profile pics didn't do her justice. She had this long, dark hair that seemed to move even when she was standing still. And her eyes, man, her eyes were something else. Deep green, almost hypnotic. "Hi," I managed to stammer out. "Lily, right?" She smiled, and I swear the whole bar got a little brighter. "That's me, and you must be Jake. Nice to finally meet you in person." We grabbed a table and started chatting. The conversation flowed easily, like we'd known each other for years. We talked about our jobs. She was a freelance photographer, which instantly piqued my interest. Our hobbies, we both loved horror movies. And our families. She was an only child, like me. As the night went on, I couldn't shake this feeling that something was off. Not in a bad way, necessarily. It was more like when you're watching a movie and you can tell there's a jump scare coming, but you don't know exactly when. At one point, Lily excused herself to go to the bathroom. While she was gone, I checked my phone and saw a message from her. "Lily, having a great time. Can't wait to see where this goes." I looked up, confused. She'd left her phone on the table. How did she... Before I could think too much about it, she was back, sliding into the seat across from me with that same mesmerizing smile. "Everything okay?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. "Yeah, I thought I got a message from you, but your phone's right here." She laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Oh, that's weird. Must be a glitch or something." I nodded, pushing the thought out of my mind. We ordered another round of drinks, and as the night wore on, I found myself more and more drawn to her. There was something about Lily that was just captivating. Around midnight, the bar started to clear out. Lily leaned in close, her breath warm against my ear. "Want to get out of here?" My heart raced. This was it. But again, that nagging voice in the back of my head told me to take it slow. "How about we call it a night?" I suggested. "Maybe we could do dinner tomorrow." For a split second, I swear I saw a flash of something in her eyes. Disappointment, anger. But it was gone so fast I thought I must have imagined it. "Sure," she said, her smile never wavering. "Dinner sounds great." We said our goodbyes outside the bar. As I turned to leave, Lily grabbed my arm. Her grip was surprisingly strong. "Jake," she said, her voice low. "I had a really great time tonight. I can't wait to see you again." "Me too," I replied, trying to ignore the goosebumps that had suddenly appeared on my arm. As I walked home that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just stepped into something I didn't fully understand. But I was excited, intrigued, and maybe a little scared. Little did I know, that fear was about to become all too real. The next morning, I woke up with a pounding headache and a mouth that felt like it was stuffed with cotton. I groaned, reaching for my phone on the nightstand. The bright screen made me wince as I checked the time, 10:37 a.m. Shit, I was late for work. As I scrambled out of bed, my phone buzzed with a string of notifications, all from Lily. "Lily, morning handsome." "Lily, can't stop thinking about last night." "Lily, can't wait to see you again." "Lily, dinner tonight." "Lily, Jake." "Lily, you there?" "Lily, hello?" Lily, why are you ignoring me? I checked the timestamps. The first message was sent at 3:17 a.m., barely an hour after we'd said goodbye. The last one was from just a few minutes ago. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling in my gut. This was a lot. Me, morning Lily. Sorry, I just woke up. Late for work. Dinner sounds great. Where do you want to go? Her reply came almost instantly. Lily, my place. He'll cook. I hesitated. Going to her place on the second date, it seemed a bit fast. But then again, hadn't I been hoping for exactly this kind of opportunity? Me, sure. Sounds good. What time? Lily, 7. We'll send her the address. Can't wait. I quickly shot off a text to Dave, my boss, apologizing for being late and promising to stay extra to make up for it. Then I rushed through my morning routine, barely tasting the stale coffee I gulped down before heading out the door. The day at work was a blur. I couldn't focus on anything, my mind constantly drifting back to Lily. There was something about her that I couldn't quite put my finger on. It was like she had this gravitational pull, drawing me in even when we weren't together. Earth to Jake. Dave's voice cut through my thoughts. I looked up to see him standing over my desk, arms crossed. You okay, buddy? You've been staring at that same layout for the past hour. I felt my face flush. Yeah, sorry. Just got a lot on my mind. Dave's expression softened. That hot date go well last night? Yeah. I nodded, a small smile tugging at my lips. We're actually seeing each other again tonight. Good for you, Dave grinned, clapping me on the shoulder. Just try to keep your head in the game while you're here, all right? I promised I would, but it was easier said than done. As the day wore on, my phone kept buzzing with messages from Lily. Random thoughts, jokes, even a few. Suggestive photos that made me glad I wasn't sitting in an open office. At 6:30, I headed out to Lily's place. She lived in an old Victorian house on the outskirts of town, the kind of place that probably looked charming in daylight, but took on a sinister air in the growing dusk. As I walked up the creaky steps to her front door, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I turned around, scanning the street, but it was empty. I raised my hand to knock, but before my knuckles could touch the wood, the door swung open. Lily stood there, backlit by a warm glow from inside the house. She was wearing a flowing red dress that hugged her curves in all the right places, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Jake, she breathed, her green eyes seeming to glow in the dim light. I'm so glad you're here. She pulled me inside, the door closing behind me with a soft thud that sounded strangely final. The interior of the house was not what I expected. While the outside looked like it hadn't been updated since the Victorian era, the inside was sleek and modern, minimalist furniture, abstract art on the walls, and what looked like state-of-the-art tech scattered around. Wow, I said, taking it all in. Nice place. Lily smiled, leading me towards what I assumed was the kitchen. Thanks. I like to keep people guessing. The smell of something delicious wafted through the air, making my stomach growl. Whatever you're cooking smells amazing, I said. Oh, that's just a little something I whipped up, Lily replied, a coy smile playing on her lips. I hope you like it. Spicy. We sat down to eat, and I had to admit, the food was incredible. Some kind of exotic dish I couldn't quite place, with flavors that danced on my tongue. As we ate, we talked and laughed, the wine flowing freely. I found myself relaxing, the unease from earlier melting away under Lily's warm gaze. After dinner, we moved to the living room. Lily put on some music, something low and thrumming that seemed to vibrate in my chest. As we sat on the couch, she moved closer, her hand resting on my thigh. I'm really glad you came over tonight, Jake, she said, her voice low and husky. I swallowed hard, suddenly very aware of how close she was. Me too, I managed to say. She leaned in, her lips brushing against mine. The kiss was electric, sending shockwaves through my body. I pulled her closer, losing myself in the moment. But then, something strange happened. As we kissed, I felt different, lightheaded, but not in the usual way. The room seemed to spin, colors blurring and shifting. I pulled back, blinking hard. "Are you okay?" Lily asked, concern etched on her face. "Yeah, I shook my head, trying to clear it. "I feel a little weird." "Oh no," Lily said, her hand cool against my forehead. "Maybe you're coming down with something. Why don't you lie down for a bit?" I nodded, letting her guide me to what I assumed was a guest bedroom. The room swam in and out of focus as I collapsed onto the bed. Lily's face hovered above me, her green eyes seeming to glow in the darkness. "Just rest," she whispered, her voice sounding far away. "I'll take care of you." As I drifted off, I could have sworn I saw something shift in Lily's face, like a ripple passing over water. But before I could process what I'd seen, darkness claimed me. I don't know how long I was out. When I came to, the room was pitch black. I blinked, trying to orient myself. Where was I? What happened? As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized something was off. The room felt different, smaller, somehow, and there was a smell, musty and damp, like a basement that hadn't been aired out in years. I reached out, feeling for a lamp or a light switch, but my hand hit something solid, wood, rough and splintery. I ran my hand along it, my heart beginning to race as I realized what it was. I was in a box, a fucking box. Panic surged through me. I pushed against the wood, but it didn't budge. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. And then I heard it, a soft scratching sound coming from above me. It grew louder, more frantic. Whatever was up there, it was trying to get in. Or maybe it was trying to get out. I don't know how long I was trapped in that box. Minutes, hours. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the suffocating darkness. The scratching sound above me had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that was somehow even worse. Just as I was about to give in to full-blown panic, I heard a click. A sliver of light appeared, growing wider as the lid of the box was slowly lifted. I squinted against the sudden brightness, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. And there she was, Lily, peering down at me with those hypnotic green eyes. But something was different, wrong. Her face seemed to shift and ripple, like I was looking at her through a heat haze. "Oh, good. You're awake," she said, her voice oddly distorted. "I was worried I might have given you too much." "Well, what?" I croaked, my throat dry and scratchy. "What's going on? Why am I in a box?" Lily tilted her head, a gesture that should have been cute, but now seemed alien and predatory. "Don't you like it? I made it just for you." She reached down, grabbing my arm with that surprisingly strong grip, and hauled me out of the box. As I stumbled to my feet, I realized we were in some kind of basement. The walls were bare concrete, covered in strange symbols that seemed to writhe and twist when I wasn't looking directly at them. "What is this place?" I asked, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "What did you do to me?" Lily's smile widened, revealing teeth that looked just a bit too sharp. "I didn't do anything to you, Jake. I'm just helping you see things as they really are." She gestured around the room, and I noticed for the first time that we weren't alone. Shadows moved in the corners, taking on vaguely humanoid shapes before melting back into darkness. And on the far wall, I felt the blood drain from my face. Dozens of Polaroid photos were tacked to the wall, each showing a different man. Some were smiling, obviously taken on dates. Others looked terrified, their eyes wide with fear. And some were just empty-eyed husks, staring blankly at the camera. "Do you like my collection?" Lily asked, her voice filled with pride. "You'll be joining them soon." I backed away, my legs shaky. "What the fuck are you?" Lily laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally in the basement. "Oh, Jake, I'm whatever you want me to be. Isn't that what all men want? A girl who's down for anything?" As she spoke, her form began to change. One moment she was the beautiful woman I'd met at the bar. The next she was a writhing mass of shadows and teeth. I blinked hard, convinced I must be hallucinating, but the transformations continued. "This isn't real," I muttered, squeezing my eyes shut. "This can't be real." I felt a cold hand on my cheek, forcing me to open my eyes. Lily was inches from my face, her green eyes now swirling pools of darkness. "It's very real, Jake," she whispered, "and it's only just beginning." Suddenly, the room began to spin. The concrete walls melted away, replaced by swirling vortexes of color and shadow. I felt like I was falling, tumbling through space and time. When the world finally stopped moving, I found myself back in my apartment. I was lying on my bed, fully clothed, my alarm blaring next to me. With a shaking hand, I reached out and shut it off. 6:30 a.m., Tuesday morning, the day after I'd first matched with Lily on Tinder. Had it all been a dream, some kind of stress-induced hallucination? I grabbed my phone, my heart racing as I opened Tinder. There she was, our match still at the top of my list. But our conversation, it was gone, as if we'd never spoken. Relief washed over me. It had just been a nightmare. A vivid, terrifying nightmare, but nothing more. I let out a shaky laugh, running a hand through my hair. That's when I noticed it, a small red mark on my wrist, right where Lily had grabbed me in the bar, in the dream. As I stared at the mark, my phone buzzed with a new message from Lily. "Lily, morning handsome. Ready for round 2? I dropped the phone like it was on fire, scrambling out of bed. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't possible. But as I moved, I felt something in my pocket. Frowning, I reached in and pulled out a Polaroid photo. My blood ran cold as I looked at it. It was me, sleeping in that box in the basement, and in the corner of the photo, just barely visible, was a pair of glowing green eyes. I sank to the floor, my back against the bed, as the reality of the situation crashed over me. This wasn't over. It was far from over. And Lily, whatever she was coming for me again. My phone kept buzzing with messages, but I couldn't bring myself to look at them. Instead, I sat there, staring at the photo, trying to make sense of what was happening to me. That's when I heard it, a soft scratching sound, coming from inside my closet. The same sound I'd heard in the box. Slowly, trembling, I turned my head towards the closet door, and as I watched, paralyzed with fear, the handle began to turn. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched the closet door slowly creak open. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my body refused to move. I was frouncing, a deer in headlights, as the darkness within the closet seemed to pulse and breathe. A pale hand emerged from the shadows, its fingers unnaturally long and tipped with sharp, black nails. It gripped the edge of the door, and I heard the wood splinter under its strength. "Jake," Lily's voice echoed from within the closet, distorted and unnatural. "Don't you want to play?" That broke my paralysis. I scrambled to my feet, nearly tripping over myself as I bolted for the apartment door. I could hear something moving behind me, a sound like 1,000 insects skittering across the floor. I made it to the living room before I felt something wrap around my ankle. I went down hard, my chin cracking against the hardwood floor. Stars exploded in my vision as I rolled onto my back, kicking frantically at whatever had grabbed me. It was Lily, or what used to be Lily. Her body was twisted and elongated, more shadow than substance. Her face was a constantly shifting mask of features, only those piercing green eyes remaining constant. "Why are you running, Jake?" she asked, her voice coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "I thought you wanted this. You swiped right. After all." I managed to break free of her grip and scrambled backward until my back hit the wall. "What are you?" I gasped out. Lily's form solidified slightly, taking on a more human appearance. though still wrong in ways I couldn't quite define. She tilted her head, that predatory smile back on her face. "I'm whatever you desire most." "Jake," she said, her voice a seductive purr. "Isn't that what Tinder is all about? Finding your perfect match?" She took a step towards me, and I pressed myself harder against the wall, wishing I could phase through it. But I don't. I never wanted this. Lily laughed, the sound like breaking glass. "Oh, but you did, all those lonely nights, swiping endlessly, hoping for a connection. You were calling out to something. Jake." And I answered. As she spoke, the room around us began to change. The walls melted away, replaced by an endless void filled with swirling colors and shapes. I could see other figures in the distance, trapped in bubbles of reality. With a jolt, I realized they were the men from the Polaroids in the basement. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Lily spread her arms wide, her form shifting and twisting. "This is my domain, Jake, a place between realities, where desires and nightmares become one." She leaned in close, her breath cold against my ear. "And now, you're a part of it." I felt something inside me snap. Maybe it was the fear, or the adrenaline, or just the sheer impossibility of the situation. But suddenly, I was angry, furious at being toyed with, at being trapped in this nightmare. "No," I growled, pushing her away with a strength I didn't know I possessed. "I'm not playing your game anymore." Lily's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed dangerously. "You don't have a choice. Jake, you're mine now." She lunged at me, her form shifting into something monstrous, all teeth and claws. But this time, I was ready. I ducked under her attack and ran, not towards any specific destination, but simply away from her. The void around us churned and twisted, reality bending in impossible ways. I could hear Lily behind me, her inhuman shrieks echoing through the nothingness. But I kept running, my feet somehow finding purchase on nothing at all. As I ran, I saw flashes of my life. My apartment, the office, the rusty nail bar, but they were distorted, twisted versions of reality. In each scene, I saw myself, but not quite right. Versions of me that had made different choices, taken different paths. And in each one, Lily was there, watching, waiting. I realized then what she truly was, not just a monster, but a parasite, feeding on the loneliness and desperation of people like me. She was the embodiment of every bad decision, every moment of weakness. But I wasn't weak, not anymore. I skidded to a stop, turning to face her. Lily was right behind me, her form a writhing mass of shadows and hate. "Enough," I said, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. "I'm done being your puppet." Lily snarled, lunging at me once more. But this time, as her claws reached for me, I stood my ground. I thought of my life, my friends, my family, all the real connections I had, not the false promise of a perfect match. "You have no power over me," I said, and I believed it. There was a sound like reality itself was tearing apart. Lily screamed, her form dissolving into motes of light. The void around us shattered like glass, and I was falling, falling, falling. I jolted awake with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in my bed. Sunlight streamed through my window, and I could hear the familiar sounds of the city outside. For a long moment, I just sat there, my heart racing, trying to process what had happened. Had it all been a dream, some kind of shared hallucination? I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking slightly. There was Tinder, still installed. With a deep breath, I opened it. My match with Lily was gone. In fact, her profile had disappeared entirely, as if she had never existed. Relief washed over me, so intense I felt tears prick at the corners of my eyes. It was over. Whatever Lily was, whatever had happened, it was done. As I set my phone down, I noticed something on my wrist. The red mark where Lily had grabbed me was still there, but it was fading even as I watched. Soon, It would be gone, the last tangible proof of my nightmare. I got out of bed on shaky legs and made my way to the bathroom. As I splashed water on my face, I caught my reflection in the mirror. I looked different, older, somehow, like I'd lived a lifetime in the space of a night. But I also saw strength there, a resolve I hadn't had before. I picked up my phone again, my finger hovering over the Tinder icon. With a deep breath, I pressed down, holding it until the app began to wiggle. Then I hit the little X, watching as it disappeared from my screen. No more games, no more swiping. It was time to make real connections in the real world. As I got ready for work, I felt lighter somehow, free, but I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere, in some twisted corner of reality, Lily was still out there, waiting for the next lonely soul to swipe right. It's been 3 months since my encounter with Lily, and I still wake up some nights in a cold sweat, the echo of her laughter ringing in my ears. The rational part of my brain wants to dismiss it all as a vivid nightmare, a product of stress and loneliness, but I know better. The memory of those green eyes, shifting and swirling with otherworldly malice, is too real to be a mere figment of my imagination. I've tried to move on, to return to some semblance of normalcy. I threw myself into my work, churning out designs with a fervor that both impressed and worried my boss, Dave. He pulled me aside one day, concern etched on his face. "Jake, buddy," he said, his hand on my shoulder. "You've been putting in a lot of hours lately. Everything okay?" I nodded, forcing a smile. "Yeah, just trying to stay busy. You know." He didn't look convinced, but he didn't push it. "All right. Well, don't burn yourself out." "Okay." But the truth is, I'm terrified of being idle. Because when I'm not working, when my mind has a chance to wander, that's when the doubts creep in. That's when I start seeing shadows move in the corner of my eye, or catch a glimpse of flowing dark hair disappearing around a corner. I've stopped using dating apps altogether. The very thought of swiping through profiles makes my stomach churn. Instead, I've been trying to meet people the old-fashioned way. I joined a local photography club, started attending gallery openings, even signed up for a cooking class. Anything to make real, tangible connections with actual people. But it's not easy. Every time I meet someone new, I can't help but scrutinize them, looking for any sign that they might not be who they claim to be. Are their eyes a little too bright? Their smile a little too perfect? It's exhausting, this constant vigilance, but I can't seem to shake it. About a month after the incident, I broke down and went to see a therapist. Dr. Simmons is a kind, middle-aged woman with a no-nonsense attitude that I find oddly comforting. Of course, I couldn't tell her the whole truth. I'd have been committed on the spot. Instead, I talked about anxiety, about feeling disconnected from reality. "It sounds like you've experienced some form of dissociation," she said during one of our sessions. "Often, this can be triggered by a traumatic event. Is there anything that happened recently that might have caused this?" I hesitated, then said, "I had a bad experience with someone I met online. It didn't turn out to be what I expected." Dr. Simmons nodded sympathetically. "Online interactions can be very deceptive. We project our desires and expectations onto the person on the other side of the screen, and when reality doesn't match up, it can be quite jarring. If only she knew how jarring it really was. The therapy has helped, to an extent. At least I'm sleeping better most nights. But there are still moments when the world doesn't feel quite real, when I find myself questioning everything around me. Last week, I was at a coffee shop, working on some freelance projects. As I was packing up to leave, a woman at the next table struck up a conversation. She was pretty, with warm brown eyes and a friendly smile. We chatted for a bit about the book she was reading, and as I was about to leave, she asked if I'd like to grab dinner sometime. For a moment, I was tempted. She seemed nice, normal, but then I remembered Lily, how she had seemed nice and normal at first too. I politely declined, making up an excuse about being too busy with work. As I walked home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd made a mistake. Was I going to let one bad experience, admittedly, a supernaturally terrifying bad experience, ruin my chances at happiness forever? When I got home, I stood in front of my closet for a long time, just staring at the door. Finally, with a deep breath, I opened it. Nothing but clothes and shoes greeted me. No writhing shadows, no monstrous hands reaching out to grab me. Just my normal, mundane closet. I let out a shaky laugh, realizing how ridiculous I must look. This is what my life has become, being afraid of my own closet. That night, I had a dream. I was back in that void where Lily had taken me, surrounded by swirling colors and trapped souls. But this time, I wasn't afraid. I walked through the chaos, my steps sure and steady. And as I walked, I saw the bubbles holding the other trapped men begin to pop, freeing them. I woke up feeling different, lighter somehow, like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. For the first time in months, I felt like maybe, just maybe, I could move past this. I'm writing this all down now, partly as a form of therapy, and partly as a warning. To anyone out there using dating apps, meeting strangers online, be careful. The person on the other side of the screen might not be who they claim to be. They might not even be human. But I'm also writing this as a reminder to myself. Yes, there are monsters out there. Yes, the world can be a dark and terrifying place. But there's also light and warmth and genuine human connection. And those things are worth fighting for, worth overcoming your fears for. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened to me. I don't know if Lily was some kind of supernatural entity, a glitch in reality, or just a manifestation of my own fears and insecurities. But I do know this: I survived. I faced my darkest fears and came out the other side. And if I can do that, I can do anything. Tomorrow, I think I'll go back to that coffee shop. Maybe that woman will be there again. And this time, if she asks me out, I think I'll say yes. After all, not every match is going to try to drag you into an eldritch nightmare realm. Right. Right. I know I'll be killed today. Well, yeah, this is going to take a lot of explaining. It actually started about a year ago. My ability to see the future. That is, well, that's the best way I can describe it. It's not exactly like that. It's almost like I live some days twice, if that makes sense. I know it doesn't, but stay with me. It was a cool morning on March 3rd, 2023. The first of many days I will end up experiencing for a second time. The mornings are my favorite time of day. So I was glad to don a light jacket and take my dog for her daily walk, breathe in the fresh air and watch the sun edge over the horizon. It was a Friday, the final day of a stressful work week. I work as an actuary for this mediocrely sized tech company, which is great because the pay is all right and the office is only a short bus ride from my apartment. Anyway, not the point. Sorry, I ramble when I'm anxious. The walk was much needed. I felt my jaw unhinge slightly as I breathed and my legs loosen as I walked. My dog, Arla, is well trained and typically stays right by my side as we traverse the suburban sidewalks. This Friday morning, for the first time since she was a puppy, something had changed in her calm demeanor. At first, she stayed right with me as she usually does, until she didn't. As I took in a big relieved sigh, I felt a tug on my loosened arm. Arla had stood still, her nose to the air. "What is it, girl?" I asked her. Her ears twitched a bit, and I could tell that her little brain was whirring behind her eyes. Maybe she had caught a particularly strong scent, but she didn't move. "Come on, let's go. I've got to get to work," I said, pulling the leash gently in my direction. It was this sudden movement that sparked a spiral of actions, almost happening in slow motion. I saw a wave of the leash roll from my hand to Arla's collar. I saw the collar pull lightly on top of Arla's now activated muscles as she turned to the side, quickly facing the road. I was still in shock when I felt her leash being ripped from my loose hand, when I saw her run across the asphalt, and when I heard the screeching of the tires and the heavy impact of meat on metal. I think I screamed. After this moment, some of the details of this first day are fuzzy. I know I called my best friend, Casey, to see if he could come and take both of us to a vet hospital. Casey agreed, even though he'd been woken up by my frantic calls. The car ride was sickening. I had wrapped Arla in 2 separate towels, both of which were soaked in blood by the time we arrived. The vet told me what I already knew. She had been dead on impact. I called in sick to work after that, and I left her body with them to be cremated. Casey came back to my apartment on Saturday with me, giving me a cup of warm tea and letting me lean against him while I sobbed. But he had to leave for work eventually, so he gave me a tight hug before closing the door to my apartment behind him. After that, I was alone. I don't think I did anything except scrub my hands with soap to rid them of phantom blood, and lay on the couch quietly for the rest of the day. Sorry, writing this still makes me shudder. I don't know if I want to think too hard about it. Eventually, I tried to sleep. Obviously, it took a while, after the horrors of what I'd seen that morning. But when sleep came, I felt blessed to be taken out of the real world, at least for a little bit. It was when I woke up the next morning to my alarm that I knew something was odd. Not odd in the grieving way, as you may expect, but just familiar. I seemed to be well rested, though I had a slight tension throughout my body. I felt the same as I had the morning prior. As a matter of fact, mentally steeling myself for the last day of the work week. The sun's light had just started to brighten my room. Weirdest of all, though, was that alarm. Even though I'm a morning person, I set my alarm for 5:30 just to make sure that I'm up in time to do everything I want to before I leave for the day. But the soft buzzing from under my pillow is only set to go off on weekdays, so I can rise slowly and naturally on my days off. Wasn't it supposed to be a Saturday? Slightly confused, but not confused enough to worry, I turned off my alarm and Saturday up in bed, stretching my arms. It was at this point that I remembered the events of the day yesterday. My face fell into a frown, and my arms crashed down onto my lap. I missed her. I did, but no tears fell. I just Saturday there, with a vague feeling of sadness for the presence I used to have in my lonely apartment. I looked to my right at Arla's dog bed on the floor. She was a decently sized pit bull, so I didn't allow her to sleep on my already cramped full mattress. To my surprise, my dog was sleeping right there, curled up like she always is. I rubbed my eyes. What? I watched her die! I thought I must have been seeing things, so I reached out and touched her. She cracked open her eyes and glanced at me as I felt her coarse fur under my fingertips. My dog is alive and breathing. I began to think that maybe watching Arla get hit by a car was just a bad dream, so I rose from the bed and got myself ready. I kept my eye on Arla for a while, as I made a quick breakfast for myself. I grabbed my phone to check my socials while I ate, and noticed something weird. The date displayed on the lock screen was March 3rd. I could have sworn I had already spent March 3rd grieving the loss of my dead dog, but everything was telling me that I had just had a nightmare last night. I clearly hadn't lived a whole day, even though it felt so real. I took a deep breath and decided I was still going to go for my morning walk with Arla. The more I convinced myself that I had just dreamt everything, the more the memories began to lose their weight, until they just drifted around in my mind. Thinking back, I was probably dissociating, so I hooked her up to the leash, grabbed my jacket, and we went out. The morning was cool and brisk, and the sun was just starting to peek over the edge, just like it had the day before, or the day of. I'm not sure how to refer to something like this. Arla walked right next to me, and everything felt normal. Normal. Besides the increasing paranoia I felt as we walked past signs and markings on the road that reminded me of Arla's death. When we arrived at the same street where I'd watched Arla run into oncoming traffic, my grip tightened on the leash. I'm glad it did, because I felt Arla stop walking, just as she'd done the last time we were here. I frowncy and slowly turned so that I faced her. Her nose was to the air, and her ears twitched slightly. I noticed they were edging in the direction of the road, not doomed to repeat my nightmare. I grabbed the leash with my other hand. It was then Arla pulled as hard as she could towards the asphalt, just like she'd done before. In my heightened state, I held on for dear life, planting my feet to the ground. It only took about 10 seconds for her to stop moving. Defeated and panting, she came back to my side, eyeing the road, or something across it. I noticed a dark figure standing completely still on the other sidewalk. It seemed to be human. Well, maybe it wasn't. Its arms and legs were a little longer than I would expect. I couldn't make out any details of its features. It was as if the figure was out of focus and bathed in a non-existent shadow. I only saw so much before a bus passed in front of my gaze. When I was able to see across the road again, the figure was gone, replaced by an extra fat squirrel looking right at Arla, taunting. I blinked. Wow, I was really going crazy. That squirrel must have been the reason for her death the day before. It surprised me still, as Arla was usually a lot more behaved than she was in that moment. I was a bit shaky as we finished our walk home. The image of the car slamming into Arla danced through my mind as I did the New York Times crossword, and then even later when I headed off to work. During my lunch break, I decided to call Casey and ask him if he remembered taking me and Arla to the vet hospital or making me tea back at my apartment. "Hey, Casey," I said into the phone.
Hey, Sam.
"Are you all right?" he said. Yeah, I am. I was just wondering if you remembered me calling you yesterday." I could almost hear his brow furrow through the phone. "What do you mean?" he asked. "You don't remember seeing me yesterday?" "I do not. I saw you last weekend, though. Is this about that?" "Oh, sorry. No, it's not. I might be thinking of someone else. Sorry to bother you. Talk to you later." He chuckled a bit at my stuttering. Yeah, okay. We can chat later. Bye. Bye." I pulled my phone down from my ear, probably more confused at that moment than I had been this whole time. The rest of that day was normal. Surprisingly, I was on edge, but everything just went on as usual. The fact that it was normal was actually the very thing I felt was strange. Waking up the next morning to the sun flooding my room and Arla sleeping in her bed next to me ended this wretched schedule. I quickly checked my phone, and I sighed with relief when I saw the number 4 on my screen. Finally, those 2, or 1, hellish days were over. So that was the first day. I didn't relive a day again until 3 weeks later. I had finally calmed down from the strange experience. The memories faded in my mind. That day, I was getting coffee at a Starbucks sometime in the afternoon when a man in a mask walked through the door. He had a large gun pointed towards the cashiers. He didn't shoot anyone, but stole a good chunk of cash from the register and a poor college student's laptop. He had gone before the police could show up. I was shaken, but I left the building unscathed after the police had asked all of us some questions. When I woke up the next morning, I felt like I knew what I had to do. I got out of bed and checked my phone. Sure enough, the day had repeated itself yet again. It's an odd feeling, repeating the day, almost like déjà vu. But I knew I had to do something about what happened, to change the outcome. Anxiety was high as the time creeped closer to afternoon. My plan was to call the police around the time I had been getting coffee. Maybe I could use this fucked up power for good, I thought to myself. So I did. I told them that there was a man with a gun at the Starbucks coffee closest to my apartment. Once I got off the phone, I took a deep breath. The tragedy didn't happen this time. I was sure it didn't. I changed the future, in a way, for the better. But when I woke up the next morning, the actual next morning, I was shocked to see that the situation had escalated. I saw the news unfold on my phone through a helicopter view. The man with the gun had been boxed in by police, and he had created a hostage situation with the rest of the patrons. The college student whose laptop had been stolen during the first day was instead dead. I could barely eat the oatmeal I had confidently prepared for breakfast. Did I kill him? Bringing my phone closer to my face, I could have sworn I saw a deep shadow standing clearly in the daylight. It was staring right through my screen, but I can't be sure of what I saw. I learned that the choices I made when I was lucky enough to get a second day mattered. I needed to think long and hard about what I would do when the next tragedy came to me. I was granted a second try a couple more times in the last year. Every month or so, something bad would happen for seemingly no reason. My bank account was drained, my mom fell down the stairs and broke her arm, etc., etc. Sometimes my solutions would work, and the day would go much better the second try. Other times, not so much. It's those times that I can't help but feel guilty for making a worse decision when I was lucky enough to get a second chance. Actually, that's kind of why I'm here. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make the better choice. I died yesterday. I woke up early, as I usually do. It was Saturday, a day off from work. I busied myself cleaning my small kitchen with YouTube blaring in the background. Casey had bought 3 tickets to a concert tonight, and one of my favorite up-and-coming local artists was an opener. I enjoy going to concerts when I can, so of course I said yes when he offered me a ticket. Once I finished cleaning the kitchen, I opened my phone again to reread the texts out of excitement. Casey, hey Sam, I got tickets to go see Theoretical Pretender on Saturday. Casey, and Overkill is opening for them. Casey, thought you might enjoy. Me, of course I'll come, that sounds like fun. Me, what time? Casey, I can pick you up at 6:30. Me, that sounds great. I can Venmo you for the tickets on Saturday. Me, is there anyone else going? I was pretty sure that this wasn't a date, because Casey and I are just really good friends. But I wanted to check, just in case. Casey, oh yeah, I got 3 tickets, so one of my friends is coming too. Casey, I don't think you've met him. His name's John. Casey, I think you'll like him though, he's a funny dude. Me, haha, okay, sounds good. Casey had mentioned this friend, John, before. He'd told me a few funny stories of times when they were hanging out, doing stupid stuff. But he was right. I'd never actually met him. I was fine with him bringing a friend to this concert. I actually appreciated the opportunity to grow my tiny social circle. I should have suspected that tonight would be a prime opportunity for a tragedy to occur. It had also been a few weeks since the last one. The time finally came where I saw Casey's grey Kia Soul pull up to the front of my apartment. I didn't even wait for a text saying, "I'm here." I just grabbed my small backpack and left, locking the door behind me. Casey was waiting happily for me in the car. He smiled when he saw me. "Hey," he said, "are you ready?" "Yeah, I think I have everything." I rummaged through my little backpack, feeling for all of my necessities. "Yeah, let's head out." We listened to one of the best Overkill albums on the way, singing along and trying to guess which songs Theoretical Pretender would play as the headliners of this concert. Finally, we arrived at the venue. I had seen the stadium when we were about 8 minutes away. It got me excited for the performance I was going to witness. We found a parking spot, got out of the car, and waited for John just outside the row of doors where we would enter the building. It only took 5 minutes of waiting before Casey saw him. He waved and jumped up and down a little bit. I froze, my smile quickly gone. It was the figure I had seen across the road when Arla died, or almost died. The image of her getting hit by the car played in my mind as John used those uncomfortably long limbs to get closer. Before I knew it, the figure was right next to us. Casey gave it a hug. Its body still seemed out of focus and void-like. The spots where its limbs overlapped with Casey's felt like all the light was being sucked away. Casey turned to me, and the figure did the same. "Sam, this is my friend John. John, this is my friend Sam," he said, gesturing to us both. "Both of you really like Overkill, so I kind of figured that you might like to come, and you have something in common to talk about." I stood still, frozen. The figure's featureless face bored into me as if it was staring me down. In a way, It felt like my light was being sucked into its emptiness. I squinted as I tried to focus on the figure's defining edges, but it's almost like it was blurred as much as the background in professional photographs. "Are you okay?" Casey's voice brought me back into the world. He was staring at me nervously and glancing at the outstretched hand that John had extended in my direction. Yeah, I'm okay," I said. I timidly reached out my hand and shook. It was freezing cold, and our touch stung my skin a bit. "It's nice to meet you." The figure didn't respond, but nodded instead. "John doesn't talk much," said Casey. "He's more of a physical comedy kind of guy." Casey grinned at me and led us into the concert. Everything was telling me to run away from this situation, but I couldn't leave Casey alone with this creature. Casey seemed so sure that this figure was a normal man named John. I didn't want to look crazy in front of my best friend by pointing out that it was in fact a manifestation of a deep, endless void, and that the last time I saw him, my dog died. As the music started, I found it hard to enjoy myself. I didn't even have to look around to know where John was, because I could feel his cold presence. He didn't dance or mosh, but just stood, a still presence in the sea of happy people. Nobody seemed to notice him, though. Occasionally, Casey would lean over and tell him something, and he would laugh while the figure remained unmoving. A few times I caught Casey sending a worried glance in my direction. He asked me if I was okay, and I told him I was, just that I was feeling a little sick. He gave a worried sigh and told me to take it easy. I got the impression that he wouldn't take me home if I asked him to. John's presence must have changed him, just like it did for Arla on that very first day. It was about 50 agonizing minutes after the concert had started where things went wrong, as I knew they would. The figure had turned away from the lights and music of the concert and was now staring directly at Casey, who was singing along at the top of his lungs next to me. I froze again. I had been doing a lot of freezing that night. "Are you sure you're okay? You seriously look like you're going to throw up," Casey said as he stopped to look at me. I couldn't take my eyes off of the figure. It began to walk towards us, its empty face pointing right at Casey. I watched as its fingers grew to an unnatural length, and the ends thinned out until they became sharp points. They were almost long enough to drag on the floor. It was going to kill him. Suddenly, I wasn't frozen anymore. I moved forward right as it lifted its knife-like fingers and lunged at Casey, who didn't even have time to flinch. I felt every inch of them enter my chest. I expected the wounds to be hot with blood, but instead they were freezing. Then I felt its fingers rip out of my body. I heard Casey frantically say my name as I fell to the floor. My eyes were open, but everything around me looked hazy and unreal. Nobody seemed to realize that the figure was the one that stabbed me, as they all looked down on me with shock. Through the haze, I saw a flicker of what looked like a concerned, bearded blonde man in place of the empty void. That must have been the John that Casey was seeing. But that image quickly fell back to empty darkness. To be honest, I wouldn't wish death via stabbing on anybody. It didn't feel great to bleed out there on the floor. My chest throbbed deeply as I saw Casey frantically calling 911. Ironically, that's probably what I looked like asking him over the phone to take me and Arla to the vet hospital. I heard Casey's voice sounding far away. "John, check her pulse, quickly!" Then I felt something sharp and cold on my neck and saw the dark, blurred outline of the figure leaning down towards my face. "See you tomorrow," it said in a raspy voice. No, that's not right. It sounded like many voices at once, overlapping and contradicting themselves. They echoed around my skull. And that's when I died. And then I woke up this morning, checked my phone. It's another Saturday. And then I woke up this morning, checked my phone. It's another Saturday. And we've reached the present, which is right now on a Saturday morning at 7:48 a.m. It took me about an hour to get this all down because my hands are shaking so bad. I need to know what to do next. Any advice would be appreciated. I don't want Casey to die. I don't want to die. Please respond as soon as possible if you can. I'll update you on the situation as it happens. Update, 12:25 p.m. Hey everyone. I know I only posted a few hours ago, but the situation has changed and I really need advice. I obsessively looked back at my texts with Casey regarding our concert, and things were, well, they looked a little different. Here's how the conversation went. Casey, hey Sam, I got tickets to go see Theoretical Pretender on Saturday. Casey, and Overkill is opening for them. Casey, thought you might enjoy. Me, of course I'll come, that sounds like fun. Me, what time? Casey, I can pick you up at 6:30. Me, that sounds great. I can Venmo you for the tickets on Saturday. Me, is there anyone else going? Casey, nope. It's just the two of us. Casey, I thought we might like a good hangout. We haven't seen each other in a while. Me, haha, okay, sounds good. There was no mention of John at all. Anywhere. I even scrolled deep into our texts, seeing if I could find any shred of evidence that he had existed in our conversations, but there was nothing. This is freaking me out. It's the first time that a repeat day has been any different, and I'm terrified about what this could mean. I think I'm going to try to stay away from this concert. In that case, I have to contact Casey and get him to stay in my apartment, maybe for the night. I fear he's going to die whether or not this John actually exists. Or maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe the creature is where I am. I'm afraid to look up from my phone screen as I type this. Despite the fact that it's the middle of the day, everything feels slightly darker than usual. I'll probably turn another light on. I don't know. I have a really bad feeling about this. If you're having an inexplicably bad day, I beg you to look around and be careful. Pay attention to your loved ones. There might be a shadow out of place that sucks the life out of everything its blank face can set its sights on. And if any of you have any sort of idea as to what this creature is, or how I can keep myself and my best friend alive, please tell me. Any at all. I'm desperate. And when she came out of the bathroom, her entire class was gone. The third grade class of 77 was never seen again. But they say, sometimes, you can still hear laughter in the woods outside. The door opened, and we all covered our eyes as Reggie grinned in at us. I knew you guys would be telling stories again. You should have waited. Becky sighed. Randall chuffed unhappily, and I tried to smile as I told Reggie to close the door before someone saw him. We were in the old equipment storage by the playfield, and if an adult saw us, they would make us get out. We like to tell scary stories, and the scarier the locale, the better. The old equipment shed had been unanimously decided upon because it was A, home to a lot of creepy crawlies, and B, didn't let in a lot of light. We had to keep finding new places to tell stories because the ones we had got old pretty quickly. You can only tell stories in a place for so long before it stops being scary. But sometimes it was because the teachers chased us out. The third reason was stepping in right now and grinning like a shot fox at us. Reggie, the weird kid of PS24, had earned his title honestly. It wasn't just because he was overweight to the point of being a blob, and it wasn't just because his hair was always full of thick, gross-looking dandruff. It wasn't just because his dad was the school janitor and seemed to love the job, or because he ate sauerkraut and onion sandwiches for lunch. The reason was that Reggie just emanated an aura of unsettledness. I got the feeling about him that I got about certain adults or dogs, the ones your parents tell you to stay away from. Reggie had a feeling of danger, of not rightness about him, and it made me uneasy. It didn't help that he had adopted us as his best friends this year. Becky, Randall, and I had been friends since kindergarten, but we had managed to avoid getting too close to Reggie. That had lasted until 4th grade when we were in Mr. Novak's class together. Reggie had decided that we were his best friends. He didn't have any regular friends, and he adopted us as his. This led to a year of smelling his sandwiches at lunch, having him follow us on our playground games, and listening to his wheezy, resting breaths as he sat in our pod in class. We had hoped we would be rid of him at the end of the year, but when our parents had signed us up for summer school care, a kind of after-school care during the summer, we had groaned as Reggie came in and saw us. He explained that the school had agreed to let him attend for free if his daddy worked through the summer, and we all prayed that he would be in a different fifth grade class than us when the new year rolled around. Well, since you're already telling stories, I've got a good one, Reggie said. It's the tale of the skinned raccoon. Reggie started to lay out this story about a skinned raccoon that he had seen one evening while his dad worked late, and we all tried to pretend that it wasn't the most gruesome thing we had ever heard. The way he described the raccoon made me think he had not only really seen it, but that he had probably skinned it himself. He said it had left little red footprints on the floor as it walked away, and his father had been angry when he found them. We followed them all the way to the woods, he told us, but we never did find the raccoon. We all made the appropriately scared noises, but I think we were all just hoping he would let us move on. When Mrs. Simon pushed the door open a moment later, telling us this was off limits and we needed to leave, it was almost a relief. We left the shed, trying to kind of lose Reggie as we did, but we knew he'd find us again. It was impossible to hide from Reggie. He knew everywhere and everything about the school and all the hidden little nooks and crannies. His dad had keys to any door in the school, and Reggie often borrowed some of them and got into places he shouldn't. His dad always covered for him, for some reason, so he never got in any real trouble. It's weird. It was like his dad was scared of him sometimes, but he was a grown-up, and there was no reason he should have been afraid of him. As we left the shed, running into the sunshine of a triple-digit day, Reggie said something that caught my interest. That's a shame. I was going to tell you guys about how I saw the missing kids a few nights ago. The missing kids. That was a big topic of discussion these days. Last year, 4 kids had gone missing from PS24. A first grader, Mary Edwards, a third grader, George Tate, a kindergartner, Savannah Marcus, and a 5th grader, Robbie Fust. They had come to school and then just never left. The cameras at the school left a lot to be desired. That's what my dad said. And they hadn't seen the kids leave school by any of the other exits either. My dad works for the police department, and he told me I needed to be extra safe until they found whoever was doing this. They suspected a teacher, but the question was, how would they get the kids out? If they were hidden in the school somewhere, then they would have found them by now. They had searched the school a bunch. The disappearance hung around the schools like ghosts, and it sounded like the teachers were afraid that they might lose their jobs if it kept happening. I thought about what he had said until after lunch, and decided I would just have to ask him. We were playing outside, the day a little cooler now that the sun was heading towards down, and Reggie was leaning against the fence and watching people as he often did. Reggie liked to just sit there and look at people, watching them as they went past, but he didn't make up stories about them or anything. He just watched them like the animals in the zoo watched fat children, and it was really weird. So, Reggie, I said, and Becky and Randall looked surprised since we never really talked to him and just accepted when he talked at us. What did you mean that you were going to tell us about the missing kids? Reggie turned his gaze away from a first grader who was chasing a ball with some effort, and his grin was downright predatory. Oh yeah, I saw them the other night when Dad was working late. Like, you saw them, I said. Like you know where they are? Well, yeah, Reggie said. They're under the school. I looked at Becky and Randall, the two of them now as invested as I was. Why haven't you told anyone? Reggie shrugged. No one asked. I could have smacked myself in the forehead. Well, can you take us there? Reggie was already grinning like a creepypasta monster, but I saw a glimmer pass over his eye, and I should have known to take it back. He wanted to show us. He wanted us to come with him, and I suddenly didn't want to go. But it didn't really matter if I did or not. If there was a chance I could help my dad and find those kids, I wanted to. Dad was worried about losing his job too if they didn't find someone, and I didn't want that to happen. Yeah, I'll show you right now. Come on. Reggie looked over at Mrs. Simon and Ms. Gay to make sure they weren't paying attention, and the four of us headed towards the school. Reggie led us into a side door, through the third-grade hallway, and to the middle of the school, to an area called the Square. The Square has been a part of PS24 since it was built back in the 70s. It's an area of grass with a couple of small trees growing there. How the roots don't mess up the school, I don't know. But it's a place that lots of kids usually go to between classes. There's a utility building in the middle of it, and that was where Reggie took us. He pulled a long key out of his shorts pocket and unlocked the door, ushering us into the little building before closing us into total darkness. Then he pulled the chain on a light hanging from the ceiling, and we were left looking around a small square room of tools and other implements. "There's no one in here," Becky said, looking around before looking back at Reggie with a scared look. "Well, yeah," Reggie said, grabbing an edge of what turned out to be a carpet. Otherwise, they would have found them by now. He pulled the carpet back and revealed a hatch in the floor. It was flush against the ground, with no wheel or handle to poke out, and if you didn't know it was there, you would never see it under the rug. Reggie squeezed a pair of handles and pulled the hatch up to reveal a ladder that led down into the earth. Reggie started climbing down like he'd done it 1,000 times before, and when he saw we weren't following him, he asked if we were coming. "They're down here. If you want to see them, then you'll have to come down," he said, making his way down again as if the matter was settled. I looked at Randall, but he just shook his head and went for the door. "No way, man. This is way too weird for me." He put a hand on the knob, but when he turned it, the door was locked. I went to look for the flip lock that would let us out, but both sides of the knob had a keyhole. I had never seen anything like this, and I realized that Reggie had the only key to the door. We were locked in here with him, for better or worse, and we would need him to let us out too. I looked at the hole and figured it beat being stuck in here. At least we might find another way out if we went down. We descended the ladder slowly, the darkness thick around us. I tried turning the light on my watch on to see a little, but it didn't provide much light. We spread out, trying to find a switch, and when the light suddenly came on, I jumped. We were in a big room, like a storage unit, and it stretched the length of the grass area above us. The ceiling was metal, the walls were metal, the floor was concrete, and the place was full of boxes. They were stacked up to the ceiling in some places, and I wondered what this place had been before it was just used to store things. We grouped up, moving around as we checked the room, and I saw something speckled on the floor. It looked like someone had spilled juice or maybe paint. And as we came around a big stack of boxes, I saw another door. This one wasn't locked, and as it came open, we saw that it led down a long hallway that went further underground. "What is this place?" "Anyway," Becky asked, sounding a little scared as we followed the tunnel. "I'm not sure," Randall said, "but my mom told me that when she used to go here, back in the early 80s, people used to talk about there being bomb shelters or something under the school. She never saw them, but she said that was something the kids told scary stories about." "You think that what these are?" I asked, seeing a door coming up on our left. Randall shrugged. "Maybe. I guess it would make sense for it to be in the very middle of the school." We tried the door, but it was locked tight. The next three were also locked, but the fifth door opened pretty easily and held what we were looking for. Well, not exactly what we were looking for, but we found the missing kids. The room had been some kind of workroom that had been turned into just another storage room. The boxes the kids were lying on were drenched in blood. They were dead. Thankfully, if they hadn't been, they would have been screaming. They were naked, their clothes lying in rags, and someone had been very busy. Their arms and legs had been removed, the bones broken cruelly, their stomachs had been opened, their entrails hanging around them like snakes, and a few of them were missing eyes. The little girl, Mary, I thought, had her jaw pulled off and her tongue was missing. Becky started throwing up. Randall sounded like he wanted to scream, and when someone started laughing, I knew we'd stumbled into a trap. It was Reggie, his bulk blocking the door. He had a knife, the long kind you'd find in a kitchen, and he was grinning like a creep again. He was just standing there, not trying to come after us, and it was clear that he realized, like we did, that we weren't going anywhere. Looks like you found the lost kids. Guess it's time to add 3 more to my little collection. Come on, Reggie, I said, trying to talk our way around him. This isn't funny. You got us pretty good with these Halloween decorations. But enough is enough. You win. Just let us out so we can... When he slashed me across the chest, slicing a long red line that split my t-shirt and the skin beneath, I hissed in pain and stumbled back. There's no getting out now. You're staying here forever. I meant to get you all before school ended, but there was just never a good opportunity. Now, we can be friends forever, all 8 of us. I was scared, but Randall had clearly gone well past scared. He screamed like a cat that's been stepped on and ran at Reggie, shoving him as the bigger boy stabbed him in the shoulder. Even though he'd got him, Reggie was still put off balance. He fell into some boxes and we scattered. Randall had gone back the way he came, Becky running behind him, but I knew there was no way out that way. I went left, running into the unknown, and when someone roared like a wounded beast behind me, I charged heedlessly. I don't know how long I ran. I don't know how far I ran, but when I slammed into a ladder hard enough to make my eyes blur, I shook myself as I tried to climb it. I couldn't let him catch me. If he caught me, I'd be dead. I climbed and climbed and climbed, and when I got to the top, I pushed at the hatch and almost screamed when it wouldn't move. I pushed and pushed, getting a little bit of give, but it always came back down again. I couldn't make it budge, not even a little bit, and as I shoved at it, I started hearing something down the tunnel behind me. It wasn't loud, not like someone running, but it was feet coming up the concrete. I screamed and shoved at the hatch, feeling it give but not open. I squinted as something fell onto my face, dirt or something, and I had to brace my back against the wall so I could use both hands. I got brief flashes of light as I shoved, just the slight glimmer from the edges, and when I heard the laughter from the bottom of the ladder, I kept shoving, praying to God to help me. Found you, Reggie sing-songed, putting his foot on the bottom rung of the ladder. You might as well just come down. That hatch doesn't open. I don't know where it comes out at, but it's not going to help you. He started climbing and I felt like crying as I shoved at the hatch. My arms were hurting almost as badly as my chest, and I was afraid that he would get me before I got the hatch open. He would cut my legs and I would fall down the ladder. Then he could do whatever he wanted, probably drag me back to his little room and finish me off. I shoved and shoved, yelling for help as he got closer and closer. He was climbing slow on purpose, really stretching it out, and his words were muffled by the knife he had clamped in his teeth. Scream all you like, no one is coming to help, but we both squinted when the hatch came slowly open, and I saw the faces of about 7 or 8 kids I recognized from the program. They helped me out, yelling for a teacher as Reggie retreated down the ladder. They had seen him, though they knew he was down there, and as the teachers came running, I was lying on the grass and breathing heavily. I was in a corner of the field, the back corner by the utility shed, and the kids had been playing kickball when they heard a loud shrieking sound from that direction. It was the hinges on the door, long ago grown over with grass and covered with dirt. They came over and saw it opening and closing, and when they heard me yelling, they came to help pull it open. The group of them had managed to fling it open, and as Mrs. Simon came running to see what they were talking about, I breathed a sigh of relief. I told them what had happened, told them how Becky and Randall were still down there, and Mrs. Simon sent someone to call the police, but wouldn't go down there herself. If what you're saying is true, then it would be dangerous for us to go down there until the police get here. They came pretty quick, my dad with them, and I told them the story again and begged them to save my friends before he hurt them. They went down the ladder, guns drawn and flashlights out, and my dad and another officer told me to take them to the shed we'd gone in through. I took him there, but the door was standing open and I knew Reggie had fled. Dad went down the ladder and, to my relief, came up with Becky and Randall. They were scared but unharmed. They told us how Reggie had come running for the front door and climbed up while they hid behind some boxes. They said he hadn't even noticed them as he ran, and he seemed pretty scared. The police took the bodies out in bags, and the whole place was covered in tape. They got Reggie's dad too, and he told them how he had known there was something off about his son, but hadn't known he was that off. Sometimes I was afraid to sleep with him in the same house. He told them, "I know it's not right to be afraid of your kid, but I was really afraid that he would kill me one night." The police decided he hadn't had anything to do with it, though I hear the school fired him for knowingly letting Reggie take his keys to get into restricted areas. As for Reggie, no one knows what happened to him. Wherever he ran to, he was never seen again. Now the ghost stories around school are all about Reggie and how he's just waiting for his next chance to kill more kids. If they'd been down in those tunnels that day, if they had stood face to face with the psycho while he contemplated killing us, they might not be so quick to tell stories about him. Marcus Teller wasn't a billionaire when I dated him. This was back in the early 2010s, when his startup was just entering the first stages of success. He had money and a bit of fame, but he hadn't been on the cover of Fortune yet. I wasn't exactly starstruck. At the time, we ran in the same social circle of recent Ivy grads trying to make it in New York. I was no model, but I was pretty in a bookish way that attracted plenty of attention from young men like him. So I wasn't surprised when he cornered me at a mutual friend's party and talked at me until I'd texted him my number. Marcus was tall, pudgy even back then in his early 20s, full of confidence and bluster that seemed to mask a deep insecurity. Within 5 minutes of talking with me, he'd mentioned that his sister had clerked for a Supreme Court justice and that his father had 10 senators' cell numbers in his phone. He left a few messages over the next week, proposing coffee, drinks, even inviting me to an office party as his +1. I politely declined each invitation, citing a busy work schedule at the publishing house where I interned, which wasn't entirely false. For a few weeks, his messages stopped. I found myself regretting the way I'd dismissed him. He was good-looking enough, clearly bright. You could already tell he'd be someone important, even if he was aggressive. When my phone beeped early one Saturday morning, I was a bit surprised. Marcus, been over in Davos for a bit. Mind-blowing conversations. Anyway, back now, and I used some connections to get a reservation at Mickey's tonight at 7. I'm sure you've heard of it. My treat. Of course I'd heard of Mickey's. It wasn't a restaurant. Exactly. The people who ran it called it an ephemeral culinary event space. It showed up for a night at a time in various spots around the city. Reservations could only be had for people in the know, and it cost 5 figures just to get in the door. The menu was prix fixe, wine included with each course. I held the text up for my roommate, Raina, to read. Holy fuck, Cassie. Do it. I shouldn't have been surprised at her reaction. She'd once dated a guy mostly because he was an engineer at Ticketmaster and could get us free concert tickets. If I go, he's going to have certain expectations, I said, waffling in my own mind. I wasn't repulsed or attracted by Marcus. Not yet, at least. I didn't know quite how to feel about him. Guys will get expectations because they bought you Taco Bell. This is Mickey's. I say, do it. And then Uber home if he acts like a dick. Or maybe you'll actually end up liking him. Could be a cool story to tell the grandkids. Right. I tried to remember all of the rumors I'd heard about Mickey's. One girl claimed a friend of a friend had seen them kill and butcher a live cow in the middle of the event space before serving steak tartare. Another said she'd been served a bottle of wine recovered from a sunken Spanish galleon. I texted back. Me, 7th works. What should I wear? Marcus, anything. My Mickey's experience started around sunset. At first, I was sure Marcus had texted me the wrong address. It was a ferry dock I'd never heard of before, way over by Hunts Point. It was dark and getting misty. Somewhere, a foghorn blew. I almost told my Uber driver to take me home. Then I spotted a crowd of people gathered by a dock down the street. It was an eclectic mix, plenty of guys in suits, fresh off a day grinding in out in the financial district. Some girls dressed in insane over-the-top stuff. like it was the Met Gala. Then there were others in more hipstery-type clothes, expensive tight jeans, cut-up Armani Exchange t-shirts. I figured I'd found the right place. As I approached the crowd, Marcus ran up to me. It couldn't have been more than half a block of jogging, but he was still slightly breathless from the effort. "Wow," he said. "Wow." I looked down. Since he'd offered no instructions, I'd gone with a little black dress I'd plucked off the rack at Nordstrom's for a few formal events my senior year of college, and accessorized with a bit of silver jewelry and matching flats. "Thanks," I said, still waffling between flattered and icked out. Marcus was dressed in a white button-down shirt with a blue blazer and khakis, as if it were still summer. It wasn't totally out of place, but it betrayed a certain obliviousness. Maybe that was part of his charm. He offered me his arm and I took it. We walked back toward the crowd, a subtle blend of expensive colognes and perfumes wafting around us as we joined them. Then, almost out of nowhere, a ferry appeared through the mist. It might have been any normal boat, except that it had almost no lights on, like its operators were intentionally trying to stay hidden. In little time at all, the ferry had docked. A few men in tuxedos helped rope the ferry to the dock, and then laid down a metal ramp. They didn't say a word, but the whole thing put me a little ill at ease. It took them a few tries to get the ropes right, in a way that made me think they hadn't done this many times before. Finally, we boarded, Marcus carefully holding on to me as we ascended the ramp to make sure I didn't take a spill into the East River. We stayed connected as we ascended a flight of rusty stairs, up to the main deck. Then Marcus reached forward, opening a rust-rimmed door that led to an enclosed sitting area. Suddenly, it was like we had stepped onto fucking Mars. Black cloth wrapped every wall and window. All around, tropical plants, uplit at bizarre angles, made the place feel like a jungle. Outside, the fall air had been crisp, almost cold. Here, it was muggy. Suddenly, all at once, boxes shaped like treasure chests opened, and a throng of butterflies emerged, fluttering all around us. For a moment, I sat enchanted, realizing that each chest had held a different color: orange monarchs, yellow swallowtails, radiant blue odontocys. A red lacewing alighted on my shoulder, and I couldn't help but smile. It delicately folded and unfolded its wings, tickling my bare skin. And then, suddenly, Marcus plucked it off my shoulder and popped it into his mouth. It took everything I had in me not to scream. "Marcus," I said, "what are you—" As I said the word, I looked around the room and realized he wasn't the only one eating. As I watched in disgust, I saw a girl in a white dress caked in Swarovski crystals pluck a green butterfly from her hair and pop it into her mouth, smiling and chewing, then opening her mouth so her date could see she'd swallowed the whole thing. Everyone was eating, everyone but me. "Is there a color I can get for you?" asked Marcus. "Maybe that lavender one?" "Nah, that's a purple emperor," I said softly. I'd spent several weeks in the loft of our house one summer, leafing through a book about butterflies while my parents argued downstairs. I tried to remember if it was safe to eat. Yes, I thought. Purple emperors were technically non-toxic. Marcus grabbed the butterfly, carelessly crushing its wings as he handed it to me. "I like the blue ones best," he said. "You have this one." I looked around and realized that one of the men in the tuxedos was watching us. His eyes were cold. A few other guests were watching too, waiting to see what I'd do. "Come on," said Marcus. "You're not picky." "Right. This is starting to get kind of embarrassing." Carefully, I took the butterfly from his hand. Its little body was shaking slightly, its tiny legs scrabbling in the air. It was in pain, I told myself. It was a mercy. I popped it into my mouth, crushing it against the roof of my mouth with my tongue. I didn't stop until I felt it stop moving. Then, finally, I relaxed my tongue. It tasted like nothing I'd ever had before. A kind of organic, soil-like umami somewhere between dirt and seaweed. "Good." "Right," said Marcus, beaming. "Way better with champagne, though kind of dries out your mouth." "Right." I nodded weakly, realizing I was trying not to cry. A waiter came by with a tray of long-stemmed flutes, and the other guests accepted them in turn, no longer paying attention to me. Marcus took 2 glasses and handed me one. "What is it?" he asked the waiter. The man didn't reply, but gestured to a small white card on the tray, reading 1943 Paul Roger, London, England, sparkling white from the private collection of Winston Churchill. Marcus took a sip and gestured that I should do the same. "Not bad," he said after a second. "I thought it would be more bubbly. Maybe it loses some of the carbonation when it gets old like this." A piece of the butterfly was stuck in my teeth. I could feel it lodged there. Frantically, I tried to work it out with my tongue. Then, finally, I took a swig of the ancient wine. It was flat and a bit too warm, with a vague undercurrent of vinegar. I swished it around in my mouth, working the piece of butterfly free before finally swallowing. "Good," I said, nodding at Marcus, "but I'd better pace myself." I tried to hand him the glass, but he took a step back, like I'd tried to burn him. "Careful," he said. "Every element of this dinner has been meticulously planned. They really won't like it if you waste food or drinks. That wine in your hand costs over $5,000 a bottle, and it's yours, no one else's." I looked around and realized a few waiters were watching me now. I took another sip. If anything, it tasted ever more strongly of warm vinegar now. As I lowered my glass, the men's eyes never left me. Suddenly, I wanted nothing more than to run out of the too-hot room. I looked toward the door and saw 2 men as big as rhinos, also in tuxedos, standing in front of it. "I need to get off," I whispered to Marcus. "And what? Swim back to Hunts Point?" "Nah." Something dropped in my stomach. When had we left the dock? I walked over to the doorway, looking past the men, and saw that what Marcus said was true. We were a long way from shore now, far enough that the city lights twinkled in the distance. One of the men cleared his throat and adjusted a bit of black fabric behind him, eliminating the city view. "You should go find your seats," he said meaningfully. "The soup course is about to start." "Nah." I was about to say something when Marcus took my arm, pulling me toward one of the able a bit too forcefully. "Hey," I said, "you're hurting me." "I'm helping you," he said. "Helping me what?" "Nah." "Maybe not embarrass yourself. Maybe not disappear into the Atlantic Ocean at night." "Nah." I looked back at the large men by the door. They were watching me intently. I imagined how easily they might pick me up and toss me into the cold black water. I couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds. I barely ate back then. I hadn't gone swimming since high school. I was bony and tended to sink in my parents' slightly green backyard pool. Dark thoughts bit at me like sharp-toothed fish, the same kind that would eat my corpse if I did the wrong thing at this dinner. "Soup?" asked Marcus, attempting a reassuring smile. It was something he would never master. Years later, as his company was going down in flames, multiple investigations ongoing into a massive fraud, I would see him try that same false smile on CNN. No one would believe it then either. We Saturday at a banquet table draped in a tablecloth of fresh leather. I had never seen such a thing before. The other guests were running their hands along it, whispering about the quality, wondering aloud if it was cowskin or some other synthetic material. My bowl was a shell, gleaming with a pearlescent sheen. Inside, it was half full with steaming, brown liquid containing a pyramidal stack of cubed meat. A spoon of carved wood Saturday beside it. Suddenly, a voice boomed through loudspeakers, invoking the French words "cuisse humaine" in a low monotone. "What's that mean?" I asked. I'd taken Spanish all through school, a more useful language. Marcus shrugged. "I'm trying to learn some Mandarin on Duolingo. French is practically a dead language anyway." It seemed like an asinine thing to say, but he spoke the words with such authority that I couldn't help but nod. Around me, several women tittered before reaching forward with their spoons to take their first bites. Marcus did the same, closing his eyes in pleasure as his lips closed around the meat. His mouth was suddenly horrifying to me. I was sure he'd try to kiss me later. Kiss me or worse. I hoped he'd take my no gracefully, but feared he wouldn't. "It's amazing," he said. "It's like beef turned into sex." He nodded at a cluster of nearby waiters, and I realized they were watching me intently, watching and whispering. "Eat," Marcus whispered, his tone no longer friendly. I reached forward with my spoon and took a cube of meat. It glistened like a topaz in front of me. I couldn't deny how good it smelled, like the scent of ham filling the house on Christmas morning at my grandfather's house. And yet my lips wouldn't open. The meat trembled on my spoon. The deadly men watched. Marcus watched. I felt naked, burned by too many eyes. Down the table, a girl had already finished her meat and had picked up her shell, trying to drink the broth. It slipped out the sides and splashed onto her chest, ruining a dress that cost more than my father's salary. She and her friends laughed hard. "Eat," commanded Marcus again, and I relented. I opened my mouth and let the meat inside. There, it Saturday on my tongue, slowly melting like butter. It was the best thing I'd ever tasted, or would ever taste again. Marcus smiled. "Told you," he said. Then, raising a hand, he shouted for red wine. Many hours and many courses followed. There were noodles shaped like stars supporting a glistening sphere of meat that melted at the touch, revealing a buttery center. 2 different steaks followed, the meat tender as belly fat. At one point, we were served a tree of bread, all hung with cured meats, hanging from its branches like ornaments. Wines accompanied each course. They were vintages owned by famous men and varieties that had gone extinct decades ago. One may have been from Constantinople in the time of the Byzantine Empire, though that seems impossible in retrospect. By the time the final dish came out, I was full to bursting, my head swimming with drink. By then, Marcus's hand was lying in my lap, his hand kneading my thigh in a way I'd decided was pleasing. All of the fear and anxiety that had welled up at me in the early stages of the night was gone, replaced with a kind of bliss I would never experience again. I felt like I had come out of a dark cave after years of eating nothing but stale bread, only to find a vibrant forest of glistening fruits. My senses were on fire. I wanted to lick everything, the plates, the tablecloth, maybe even Marcus. The voice, it may have been God's voice as far as I was concerned, boomed from the speakers, "Ortez sur un lit de laitue." Carefully, the waiters laid down plates covered in silver domes, something I'd only seen in cartoons. Then, all at once, they lifted the domes with a flourish. All around me, peals of laughter filled the room. As for me, it took everything I had not to scream. There, sitting in front of me, sat a human toe on top of a bed of lettuce. The toe was entirely intact, though dark with sauce and sprinkled with pepper and herbs. Still, it was whole enough that one could easily imagine it wiggling to life if reattached to a foot. All at once, the fear flooded back to me. My stomach turned. I wondered what punishments might befall me if I threw up. I imagined myself roped to a glistening steel table, screaming as a chef slowly took me apart with a paring knife. All around me, the diners exchanged glances. Then, one began to slowly clap and others joined in. The girl who'd doused herself with soup reached forward and plucked the toe from her bowl, popping it whole into her mouth. She chewed and smiled as the rest of us watched her. Then, finally, after a few seconds, she spit out the nail. She continued chewing, working every last morsel off the bone. Finally, she spit that too into her hand and laid it back on the lettuce. It looked harmless enough now, a little white lump that might have belonged to a pig or a cow, but it hadn't. It had been attached to a person, maybe a few hours ago, maybe a few days, but recently. The rest of us looked down at our plates. Some people were giggling nervously, others cut at the toes with knives, trying to saw off small pieces of flesh. A few more popped the toes whole into their mouths. I felt bile welling up at the base of my throat. I looked over at Marcus. There was no toe on his plate. Where had it gone? Then I looked up and realized that his mouth was full. He was chewing something methodically, like gum. He smiled at me. "It's good," he said, a bit of drool escaping from the side of his mouth. "Like, really, really good." Nah. I looked down at the toe on my plate. If I didn't eat it, I didn't know what would happen to me. Maybe nothing, maybe drowning in black water. I took my fork and gently prodded the toe, turning it in the light. I noticed a fleck or red nail polish clinging to the side. For a moment, I felt certain I'd vomit, but I was able to overcome the reflex. "Is everything okay?" asked a waiter, towering over me. "I assure you, the meat is cooked perfectly." "Nah, it's just..." I pointed to the fleck of nail polish. "Should that be there?" "Nah." The waiter looked at the red polish, horrified. In an instant, he'd whisked my plate away, muttering apologies. I looked up and down the table. Half of the toes were gone now, the meat consumed, the bones littering the plates like soggy marshmallows. For a brief moment, I allowed myself to consider the possibility that I wouldn't have to eat one. Perhaps I would be spared, ushered along to dessert, my failure to cannibalize forgotten. And then the waiter returned, a fresh plate in hand. He laid it on the table in front of me. There stood the largest toe I'd seen in all my life. I imagined the man it must have come from, some kind of 7-foot giant, his basketball career now cut short. "Compliments of the chef," said the waiter, his smile a threat. It seemed impossible that I could consume such a thing. I doubted I could fit the whole thing in my mouth. Everyone else had finished their food by then and were watching me with eager anticipation. "People are watching," whispered Marcus, pointing out the obvious. "I want to go home," I said, quietly. I'm not sure anyone heard. I imagined myself an hour in the future, puking my guts out in my apartment's small, clean bathroom. I wanted so much to skip every moment of my life until then. "I never should have invited you here," said Marcus quietly. "Everyone said you were a prude. I thought I could change you, but here we are. You're a monster," I said quietly. "I'm an alpha," he said, "but sheep can't tell the difference." "Nah." "My dish had nail polish on it," I said quietly. "It's ruined my evening." I looked meaningfully at the waiter. "Ruined?" "Nah." The waiter recoiled slightly. It was the first time that evening I'd seen any of the staff on its heels. "I'm full," I said a little louder, and then, without another word, I picked up the toe and dropped it onto Marcus's plate. The waiter sneered, but he didn't shoot me, didn't stab me with a steak knife. "Congratulations, you've embarrassed me," said Marcus. "Great story for your grandkids." "Nah." "At least I'm not eating fucking human flesh," I said. And then he started laughing, laughing and laughing. Others began to laugh too, whispering what I'd said to the other beside them. I remembered a birthday party I'd attended when I was younger, when I'd accidentally wet myself while playing on a bouncy castle. Everyone had noticed. They'd even created a horrible nickname that followed me to school. Eventually, I'd had to switch districts. "What's so fucking funny?" I asked Marcus. He dabbed at his eyes with his handkerchief, wiping away tears. "What do you think we've been eating all night?" he asked. Megan and I had been roommates since freshman year, both standing at 5'4" with long blonde hair and sharing nearly everything aside from Megan's general optimism. Most people mistook us for sisters right out of the gate. It was only a matter of time before we were doing everything together, even syncing our classes to the same schedule and declaring the same major. We weren't forcing the friendship. Everything just seemed to fall in line naturally for us. By our junior year, we had moved out of student housing and into a studio apartment near campus. We got jobs down the street, Megan at the coffee shop and me at the college bar. Different work shifts meant different class schedules, and we weren't able to see each other as often. We made Tuesdays our designated date night and would go out to some local dive bar or brewery to catch up on the week. About 4 weeks ago, I arrived at our normal dive and placed 2 pints, still sweating, onto the tacky outdoor table. After 10 minutes, I shot her a quick, "Where are you?" text and waited. Another 3 minutes later, my phone pinged. "See you soon. I've got someone I want you to meet." Nah. No sooner had I read the text when Megan showed up on the arm of an Adonis of a man. She didn't even look at me. Her face tilted up toward him like a lovesick puppy. He made eye contact with me and smiled, taking off a hat with letters I understood to mean he was in the Pi Kappa Alpha fraternity. "I'm Andy," he said, scooping me up into a quick embrace. "You must, Steph. I've heard a lot about you." I rolled my eyes internally, holding my tongue before letting him know I hadn't heard anything about him. "Nice meet you," I sighed. We met at the coffee shop. He stayed until after my shift was up, told me my hair was as eye-catching as my smile, as if anyone would notice my smile when he's around. We haven't been apart since.
Nah.
My eyebrow arched. "Oh, and how long ago was that?"
Nah.
Andy shrugged good-naturedly. "Sunday."
Nah.
The rest of the night was spent talking about Andy ad nauseum. While he tried to redirect the conversation to neutral ground, Megan decided nothing was worth saying if it wasn't glowing comments about Andy. In less than an hour, I decided I'd had enough. I've got to go. Between work and finals, I have next to no time to do anything else.
Nah.
Megan nodded absently, still staring at Andy while waving goodbye to me. He stood up and gave me another quick hug before I headed out. The next 2 weeks were a blur. I'd taken on extra shifts to help pay for next year's tuition and spent the rest of the time studying like a madwoman. Megan and I rarely saw one another during that time. We sometimes crossed paths at night, but she had little to say unless it was about her new guy. It was Sunday night, and I had my first final the following morning. I hadn't seen Megan in 3 days. I worked an earlier shift at the bar and got home around 10 p.m. to an empty studio. I shrugged out of my grimy bar clothes and into a pair of sweats before chugging a glass of water and hopping into bed. At some point in the night, I heard our door open. I glanced at my watch. 3:33 in the morning. I groaned. "Megan, what are you doing? Is everything all right?"
Nah.
She had her back to me. I wasn't sure what she was doing, but her long hair spilled out past her shoulders in the moonlight, and it sounded like she was packing something. "Go back to sleep," she said. "Everything is all right. Just go back to sleep." I suddenly couldn't keep my eyes open. My head was back on the pillow by 3:34. I woke up the next morning to birdsong. I stretched and tried remembering the events of that morning. I glanced over at Megan's bed, but she wasn't there. In fact, nothing was there. All of her stuff was gone, cleared out overnight. Alarmed, I jumped up and tried calling her phone, which immediately went to voicemail. I called friends, but no one had heard from her. I called Andy, but he said he hadn't seen her since yesterday. I tried her parents, who became alarmed once I explained she was gone, and so were her things. We tried the police, but were told we had to wait the typical 24 hours to report an adult who appeared to leave by choice. Even when we were able to file the report, it was clear we weren't being taken seriously. At this point, it seemed like my best friend had packed up and started a new life somewhere else, somewhere that didn't involve me. I spent the next couple of weeks moping around, completely skipping my finals and cancelling my shifts at work. Half of the time I was angry with Megan. We had been through so much for her to leave like that. Half of the time I was sad, lamenting the loss of someone who understood me so thoroughly. And sometimes I felt this inexplicable fear. This fear that even though I saw her pack her things and leave, she was somehow taken from me, taken from her family, against her will. I had taken to drinking by noon most days. I was a 21-year-old college student. I'd spent most of my time working and studying. I decided to live my best life and let loose for once. Plus, I didn't want to deal with the loss of my best friend, something sobriety forced me to face. On one of those days, I left the local dive and bumped into Andy. He gave me a sympathetic smile. "Hanging in there." "Steph."
Nah.
"No," I slurred. "No, I'm really not. What about you?"
Nah.
He shrugged. "I really like Megan. She obviously didn't feel the same. No point in letting the fact that she left me ruin my life."
Nah.
I gave him one of those smiles that everyone knows actually means, "Hey, fuck you, buddy," and started to walk away. He grabbed me by the shoulder before I could pass, his thumb brushing against my hair. "We're having a party at the frat tonight. You should come, friend to friend. You look like you could use a night out." I shrugged off his arm. "Sure, I'll think about it." I walked off muttering that there was no way in hell I would be caught at some idiot's big dumb frat party. 8 hours later, I found myself stumbling into some idiot's big dumb frat party. I had done some soul searching and realized I was drunk. I was single. I was maybe ready to mingle, just a little, before running back home for some mint chip and Netflix. The party was exactly what you would expect. Lots of dudes screaming bro at each other, chugging beer, and snorting what suspiciously looked like cocaine off the school's more scantily dressed sorority sisters. I wandered through the house, waving at Andy, who gave me the 1-minute hand to let me know he wanted to talk. I suddenly decided it was all too much and started backing out the way I had come. But then something curious happened. A phone rang. A landline phone rang. Those old-fashioned landline phones with the rotary dial that you only see in your grandma's attic or old movies. In a drunken stupor, I decided to be the one to answer. An intentionally soft, effeminate voice spoke on the end of the line. It sounded like whoever was speaking was doing a caricature of what they thought a soft-spoken man would sound like. "This is John Carver. Is Andy there?" I put the phone down. Somehow, I knew the caller's name wasn't John Carver, just like I knew the voice he spoke with wasn't his. Before I had a chance to process this, I felt a presence creep up behind me. I turned around to find Andy just inches away from me. "What are you doing with that?"
Matt.
"Oh, yeah, someone is on the phone for you. John Carter."
What caliber?
Something like that.
Matt.
His entire demeanor changed. His eyes flashed with fear, and the rise and fall of his chest told me his breath had quickened. He put his hands on my shoulders, thumbs digging in so deeply I knew there would be bruises in the morning. "I need you to tell me exactly what was said."
Matt.
I was suddenly very uncomfortable, not just with his touch, but with the seriousness of his question. I knew in that moment that whoever was on the phone was someone I didn't want anything to do with. I can't remember. I stuttered, fear preventing me from saying what I knew, but one look from him told me I needed to calm down and remember. "John Carver." He said it was John Carver, and he wanted to know if you were there. He was really quiet. I had to strain to hear him, and he didn't say a word to me. He immediately pulled out his phone and shut off the music screaming from the surround sound in the room. "Time to guys. Time to get the fuck out."
Cops are on their way! Matt.
Some people got up to leave. Others kind of milled about while figuring out what to do. It was then that the lights flickered and went out, bathing us in an eerie, half-moon light. The air abruptly changed, becoming thick with the sickly sweet smell of death. The silence became deafening, the world quiet, save for the screaming cry of tinnitus piercing through the otherwise noiseless veil. All at once, the other Pi Kappa Alpha brothers were galvanized into action. Several tried to usher their friends or girlfriends out. Others just stopped moving entirely. They pulled their shirts over their eyes and went to the ground in the fetal position. The people who were just visiting stifled nervous giggles. Others, the ones who lived there, were frozen in terror. I fell into the latter group. Despite being a visitor, I knew this wasn't a prank. It wasn't hazing. It was something real and dark and violent. The sound came back all at once, but it wasn't the sounds of the party or the street life beyond the home. It was the sound of something we had never heard but all knew. It was the sound of the monster underneath the bed, the sound of the dark when the flashlight runs out of batteries, the sound of the phone ringing to let you know a loved one was gone, taken in a violent manner. It was the sound of evil. I shut my eyes and remained frozen in place, having earlier decided to lie on the ground like the others. I felt the breeze of a door opening and knew something wicked was coming. Then the first one was in. It was like a shadow of a human, but larger and more oppressive. It walked in as if in a frenzy to get something done. The way my mother would walk in after work. She would rush in, drop her keys and purse in the bowl by the front door, and head into the kitchen to get dinner going before Dad got home. This thing moved the same way, invoked the same feelings. It felt benign as long as I stayed still and stayed quiet. I saw it moving in my periphery, heading to the table that held that night's delights. With a sweep of its dark hand, all the bouncy, drugs, and what little bit of food that was left was swept off the table. The door was thrown open a second time. It took every ounce of self-restraint I had to not react. An even larger figure than the first walked in. This one took its time, slow, tongue out, and eagerly tasting the horror that pervaded the room. A second, smaller and crueler creature followed closely behind. I could feel it spread out, trying to reach all of us at once. Somehow the collective room knew to stay quiet, knew not to move. We knew we needed to squeeze our eyes shut and pretend whatever was happening was just a bad dream. I was confident we all held the same belief when a small scream carried across the room. Whether she screamed out of fear or out of drunkenness, I'll never know. Faster than my brain could register, the two figures converged on a woman I had seen earlier in the night. She was one of those donning a bikini top and a coke necklace, confidently smiling at every man that crossed her path. She didn't deserve what happened. Her screams, quiet at first, quickly became desperate and painful. She begged for help. But this night wasn't one for bravery. None of us were going to save her. I watched as her body was stretched across the table, body bent in a shape no body should be able to make. Her hands and feet arched past what was humanly possible and tied in knots below the tabletop. Bones and tendons cracking like gunshots in the air as they were manipulated in a way I couldn't conceive of. Her blonde hair splayed out like a cruel crown around her head. She wore a mask of pain on her face. When I thought her agony was nearing the end, when I thought no human body could endure that suffering without going into shock and dying, something worse happened. They feasted. They sat a day together like a family and consumed her alive. They made little smacking noises of pleasure, crunching and slurping while she continued screaming, playing together in unison like the world's most savage symphony. I heard something plop to the ground and roll close to my face. An eye was inches away from me, full of fear and still blinking rapidly. The smallest creature, giggling, slithered across the floor and lay its face next to mine. Slowly, I watched as an oil-slick tongue crawled across the floor to scoop up her still-moving eye, swallowing it whole. But it didn't leave after. The tongue made its way up to my face, pausing just short of touching me. It was gleeful. I knew in that moment that if I so much as breathed, my fate would be even worse than the poor woman on the table. I sensed disappointment before the thing got up and went back to join the others. And then it was over. They finished off their meal, a grotesque Norman Rockwell in the making, and left as quickly as they came. It felt like an eternity before anyone moved again. Andy started moving amongst everyone, hushed whispers to his brothers. I glanced over at the table, but nothing was left of what happened that night. Just the party favors sprinkling the floor. The others started getting up, not wanting to acknowledge the truth of the night. Some cried, silent hiccups rocking their bodies. Others walked out stonily, still numb and in shock from the nightmare we had all shared. We knew we would never acknowledge this night again. No one would believe it. But worse than that, we knew that if we acknowledged it, then we would make them real, make them an unavoidable part of our lives. So we all had to go home and pretend to sleep, while the horror of that evening impacted all of our future decisions and hid in our nightmares. I joined in the others in the slow shuffle out the door, devoid of all feelings that weren't acute terror. I avoided making eye contact with anyone, eager to curl into my bed and cry until the sun came up. But as I was walking out, I heard something that gave me pause, something that made me realize Megan hadn't left me after all. In a whispered but frenzied voice, I overheard Andy say, "I don't understand. I just fed them 2 weeks ago." Not too long ago, I saw a viral video compilation of thieves in low-income areas, people filling up baskets with items and walking out the door, breaking windows, threatening cashiers, that kind of stuff. But one of the 3-second clips in the compilation was something different. In the clip, we can see a group of people walking over a broken glass door, slowly marching. It looks like a riot, but there's more to it. I was there, and I want to tell the whole story. This happened a few years ago. Before heading off to college, I wanted to save up some extra money. I used to live in a pretty shitty neighborhood, and there were only 2 options for a side gig. One was at the local bar, and the other was at a convenience store. I applied at the convenience store, had a quick interview with the manager, and started the following Monday. Now, I gotta stress just how run down this place was. This was the kind of place where the same homeless man sits outside every day, all day, where there were no baskets to carry stuff in. They'd been stolen too many times. There were a dozen signs taped to the door with a dozen little rules, all to prevent the various grifts and thefts that had been attempted over the years. No bags, no backpacks, no plastic bags, no canvas bags, no cots, and, of course, no weapons. Still, despite its faults, it was the only place local folks could afford to shop at. And while there were some people who took advantage of it, a vast majority loved the place, right down to the homeless guy chilling by the door. I was planning to be there for the summer. We had a morning and evening shift, and we changed who did what every 2 weeks. The video clip in question took place during my 4th week, my 2nd week at the evening shift. It was a Saturday evening. Benny, the homeless guy, was off to recycle some cans. The AC was acting up, leaving a thin layer of humidity on everything in the store, including me. I was working the counter. It was almost closing time, but I waited for Benny to get back before closing. The guy was harmless and survived on little to nothing. He usually spent what he'd earned during the day before closing time. I wasn't working alone. There was also Lani, a mother of 3 who wanted to get some extra money on the side while her husband was posted overseas. A woman in her mid-40s with this long black hair that could almost reach her knees. Every time I think of her, I'm reminded of oatmeal cookies. We were ready to close when a customer walked in. I was expecting Benny, so when I turned to see a complete stranger, I was a bit surprised. Now, we get new people all the time, but this one was unusual for a number of reasons. 1, he was clearly not a local. The guy was wearing a brand-name blazer and custom-tailored pants. 2, he was in a hurry. He was clutching this brown canvas bag, panting like a tired dog. I didn't get the time to ask him to hand it over, as per the sign. You got salt? He asked. Mineral salt.
Nah.
Yeah, go check. He was sprinting down the aisle before I had a chance to finish my sentence. Lani peeked out from the dairy aisle with a raised eyebrow. I shrugged. Moments later, there was some commotion. I went to check on the guy and saw that he'd pulled down 6 cans of salt on the floor, opened them, and drowned his bag in it. He was whining and pleading, repeating, "Come on, come on, come on," over and over. He was in distress, like his life depended on this. I didn't know what to do. I was going to call the police, but I wanted to de-escalate first. Still, I didn't want to talk to him. There was no telling what a guy in his state of mind might do. Instead, I stepped back, got my phone out, and talked to him as calmly as possible. "Sir, you can't do that in here," I said. "You need to pay and take this outside."
Nah.
There's no time," he said. I can't. I'm sorry."
Nah.
What happened next came out of nowhere. One moment, I was looking at this crazy guy covering the ground in salt. Next moment, pandemonium. Lani screamed at me from the front counter. The lights began to flicker, then die, leaving the store in sudden darkness. Running up to the front counter, my jaw dropped. Lani had barely managed to close and lock the front door. There were at least 24 people outside, none of whom I recognized. These people were something else entirely. At first glance, there was nothing strange about them, but looking a little closer, you could see a few things were off. For example, there was a woman in a nightgown. She didn't even have shoes on. A little further back, there was a guy who looked like a political campaigner for a candidate I'd never heard of. And to the side was this really tall man who looked like a fancy sommelier, except the front of his shirt had been cut to shreds, like he'd been run over by a lawnmower. These people were gathering around the storefront, poking and prodding for a way in. One of them smacked their hand flat on the glass. Lani was already calling the police. The store had security cameras once, but they had long since been wrecked. We just had these camera-looking things that were basically just a red light. It was mostly a deterrent rather than something functional, so there was no way for me to check how many people were really out there. Still, There were more than a few. I didn't even know that one of the front cameras actually worked, providing the clip in question later on. The strange man with the canvas bag was on his knees, crying, like full-on wailing like a scared kid. It was eerie to see someone just break down like that. It's at that point you start to realize how serious something really is. We had managed to lock ourselves in. Lani was on the phone, trying to get the police to hurry. It wasn't easy to get them to come by this neighborhood. Apparently, it was viewed as a bit of a lost cause. They advised her to get out of there and let our insurance company deal with it. The fact that these people showed up out of nowhere didn't seem to bother them, and the fact that our lives were in danger was described as exaggerating. I have this one vivid memory of the beginning of that night. There was this neon sign for a bar across the road, and that was the only light that came through. All these strange people, backlit by this eerie red and blue. It was eerie. There was no way to tell what was going to happen next. Were they there for us? For the store? For the strange man? While Lani kept calling for help, I turned my attention to the stranger. He'd slumped down against one of the shelves and gone catatonic. He just sat there, staring at the bag. I pushed against his shoulder a bit, and he didn't seem to notice. I decided to check the bag. This, too, garnered no response. The bag contained a sort of metal thermos, a silvery grey container that had burst open. There was a navy blue liquid covering the inside of the bag, now drenched in salt. It had this faint smell of ammonia and had begun to harden into a gel. I did my best not to touch it. "It's too late," the man whispered. "It's too late. It doesn't matter anymore." "What?" I yelled. "What doesn't matter?" "Who are you?" He waved his head back and forth, as if bobbing for an answer, but no words came to mind. He shook his head and sunk his face back into his hands. I tried to push him to answer, but he was just broken. There was no point in talking to him, and judging by the sounds coming from our storage, I didn't have time to stand around. I could hear Lani yelling at an emergency responder. I could hear a repeated metal clanking out back, like someone was beating the back door with a steel pipe. Then, a grinding metal noise. It took me a moment to realize that they were moving the trash container out back, probably to get up on the roof. I rushed back to Lani, who was hanging up the phone and trying again, desperate to get someone on the line who was ready to actually listen. "I think they're on the roof," I stuttered. "I think they're climbing." "Shit," she sniffled. "Shit, shit, shit." She took me by the arm and led me to the back storage. There, she pointed to a frail metal ladder leading to a yellow hatch in the ceiling, about 12 feet up. "Make sure it's locked. Block it with something." "With what?" "I don't know." She stormed back out a second later. I grabbed a metal pipe from a vacuum cleaner and painstakingly made my way up the ladder. I managed to lock the hatch and jam the pipe between two handles. It wasn't very stable, but it would hold for a bit. It was probably some kind of rooftop maintenance hatch, most likely for ventilation purposes. The thing hadn't been opened in years. The rust on the metal rungs testified to that. As I was about to climb back down, I stopped. I looked back up. While the hatch was shut, I could tell there was something up there. There was this low huffing noise coming from it. Someone was pressing their face against the other side of the hatch, breathing against it. Out of some morbid curiosity, I crept a little closer. "What do you want?" I spat. "What the hell do you want?" "Home," something mumbled. "Go home." It was such an eerie noise, like someone belching the words rather than speaking them, like an involuntary, painful reaction, more seizure than speech. "Home. Go home." Then, a crash. I hurried down the ladder, rushing towards the front door. This was the scene shown in the clip, a few seconds that we got from the only security camera that intermittently worked. They had broken through the door and were slowly stepping inside. They didn't seem to be in a hurry. If anything, they seemed exhausted. For a second, Lani and I just held our breaths. There was no way to tell what was going to happen. Finally, A man with a crowbar stepped forward. He looked at us and belched up something dark that covered his chest. Then, as if nothing happened, he walked right past us. The others followed. They were heading for the aisle with the strange man and the canvas bag. Lani had given up on calling for help and had resorted to filming instead. It was helpless, but the only thing we could do. We couldn't fight these people. We were outnumbered 10-1. I considered pushing past them and just running into the night, but I didn't want to go near them. There was no telling what would happen if you provoked them. These weren't ordinary people. I can't tell you what was wrong, but I can tell you something was. What happened next? You can't see in the clip. 24 people descended on that aisle, picking up that canvas bag and tearing it apart. They were rubbing the contents of the broken thermos thing over themselves, climbing over one another to get every little drop of it. It looked like a goddamn snake pit of arms, heads and legs, people just devolving into careless meat, completely devoid of conscious thought, animals. Meanwhile, the strange man was just sitting there, catatonic. As the bag was torn to pieces, a handful of the intruders sort of flopped over. They lay flat on their back, letting their legs and feet curl into something resembling dead branches. Others were making these excruciating, hungry, whining noises, desperately weeping at the empty bag. Then they turned their attention to the stranger. One of them clawed at his leg. He shook them off. Then another did the same. "No," he said. "No, no." It was this weak little grunt, like the man was fighting himself to realize what was about to happen. Lani and I shared a terrified look. "The fire extinguisher," Lani whispered. "Get the fire extinguisher."
Nah.
It was across the store. As soon as I turned my back on them, I heard the strange man's groaning no grow more desperate. It went from a mumble to an angry yell, to a desperate plea. Then it was just screaming, blood-curdling screaming, gaining and losing in strength. I got the fire extinguisher and ran back towards the aisle, meeting Lani halfway. She had this haunted look on her face and shook her head. She couldn't close her mouth, like her face was stuck in a panicked, silent scream. She covered her mouth with her hands, shaking like dry leaves. "Oh my God," she huffed. "Oh my fucking God."
Nah.
I didn't see much. There was blood, but like thick blood, chunks of it, tufts of hair, pieces of a torn shirt, bone. A couple intruders were rolling around the bloodied floor like it was catnip. Others were slowly getting up, disillusioned and desperate. One older man, covered mouth to toe in dripping blood, pointed a shaking finger at me and Lani. "Them," he coughed. Maybe them."
Nah.
Then they came for us. I didn't realize what was about to happen until they smiled. They clung to this primal hope that we, somehow, had something they needed. Lani snapped me out of it, dragging me into the back storage. She fumbled the keys and locked the double doors while I used a broom handle to bar them. There were still banging metal noises coming from both the ceiling hatch and the back door. Then, a voice. "Them," it wheezed. "Them, them, them."
Nah.
And from the back door, another voice parroted it, like a rising storm. The words swept over the invaders, until we heard it everywhere. "Them, them, them." We made our way to the lunchroom before I heard the broom handle crack. They were through the storage doors. Lani was desperately dialing her phone while I locked us in the lunchroom, a tiny room with a shared bathroom, a window, and a couple of lockers. I could hear wet skin slap against the window, but I couldn't see what it was. The curtains were drawn. "Fucking yes," Lani cried into her phone. "Yes, yes. It's me again. They're getting in." "There." The window broke. Before I even saw someone, I pulled the safety pin from the extinguisher and blasted whatever was trying to get in. Lani fled into the bathroom, locking it behind her. The next few seconds felt like an eternity. Someone was crawling through the broken glass of the window. I could see the rough stains of blood against the powdered white. The lunchroom door buckled. I could hear flesh hit concrete as the hatch in the storage broke outside. Someone fell through. It sounded like a hard boot coming down on a wet cabbage. They were breaking through, slowly but surely, all to the sound of a rhythmic them. I swung a locker open, but realized there was no way I could hide in there. I couldn't go for the window. I couldn't push past the doors. This was it. It was it. To this day, I lay awake thinking about what I felt in that moment. That ice-cold primal panic, forgetting to breathe, feeling your tongue drying up as your airways open up, preparing for a death scream. Then, Lani pulled me into the bathroom. It was tiny. It was meant for, at best, one average-sized person. I fell backwards, landing with my back against the toilet. Lani climbed over me to lock the door just as someone reached the handle. The door opened inwards, so I put up my legs and locked my knees. Lani fumbled around in the sink, where she'd put her phone. Someone was still on the line, but I suspect all they could hear was our desperate screams and that ever-present mantra of them. The hinges were shaking. The metal handle rattled. I could count every nail on the door and see the minuscule movements as they slowly rolled out. In that moment, all I could hear was my own heartbeat and how it slowly synced up to the monotonous chant of them. Looking back at it, my mind is just black. There's nothing there. It's like trying to remember a vague nightmare, something that happened to an unreal version of yourself. And in those moments when you realize that you were there, the real you, then it spirals. And for a couple of skipped heartbeats, I'm back there, fighting for my life. I'm back with that chant, that banging on the door. At one point, the door buckled. Fingers poked through the gap, grabbing Lani's long black hair. They tore out a handful of it, like a full fist. Even in all that panic, I saw her scalp turning red, but we pushed back, and the door stayed shut just a little longer. It was still dark, but with every push against the door, and with every inch the door gave, little glimpses of moonlight came through like a sickening strobe light. But a little longer was all we needed. The final thing I heard them say was no. Home. Please. Home. Then this combination of home, them, please, and no. The banging slowly stopped. My hearing went from that awful mantra to my own heartbeat. And then nothing. A light breeze, perhaps. A careful knock. Lani and I held our breaths. Excuse me, you're doing all right in there?
Nah.
Benny, the homeless guy. The coast was clear. Stepping out, there was no one but Benny left. The ground was covered in this black ash, stinking of ammonia and sulfur, but the attackers were gone. The place was a complete mess. Every window and door broken. You could see traces in the ash where people had dragged their feet before they, seemingly, disappeared. Going back out into the store, there was no sign of the strange man. There was still blood spatter covering the side of the aisle, but now the ground was covered in that awful black ash. I stepped over the broken front door, past the trampled flowers and broken glass. I have this vivid memory of blue petals from a sunflower getting stuck to the side of my black work shoes as I went out into the night. Minutes later, the police showed up, and the rest is history. The whole event was categorized as a sort of riot. No suspect was arrested, and the strange man was never identified. From what I've heard, they never investigated anything as a murder or assault. For all intents and purposes, that night was just a strange break-in. So yeah, somehow, that clip made its way into a random compilation online. I'm not sure how. Lani sent me the link. It's been a few years, but we still keep in touch. Not a lot, though. Seeing one another kind of reminds us about that night, and I think both of us just wants to forget. I guess what I want to say is that some things are different from what they seem. So think twice before you share something. Take a step back, think, and really look. I doubt anyone reading this will be old enough to remember when two boys from Winstead went missing in the Welsh mountains. Their story of being found 2 weeks after a motorbike accident where Willie lost his leg briefly became national news and made my grandfather, Arthur Trevelyan, and his best friend, one-legged William Chambers, local celebrities. After the media attention faded away, they lived a normal life in the village. They were both regulars in their local pub. If one came to the bar, the barmaid would pour 2 pints because they knew the other was soon to follow. It became tradition at the strike of midnight every New Year for Willie to take off his prosthetic leg. Arthur would fill the socket with beer, and both drank to their health. Both started businesses, married, had kids, divorced, then lived alone. Arthur recently passed away, just a month after William's death. Both suffered heart attacks. I suppose that was just another thing they did together. They say you shouldn't speak ill of the dead, and I don't intend to, but I believe the truth needs to be told. So I want to tell you the true story of what happened when Willie lost his leg. Back in 1972, William and Arthur were taken on a summer trip with Winstead Youth Club from the flat fenlands of eastern England to the Brecon Beacons in Wales. The landscape couldn't be much more different from their homeland, with steep green valleys, roaring waterfalls, and rugged grey mountains. They were put up in a hostel amongst the mountains, and the boys loved it. They were both 18 and yearning for freedom and adventure. In Willie's own words, the two were a pair of little shits who got up to all sorts of trouble. Then one day they excelled themselves. After a morning of hiking and raft making, they returned to their lodgings for the afternoon. Both William and Arthur were interested in cars, but William was particularly interested in motorbikes. He had one back home, a heavily dented and rust-covered mongrel of a 50cc dirt bike he cobbled together from discarded parts. He used to love taking it out across the fields and making his escape when they got inevitably chased off by the farmers. Arthur would often ride pillion. Willie was delighted when he saw a brand new 175cc Honda Scrambler in a beautiful royal blue parked up outside the hostel office. Arthur recalled that he became obsessed with the thing. Willie described it as all the way from Japan, as if it was a starship from another planet. When night came, William decided to act upon his obsession. He conspired with Arthur to sneak out while everyone else slept and pinch the Honda's keys out of a jacket left hanging in the office. Arthur got the key and they wheeled the bike away from the activity center in silence. Once hidden behind the curve of the valley, they dared to start the engine. Willie Saturday as pilot and Arthur jumped on the back. Then they sped off in a puff of exhaust smoke. They flew down random roads, the yellow headlight dimly guiding their way amongst the sudden twists and turns, turning upwards into the dark mountains and eventually leaving the tarmac road and heading onto gravel tracks. On one sweeping right-hand bend, the front wheel lost grip and slid out, sending the motorcycle slapping to the ground with a metallic crunch. The bike went ahead, grinding along the gravel, its headlight and tail light swirling in a brief chaotic dance, until it disappeared over the edge of the road. Willie and Arthur slid along behind it, but summer clothes and skin don't last long when moving fast across gravel. They both left blood on the road, like red crayons on sandpaper, while momentum dragged them after the motorbike and down the mountainside into darkness. This is where the accounts differ, not between Arthur and Willie, but between what Arthur said then and what he recently confessed. After Willie's funeral, Arthur started to suffer from manic episodes in the night. I thought it was just bad dreams triggered by his grief, maybe early Alzheimer's or dementia. I'm no expert on the medical side, and we never had time to get him assessed, given the state of NHS waiting lists, but Arthur insisted this wasn't just in his mind. Arthur told me that at night he saw his old friend as an 18-year-old, hopping through his bedroom door in his tattered and bloody clothing, scared, confused, and crying out, "Where is my leg?" Willie held onto the doorframe for stability, leaving red smears on the white paint. Night after night he would visit. Day after day, Arthur would obsessively wipe the doorframe clean. The story Arthur told at the time was that after the crash, he eventually awoke battered and bruised. But Willie remained unconscious and much more badly injured. In the process of the crash and the tumble down the cliffside, Willie's leg had been broken, twisted. ripped off below the knee, then lost to the mountain. Arthur made a tourniquet from his belt, and despite the cold Welsh summer, he sacrificed his own clothes to staunch the bleeding from Willie's stump. Arthur tended to his friend as best he could, regardless of his own injuries. He collected water from a nearby stream and fed it to Willie from his cupped hands whenever conscious. After a week, both started to get desperately hungry. Willie was worryingly weak, and Arthur managed to catch and strangle a couple of rabbits by hand, which had to be cut with a sharpened stone and eaten raw. Willie could only stomach small slithers of the bloody meat before passing out again. During daylight, Arthur searched the valley but couldn't find any way back to the road. After what felt like countless days, he found the motorcycle's blue petrol tank on the mountainside, with a few drops of fuel left in it. He shook it out over some kindling and eventually managed to spark a flame by hitting pieces of metalwork together for a spark. On the fire, Arthur cooked some rabbit strips skewered on the end of a stick and ate as much as he could. Willie was awoken by the cooking meat and managed to eat a few bites while conscious. Later that day, the smoke from the fire was spotted and rescuers found them. Willie was found just in time to save his life and his survival. After 2 weeks injured in the wild soar, Arthur declared a hero in the papers. Willie spent months in hospital before settling back into their normal lives at home in Winstead. They confessed to the theft of the bike, but escaped prosecution as it wasn't in the public interest. Arthur became a carpenter. Willie became a mechanic. Nothing ever put him off motorbikes. They remained lifelong friends. When Willie died of a heart attack last month, it hit the whole town hard. He was a tearaway kid, but he was a kind, funny, carefree man. He always felt he owed a debt of gratitude to my grandfather, and by extension, toward me and the rest of my family. He gave me a job in his garage when I finished school. I helped out as much as I could, and he paid me far more than I deserved. He even kept paying me a salary while I was off at university so I could focus on studying. Grandad Arthur started to take his turn for the worse straight after the funeral. I came back from uni for the funeral and stayed in his spare room to keep him company. He was retired but still in good health and was endlessly working on renovation projects around the house, which I tried to help with. Every day we would work on his projects, watch whatever football or bad TV show was on, then go to bed. At night he would wake up, sometimes so terrified he would be shouting frantically. The first night I heard him shout, I thought we were being burgled, and I ran into his room brandishing a hammer I grabbed from Arthur's toolbox. But there was nothing there. Grandad began to look sad and weak, like I had never seen him like that before. He was always strong and quick to laugh, even about the accident. When my mum cooked him dinner, he would say, better than raw rabbit, as a backhanded compliment. He became so quiet. These terrors happened every night for weeks. I didn't always hear him wake, but I always saw him cleaning up the next morning. He eventually told me Willie was haunting him in the night. More than once I asked him, why? They were such close friends until the end. He didn't answer. I once read a book that suggested ghosts exist as unanswered questions. So Arthur needed to try to answer the question and put the ghost to rest. I didn't believe in ghosts, but maybe this would exorcise the spectre within his own mind. Then on his last morning I went in and checked on Arthur. He was exhausted from scrubbing his door frame clean after another sleepless night. The paint was wearing off, exposing the bare wood beneath. He had developed dark bags under his eyes. He stopped cleaning, Saturday on the end of his bed and started sobbing. Sorry, Arthur said softly through his tears. I'm sorry, Willie. I'd never seen him like this, just completely broken. I Saturday with him until he calmed down. Then Arthur said he had something he needed to confess. I felt like he wasn't just confessing to me. Everything I said before about the crash was true, he told me, except for the rabbits. I was confused at first. I couldn't think why he would lie about that, but he continued. You have to remember, it was weeks. We had nothing to eat. We were cold and injured. We were both dying. But Willie was going to die first if I didn't do something. I searched. I tried hunting. The rabbits ran as soon as they saw me, and I was too weak to chase them. The stream was shallow and it had no fish. There were no berries. There was nothing. Then I found it in the stream, kept cold and fresh. He stopped and took a deep breath, like he was just about to go underwater. "What did you find?" I asked. He looked up at me, then down at the floor in shame. His leg. He looked up at me, then down at the floor in shame. His leg. That night there was no shouting. The next morning there was no cleaning. I went to Arthur's room to check on him and found him still in his bed. Heart attack, according to the coroner. Maybe he was simply haunted to death by a friend he ate part of, and fed part of themselves too, but I choose to believe that Willie came one last time. An older, understanding Willie. Arthur answered his question and decided to go with him. If Arthur had let them both starve in that valley, they may never have escaped. They may not have had the chance to see their children or grandchildren grow up. Judge him if you will. It was a grim choice, but it was a choice that needed to be made, and Arthur was the only one who could make it. Arthur and Willie would probably joke about it over a pint if they could. They loved each other. Not that men of their generation could easily admit it. They would have done anything for each other. Arthur did what he had to do. The morning I found him dead, there was blood on the door frame. It wasn't Arthur's. It was all true except for the rabbits. I can barely remember what life was like before we found the game that June night. We were 6 high school kids bored out of our minds, trying our best to fill the void. Most of us had part-time summer jobs, but we were hesitant to spend money on anything. We all hoped to save for college. After what felt like hours going back and forth on deciding what to do for the day, we took a walk around our suburban neighborhood. It was the end of a yard sale day, and most people were packing up and heading inside. A few people still remained outside, eager to sell. We didn't really have the intention to buy anything, but I still combed through the last pieces of used crap people set out. I always think I'm going to find some kind of amazing treasure, but always end up questioning my purchases hours later. I found myself digging through a shoebox full of old board games. I thought I might be able to find a new game for all of us to play. I also figured since it was the end of the day, I might get it for super cheap. At first, I only saw games that looked in too bad of shape to even buy. That, or it was a game I knew my friends wouldn't want to play. I've always been a board game fan, but not so much my friends. I had to beg them for months to play D&D with me, and they were only willing to play it for my birthday. I'm always trying to find new games that might interest them. I was ready to give up, but then I saw a game at the bottom that I'd never heard of. Tasks with Friends, with the tagline, "The game you and your friends will never want to put down." The box looked colourful and pretty worn out, but not so bad that we couldn't play with it. It just looked well loved. I tried to open it up, but the sides were taped down. I mean, it makes sense. You don't want all the pieces to come flying out after all. I didn't see a price tag or sign for the price, so I found the owner and asked her, "Excuse me, how much are you charging for the game?" I said eagerly to the woman while admiring the bright-coloured box that lacked any company branding or trademarking. "Oh, that old thing? I don't know. Do you have $1 on you?" the woman said as she put the yard sale leftovers into one big box. As she told me the price, I perked up and started to dig through my purse. She either got annoyed with me taking too long or just wanted to be nice and told me to just take it. She immediately started to back up her box again. "So, is the game any fun?" I said to her awkwardly. I actually never played it. My friend Jen gave it to me a few years back because her kids got obsessed over it or something, so she just wanted to get rid of it. She thought my family would enjoy it, but we just never got around to playing it, she said with her back facing me. I kindly thanked her and called for my friends to come over to see what I got. As I called for them, I could see their curiosity over what I found. That excitement was quickly lost when they saw I had a board game in my hands. They rolled their eyes, knowing that I would try and get them to play it with me. "Kate, you know we don't do the board game thing," Aaron said to me, annoyed. "Come on, guys. You've all been going on and on all day about how bored you are. At least try. This game looks really fun. I actually haven't played this one before, so we can all learn together," I said as I saw their faces start to grow curious again. James came up to me and gestured at the box in my hand. I gave it over to him, hoping that he would be convinced to play after looking at it. I knew if he was down to play, everyone else would be too. As he held the box, I could see the expression on his face change from doubt to excitement. "Damn, this game looks like fun. Let's go play," he said with a giddy tone I'd never heard him use. He started to jog in the direction of his house with me close behind, and the rest of our friends slowly walking behind me, looking confused as to why James was so excited to play a board game when he was normally the person most against them. We all made it back to James' house. We walked in and were greeted by his mom, confused as to what made her emotionless son so excited. As we stood in the entryway, not sure what to say, we heard him calling us from the basement. We ran down the steps to see the game fully set up on the floor and ready to play. He was sitting on a pillow reading the instructions with intense concentration. "James, are we actually playing this game?" Bree whined. "Yes, we are. I promise, if you just sit down and start to play, you will have fun. I had a chance to learn the rules while you guys got here," James insisted as he shuffled a pile of cards one last time. After a few minutes of back and forth, everyone was sitting down and ready to play. James explained the rules of the game directly from the intrusion manual. Each player starts with their token at the start of the board. Players will take turns drawing a card from the top of the deck. Each card will have a task. If that task is completed, you may move the number of spaces that are specified on the card. Once you see the card, it will say secret or public at the top. If it's a secret card, do not read it out loud. This task must be completed without anyone noticing or questioning the action on the card. For example, hold someone's hand, sing a song, insult someone, etc. Just complete the task without anyone calling you out. If a player does something you believe to be a secret task, say out loud, "Deceiver," if the player was caught. They will show their card and fail their task. Do not move any pieces. If the person who calls out "Deceiver" wrongly accuses the player, then they must move back one space. The accused player will keep that card and continue to try and complete the task. Once you have successfully completed a secret task, you may announce "Task complete" and move your token forward as many spaces as specified on your task card. If you pull a public card, you must read it out loud. These cards will include things like saying the alphabet backwards, don't say Amara until your next turn, singing a karaoke song, playing dead for 1 minute, etc. Some cards have time limits and specific instructions. Every card will clearly state the task. The player who gets their token to the end of the board wins. The game will start with the player who lied last drawing a card. Take turns drawing one card at a time with the person to your right going next. Have fun. James folded the paper instructions up and Saturday them by his side, asking if anyone had questions. No one said anything. It seemed like they all understood the game fine. Or maybe they just didn't care yet. "All right, let's get the game started," James proclaimed, but was met with blank stares. "Come on, guys. I just read the rules. You should know how the game starts. We have to start with who lied last." Everyone remained silent. No one wanted to say their last lie. "This is so dumb. I guess I'll go. I told my mom that Henry wasn't hanging out with us when I left the house." "There, I'll go first," Bree blurted out as she leaned forward to grab a card. As she looked at it, she rolled her eyes. "This is so dumb. Why are we playing this game? Come on, Bree. It can't be that bad. Can you read it out loud?" Henry said, sensing that the card was embarrassing. "Ah!" Public card. Pretend to be a cow for 3 minutes. She threw the card down and looked at Henry, who was to her right. Expecting her turn to just be over and not wanting to even try, the rest of the group started to laugh and encourage her, chanting her name and begging her to do it. After about a minute, she gave in and got down on her hands and knees. When she first started, she was annoyed, staring daggers at Henry. As her time ran down, I could see in her face her feelings towards the game change. When the timer went off, she didn't stop for a few seconds. She kept going because she was laughing so hard. "That was so fun. Someone moved my token up one space." "Henry, it's your turn now," Bree said with a giggle and a newfound excitement. Henry looked at her in disbelief. He was so used to her cold exterior, but liked that this game made it melt away. Henry picked up his card. He motioned, zipping his lips shut, and shook his head. Me, Bree, and James all squealed in excitement, with the rest of the group looking lost, not understanding what they missed that got us so excited. Since Henry had a secret card, it was AJ's turn. She was chuckling along, but clearly just doing it because she didn't want to look dumb for asking us what was so funny. She pulled her card and read it out loud. It's a public card, she said with a dry tone, trying to gauge the room and observe everyone else as they celebrated her public card. It says I have to do jumping jacks until my next turn. As she stood up, everyone in the room cheered her on, except for Aaron. As she got to her feet, she paused and looked over at Aaron. I can imagine he felt like the only sane person in the room and wasn't sure what was going on. After a second of hesitation, she started her jumping jacks. Aaron looked around at us, eyeing him down desperately, waiting for him to read his card. By the time he finally picked up his card, AJ had started to laugh while doing her jumping jacks. Sorry, it's a secret card, Aaron said nervously as everyone wiggled with happiness. Well, looks like it's my turn, I said as I leaned forward, but was cut off by Henry quickly standing to his feet and lunging towards AJ. Tackling her to the ground, interrupting her jumping jacks and making a loud thump as they hit the ground. Henry, what the hell are you doing? What's wrong with you? Aaron yelled in a serious tone that turned into him trying not to laugh by the end of the sentence. I'm calling a deceiver on that tackle, Henry, Bree stated with a laugh. Okay, you got me, Henry said while still laying on AJ from his tackle. They both smiled over the event, even though it clearly hurt when they hit the floor. But you have to admit, that one was tricky. I tried to start my turn again, but was interrupted by Aaron. Ha! Task completed. I yelled at Henry and didn't get caught. I get to move 2 spaces, he said as he smugly moved his token 2 spaces on the game board. We kept playing the game for hours. We finished the first game and everyone wanted to play again, and again, and again. I looked around at them in disbelief. It felt impossible that all my friends were enjoying a board game. It was a dream come true. After years of begging, finally. Normally at hangouts like this by 10 p.m, Bree and Henry would wander off to make out in some closet. AJ goes home to sleep, and Aaron, James, and I are left to awkwardly try and find something to do with just the 3 of us. It got to be 2 a.m, and we were either exhausted or our parents calling us telling us to come home, or we would be in serious trouble. We all went back to our houses, but all had a hard time going to sleep. We stayed up until 5 a.m. for some of us, just talking about the game over text, strategies, when we could play again. Funny things that happened that night. We couldn't get enough. The games we played started out pretty simple. No tasks got too wild, and while we really loved to play, it wasn't like it was taking over our whole lives. Not yet, at least. Because we played the game at James' house the first time, we ended up just keeping it there. Even though the game was technically mine, we always hung out at his place, so it just made sense. It was around 10 a.m. the next day when our group chat started to blow up, with everyone asking when we could get together that day. Now, because it was summertime and we were all teenagers, we either had work in the mornings or most of us slept until noon, but not me. I was always up early waiting for my friends to get up so I had something to do, or trying to make some money as a dog walker. That being said, I was shocked when I saw that everyone was up and everyone claimed to not have work. James didn't have a job at that point, so of course he was free, but everyone else was too. That did not happen often. We all met up at James' place at around 11 a.m. that same day. Everyone eager to play. We must have played 10 games that day. The games consisted of us doing accents, being banned from saying certain words, backflips, and so on. Nothing too weird. We realized after a few games that we never got a repeating card. Not one time. This was strange, because there were probably 200 cards in the deck. But even with us playing a dance in games, every card was new. I knew I had a couple of dogs to walk that evening, but texted the owners to cancel. No way was I going to leave while all my friends were enjoying a board game this much. I knew AJ said something about her having a shift at 4 p.m, but when the time got close, she went to the other side of the room and called out of work. She didn't even mention it to us or talk about it. She just stood up, walked to the corner, talked to her manager, and came back. No one thought anything of it. After a few minutes, she loudly proclaimed task completed, moving her token up 3 spaces. We looked around, confused at what task she had, and the card said, "Call out sick to work." We were surprised by this card, to say the least. It was the first time a card had to do with something outside of the players. Everyone else in the group cancelled any plans they had for the rest of the day, although AJ was the only person who completed a task for it. It was around 11 p.m., which made it a full 12 hours of the game. Bree pointed out that we forgot to eat any food all day. After thinking about it, I realized that I hardly drank any water and went to the bathroom like 1 time all day. Things started to get out of hand that night. AJ pulled a card that said to go into a closet with the player to her left and kiss them for 5 minutes. Of course, that player was Henry. Bree was not happy, but she knew how serious everyone was about the game. She told him she wasn't okay with it, but he insisted that it was just a game and it wouldn't mean anything. It was worth 4 points for both people who would go into the closet. AJ and Henry stood up and went to find a suitable space, all while Bree freaked out and said she would end things with Henry if he went through with it. It was never completely clear what Henry and Bree were. They don't like to use boyfriend and girlfriend, but everyone knew they were a thing. Aaron tried to call it off, saying this wouldn't be worth it and to just stop, but it was like they didn't even hesitate. Bree sat on the carpet and started to cry as the timer on her phone counted down an agonizing 5 minutes. I thought I would either hear kissing or nothing at all, but instead, I heard talking. It started as soft whispers, then crying and yelling. They stayed in for about 2 minutes, then came tumbling out. "That's it, Henry. I can't believe you would do that for a game. We are over," Bree said with a red, wet face. Henry came and silently sat down with AJ. AJ was now beet red as well. Despite 3 of my friends just going through something I couldn't wrap my head around, they all looked at James calmly and nodded for him to pull his card. No one had moved any tokens forward, so it was clear they failed their task of kissing in the closet. James hesitantly leaned in for a card and read it to himself as we were bombarded by Bree, AJ, and Henry all saying, "Task completed," and then shot confused faces at each other. They all threw down their cards and moved their tokens forward. Bree's card said, "Break up with Henry." Henry's card said, "Make AJ cry," and AJ's card said, "Tell Henry you love him." All those cards were worth way more than the stupid kissing card. So the kissing task was ignored, and they all individually completed their hour tasks without ever communicating it with each other. They all saw opportunities to complete a task worth more points, and they took it. After this moment, it was like nothing even happened. The girls stopped crying and started laughing and saying how impressive the completion of the tasks were. "Wait, guys, something is wrong here. Do you not see it?" Aaron said with concern, trying to take a break from the game. "Oh, stop. You are just jealous you didn't get to move 6 spaces, Bree said with arrogance. "No, I'm not talking about that. Does no one find it weird that the cards are using our names now? Not only that, but the cards are somehow interacting with other cards to almost try and make bad things happen," James blurted. As he said that, it was like we all flouncy in our spots, all looking at each other, realizing how hungry and tired we were, looking around at the room, seeing how big of a mess we made. Bree grabbing Henry's hand with a look of sadness and coming to grips with how they hurt each other for a game. I looked down at my arm and was reminded of the crud things I had drawn on my arm with Sharpies in order to move 1 space in an earlier game. I saw Aaron's jeans that were now cut into shorts with some kid's scissors. I looked at James's legs and saw his 1 shaved leg lying crossed over the untouched hairy one. I looked at AJ and saw she had a huge purple bruise on her arm. At that moment, I remembered feeling like an addict trying to get off drugs. I knew this game was hurting us. I wanted to stop, but felt like I couldn't. I could see the same feeling in all my friends' eyes too. The urge to say one more game, just one more time, just to feel the high of this dumb game again. I think we need to take a break from this game. Guys, it's getting kind of weird and out of hand, I murmured with the strength that I somehow mustered up. It was like telling an alcoholic you were taking away their beer. They all looked horrified at the idea of not playing the game for even a moment. Just then, James's mom came downstairs and was horrified at what she was looking at. 6 disheveled teenagers, all sitting in a circle, looking like they had all just been through a war. Not only that, but her whole basement was a mess. "James, what the hell happened to your leg? Are you all playing that dumb game again? I can't believe this. Everyone out of my house. James, you are grounded," his mom shouted with rage in her voice. We all ran out of his house, not saying a word to each other, just trying to get home and get some food. As I sat in my kitchen with my long-sleeved sweatshirt covering my now inked-up arm, I tried to eat a sandwich I made myself. I was starving. I could feel and hear my stomach growling, but my need to play the game was so much stronger. So strong I didn't even want to eat. I sat at my dining room table staring at that sandwich for what felt like an eternity, telling myself that I needed to eat and I'd feel better if I did. But somehow the thought of the game was taking up all my energy. I was holding back the urge to text my friends. It took every ounce of self-control I had left. I felt my phone buzz in my pocket, and I involuntarily grabbed my phone so fast it was in my hand before I could even think about it. It was James in our group chat. "Hey guys, so do you think that was a long enough break? I think I can find where my mom put the game and bring it to that old tree house back behind Mr. Baker's house." I couldn't hold back anymore. I had to play again. Before I knew it, I was sneaking out of my house trying to remember where the old tree house was. As I ran through the neighborhood, my phone lit up with texts from my friends saying they were on their way. After running around for a while, I found the treehouse. I couldn't believe I had such a hard time finding it, considering how much time a few of us used to spend in it during middle school. I could hear all their voices sounding annoyed as I was the last one to get there. I climbed up the old wooden ladder to find all my friends sitting in a perfect circle, barely able to see the board or each other. It was around this time something strange happened within the game. It wasn't about winning the game necessarily. It was about playing as many games as possible and completing as many tasks as we could. If anyone won a game or finished a task, everyone felt a high, not just the winner. Because of this, players stopped calling each other out for trying to complete secret tasks. So people stopped being so secretive to complete secret tasks. They still kept them a secret because it was a rule of the game. Just no one called them out. This made us all more ruthless. I sat down on the hardwood in between Bree and James. Our next game began. AJ drew a card first, and it was a secret card. She didn't seem giddy. She looked flush and scared. In fact, it felt like the mood had shifted with everyone. We weren't laughing our butts off anymore. We were terrified to stop playing. It was something in our guts that made us have to play, like a virus growing in us, desperately trying to get out. Next, Aaron drew a card and read it out loud. "Hold your breath for 5 minutes," he whispered with confusion. "How am I supposed to do that?" he said, trying to not get worried. It's not that the card was all that bad. It's that he knew he would stop at nothing to make it happen. He told us to keep playing the game while he did it and got a timer up on his phone. He took a few deep breaths, then held his nose shut and became extremely focused, not making eye contact with anyone. Next, it was James' turn. He had a secret card and didn't show much emotion towards it. Next, Bree nervously took a card, and yet again, it was a secret card. In fact, we all drew a secret card until it was Aaron's turn again. It had been about 45 seconds, and he was really focusing, and we didn't want to make him draw a card while trying to finish his task. As we sat and watched our friend become more and more red from holding his breath, we found ourselves in complete silence, other than the wind weaving its way through the trees outside and the soft sound of crickets in the distance. We all just stared at each other, terrified of what was on those secret cards. I knew I had to use every little bit of self-control I had left in my body to not try and complete the task on my card. I was betting that's why everyone was being so quiet. They all had tasks that they didn't want to do, but felt the uncontrollable urge to do it. My card said that I needed to remove one of James's fingers by any means necessary. It was worth 10 points. I couldn't believe I wanted to complete it so badly, but I was frozen figuring out how to do it. As I stared at him, I noticed he was looking over at Bree. I figured that his card had something to do with her. It seemed like everyone was fixated on someone else. I glanced down at the timer Aaron had, and I was amazed to see he had been holding his breath for almost 2 minutes. Just as I was about to comment on it, chaos broke loose, everyone jumping onto someone else, making it one big pile of people viciously grabbing each other. I didn't read their cards myself, but it was clear by their actions what their tasks were. Of course, as you know, I was going for James' fingers, but James was ripping at Bree's ear. Bree was pulling Henry's hair out. Henry was tearing at AJ's neck, and AJ was trying to open my mouth to get my tongue. For a solid 30 seconds, we were all attaching each other when Aaron passed out from holding his breath. This seemed to snap us out of our trance for a bit. We ran over to our friend and checked his pulse. After we realized he was still breathing, we got lost in the game again and all jumped on each other to keep brutalizing one another. Just as I got my teeth around James's pinky finger, we saw a bright flashlight coming through the cracks in the treehouse and froze. A police officer popped his head through the bottom entrance to the treehouse and looked at us in horror. He saw Aaron out cold in the corner alone with the rest of us in a pile of blood and ripped out hair. The officer grabbed us one by one and practically threw us to the ground, where another officer put us each in handcuffs. We had hours and hours of questioning that night, but we were all released by sunrise. No one was badly injured, just a lot of cuts, bruises, and a few patches of hair missing. Even Aaron was okay. Honestly, Aaron made it out in the best shape. We all got grounded for the rest of the summer. All the parents agreed that we needed to stop spending time together because they insisted on us having some beef between us all. None of us mentioned the board game was at the treehouse that night because we didn't want them to take it away from us. We knew we had to play it again. However, they caught on to it and banned us from ever playing it again. We spent the next 3 weeks of summer miserable. Each one of us tried to fill the hunger to play the game by playing other board games or attempting to remake it, but it wasn't the same. It was the night before school started, and I got a message from James through Skype. Our parents banned us from talking to each other, but it seemed my parents and James's parents forgot about Skype. He told me I had to come over right now. I managed to hop out my window and ran for James's house. I got to his house in what felt like record time and jumped down the fire escape to the basement. There I saw the rest of my friends all sitting by the fireplace weeping. As I got closer, I saw they were covered in ash. I saw tiny little bits of what was left of the game lying out on the ground. "She burned it. My mom burned it," James said in between tears. Everyone was desperately trying to find any pieces that were left of our precious game. Some of them rubbed the ashes of the game on their faces and arms to try and feel something again. As I watched them, I saw something in the corner of my eye. I looked over to our normal hangout area and saw it. I saw the board game sitting out, not just the box, but the whole game was out and ready to play. Are you sure that your mom burnt it?" "James," I said, as my eyes got glazed over, looking at the beautiful board game sitting out for us to enjoy. "Yes, I'm sure. She did it right in front of me, so I'd stop looking for it." Just as James finished his sentence, he looked at me and then at my eyeline. He saw the game. The next week of our lives was a whirlwind. After James's mom burned the game and it reappeared, we all ran away with the game. We stole a car from AJ's mom after we got a task card for it and left town. We would play the game in the car, in random fast food restaurants, and sometimes in parks. It's all we did all day. We would fall asleep playing the game and only manage to eat maybe a bag of chips or something small during the day. We kept moving because we didn't want to be found. In that week, we all managed to lose our jobs and all missed the first week of our senior year of high school. All because we were addicted to a board game. I still remember the last game we ever played. It was a late Sunday night. We were actually in our town, sitting in an old barn near the treehouse we Saturday in before. All because the board game told us to. Up to that point, we were hanging out far away from home. We didn't want to be so close. We knew we could be found easily by our families and the authorities if we were too close, but we had no choice. We were slaves to the game. At this point, we were in bad shape. With every new game started, we broke down a little bit more. We surrounded the board with tired eyes and growling stomachs, missing teeth and bruised bodies. concussed heads and broken toes. Please, we have to stop. I can't do it anymore. I want to go home, Bree said as we were about to start our next game. I can't imagine not playing this game. It's all I ever want to do. I think I might die if I couldn't play it. I know the game hurts us, but it would hurt so much more if we stopped playing it, Henry said with a gravelly voice. Guys, why are we talking? We have to play again, Aaron said while trying not to cough. I know we have to. I've never hated something and loved something so much in my whole life, Bree remarked. We started the game with shaky hands, moving slowly and holding our breath whenever someone looked at their card. AJ went first. She reached down and picked a card, cringing to herself after reading it in her head. Next was Bree. She rolled her eyes and she read off the words. Public card. Waterboard the player to your right for 5 minutes. Both players move 8 spaces, Bree timidly said as she glanced at James sitting next to her. I can't say we really knew how to waterboard someone, but we laid him on his back with his legs elevated and dripped water over him. We let him take a card for his turn before Bree started the waterboarding, so we didn't have to wait for 5 minutes for them to be done. His card was a secret card. We continued the game with the awful background sounds of gagging and choking. Next, it was Aaron's turn. He read his card and winced. He closed his eyes tight and opened them again, as if he was hoping he was in a dream. As he opened his eyes, he slowly looked at all of us, making eye contact with each one of us. Just then, James was done being waterboarded, and he and Bree came to join us. I was so glad they were done, not just because I was sick of the sounds, but because it meant they got to move 8 spaces. Aaron stood to his feet slowly. I prepared myself because I figured he was about to hurt us. In an instant, he ran out of the barn and into our stolen car. We all looked around confused as to where we went, but kept playing the game as he drove off. Next, it was my turn. Public card, jump off the roof of the barn. 9 points, I said out loud nervously. Henry and AJ jumped up and started to walk outside, not even questioning if I would do it or not. They weren't wrong in the assumption. Before I could even think, I was on my feet trying to find a way up to the roof. I found my way to the top of the 10-foot-tall building. I took a deep breath and leaped off and was met with a hard thump as I hit the ground. I felt a gut-wrenching pain in my right ankle as I landed. I knew I broke it. I had no doubt in my mind. I was thrashing in pain, grabbing my ankle as my friends dragged me back into the barn. We knew we had to keep playing. Next, Henry took a card. He picked it from the pile with his eyes closed and brought it to his face while peeking just enough to see the words on the card. Then closed his eyes again, trying to pretend he never read the words in the first place. Next, AJ took a card. Even though it was a secret card, I knew it was about me. She glanced down at my ankle right after her eyes left the card. Just as James was reaching for his card, we saw Aaron walk back into the barn. We all sat in shock as his silhouette became clear and vivid in the doorway. Blood trickled down his arms and hands, dripping on the dirt as we all stared at each other. His eyes were blank at first, but then turned to pain. We watched him as he walked from the doorway to the game board, blood dripping on the game as he moved his token 30 spaces. Aaron, what have you done? 30 spaces. AJ muttered in fear. James, I am so sorry I had to. Aaron whimpered as Saturday in the dirt with his secret task card crinkled in his bloodied fist. Tell me what you did right now. What the hell does your card say? Show us, James yelled as he stood to his feet. Just as James was about to jump onto Aaron, Henry reached into his pocket and pulled out some matches we used to start small campfires while we had been on the run. We all stood still, waiting to see what he was about to do as he lit 3 matches and threw them into the nearby hay bales, igniting the whole inside of the barn. Without hesitation, AJ saw the opportunity and stomped on my ankle as hard as she could. If it wasn't broken before, it sure was now. I looked down at it to see it now bent sideways. She then stomped on my other ankle, not breaking it but making it so I couldn't walk. She moved her token 12 spaces. Even though I was in agony from the pain, I still felt such an intense high from her moving so many spaces. Aaron dropped his card in the midst of everything happening. James fell to his feet to see the card and started to weep as he read it out loud. Secret card killed James' mom. Move 30 spaces, he said with anger bubbling up. I can't believe you would do that for a dumb game. How could you do this to me? I couldn't control myself. Come on, you know what I mean. I couldn't control myself. Don't do anything you will regret, Aaron said cautiously. Oh, I think it's a little too late for not doing things we regret, James said as he jumped onto Aaron, choking him with all his strength. It seemed at that moment he was able to break free from the control of the game. He wasn't feeling the high of someone else completing a task. He just felt hate, red-hot hate. I was overwhelmed, to say the least. The barn was in flames. James was trying to kill Aaron, and to make matters worse, AJ out of nowhere jumped up and dug a pocket knife into Bree's stomach. Now Bree and AJ were in a fighting match too. Henry and I Saturday across from each other in disbelief at our surroundings. He looked at me with death in his eyes as he reached for a card. It wasn't even his turn, but I don't think he cared anymore. He knew the others would be occupied for a while. The fire was getting bad. I knew I had to get out of that barn as soon as I could. Because of the damage done to my ankles, I couldn't walk, so I dragged my body out of the barn, taking the game with me. I made it a few feet and looked back to see Henry not moving. He set his card down on the board before I started to drag it with me, and I read it as I continued to crawl. Secret card, let the fire overtake you. Move your token to the finish line and win the game. I was able to get out of the barn with the board game in hand. I Saturday and watched as the flames overtook Henry. He didn't even flinch when he caught on fire. As I saw it happen, I moved his token to the end space so he could win the game. I felt an intense high overtake my body as the game was complete. Only a few moments after Henry caught fire, the whole barn came down, with all my friends in it. I looked at the burning barn and then back down at the game. I'm ashamed to say that my biggest worry was not knowing who I'd play with now. I hate myself for thinking that, but that's how all the game is. I tried to start a new game by myself and drew a card, but that's when I saw the sirens of police cars and fire trucks pull up next to me. I was immediately surrounded by people trying to give me medical attention, taking me away from my game. I scratched and threw my body around like a toddler not getting their way. I remember them giving me some kind of sedative and waking up in the hospital. I was the only person to make it out alive that night. All I could say to the doctors and my parents was that I needed the game, that I had to play the game. It was the only meaning to life. It was the only reason I had to live. My parents got me a great lawyer, and I got out of everything by pleading insanity. Our families all knew the right people and had the right money to ensure the word never got out about the deaths. They even managed to make the death of James's mom disappear. When they told me my friends were all dead, I didn't have much of a reaction. I just kept asking where the game was. When they eventually told me the game was gone and never coming back, that's when I lost it. They had to put me into restraints because I kept hurting the hospital staff from my meltdowns. I started to threaten the staff and told them all the horrible things that would happen to them if they didn't get that game back to me. I eventually ended up in a psychiatric hospital. I yelled and screamed so much that I never had my voice. I hardly ever slept because all I thought about was the game and how I craved to play it again. My skin was red and torn up from my insistent picking due to the withdrawals. After months, I felt numb, maybe from all the drugs they pumped me up with, or perhaps I was so used to the withdrawals I didn't feel it as much. It still felt like I had an uncontrollable urge inside my bones, but I was able to hide it. They then sent me home after a while. I knew I had to mask my emotions for the game, pretend I didn't care anymore, even if it killed me inside to say it out loud. I walked into my bedroom and I felt like I was being treated like a baby. My old bed frame was gone, and it was just the mattress on the floor. All my sharp shelves were taken down, along with anything else I could possibly hurt myself with. I rolled my eyes, but knew my parents had to make these changes for me to even come home. I sat on my bed and I looked around at my room, now with a doorknob that locked from the outside to keep me in, as well as bars on my windows. I searched my room desperately to find something to take up my mind. That's when I dug through my closet and I saw it. I saw that beautiful, colorful box that I came to know so well, just hiding in the back of my closet waiting to be found. I knew it came back the first time it was destroyed, but it was feeling like it was a one-time thing. But here it was, patiently waiting for me to come and play it. I ripped open the box, giving myself a paper cut in the process, and started to play the game by myself. With all that being said, I can finally say task completed and share what my first card said in that solo game. Secret card: spread the word about this game online so more people can join us. Move 20 spaces. So what do you say? Care to come join me for a game? The wind over the grass made it look like the ocean. Each blade is so closely bonded, you can't distinguish one from the next as they dance in a line. It was a private dance for me and him. The green of the field was nowhere as brilliant as the green in his eyes. We would lay for hours commenting on the clouds, pondering over the trees, or our imaginations riding the waves of foliage, bringing our boat further away from the shore. It was our haven. It was our ocean. I haven't been back since it happened, but I know the waves will be the same, too similar, so close to my memory that I'll have to look away. Our town was the old kind with enough history to fill our local library. The only changes to historic downtown in the last 50 years was the stoplight on the corner. It amazed me and Henry almost as much as our ocean. We pressed the walk button so often that the beep was as familiar to me as the chime of the church bell in the square. As soon as the man on the screen told us to walk, Henry would look at me, grab my hand, and say, "Run." The rush we felt as the cars stopped just for us was electric. We skipped from one white rectangle to the next. In our minds, we were Moses parting the seas, avoiding the Pharaoh fast on our heels. On one such summer afternoon, me and Henry skipped all the way to the barber shop. Old man Stevens had owned the shop for 50 years. Now his son owned it, and he took to perching outside like a gargoyle. He said it made him feel young, even though a large portion of his time outside was spent sleeping. The awning over his head was older than him and was faded and cracked. Me and Henry didn't notice our hands were still intertwined until he looked at us, his white beard slick with sweat. "And where are you boys headed?" His voice was warm milk, adding to his Santa Claus appearance. He had missed a button on his yellow corduroy jacket. The same hands that had held a sharp blade against the entire town head had lost their dexterity and stability. "Well," Henry started, always the braver between us, "we are going on an adventure." His green eyes twinkled, and his smile was crooked. He had the kind of smile that spread even to adults, and Mr. Stevens smiled back at him. "An adventure. I hope you boys are prepared. Adventures can be dangerous." He took a sip from the iced tea that Saturday by his side. The ice clinked as he sipped, and droplets fell into his beard. My mother had once said the food in his beard could feed the entire town for a month. "Oh, we know," Henry replied, looking at me. "Me and the captain here are prepared for anything the seas could throw our way." Henry always made me captain despite my protests. Captains were supposed to be brave and proud, and I knew what I was. My father would yell at me every night for being a Nancy boy too shy to face his own shadow. I only played sports of any kind with Henry. The rest of the time I spent my nose stuck in a book. It was Captain Nemo and Columbus that inspired us to take to the seas. If only I had read about astronauts instead. Me and Henry could have wandered the barren plains and made up Martians. Instead, I was Captain Ahab, leading us to destruction. "Where are you sailing today, Captain?" His gaze turned to me, and I wasn't shy enough to ignore an adult. I stared at his nose as I spoke. "The grass field by Hawkinson's farm. You know how when it blows, how it looks like the ocean, or I let my words drift off. I felt the energy sucked from the air. Not uncommon when I was the one talking, but this was different. As soon as I mentioned the field, Mr. Stevens's smile shrunk and his eyes glazed. "You boys should be careful out there." His next gulp of iced tea was shakier, and more tea went into his beard than his mouth. "What do you mean?" Henry asked, deciding to sit on the sidewalk next to Mr. Stevens' chair. I followed suit. I Saturday next to Henry, leaning against the barbershop's candy cane. Having Henry in between me and someone else always made me feel more comfortable. "You said those fields you called them oceans." His gaze was far off again. Henry nodded towards the old man in the chair. "They do look like an ocean, don't they?" He almost chuckled, but it was dry, and he coughed from the effort. "Well, me and my first mate used to explore those waters too." Before Mr. Hawkinson and his family lived there, it was owned by Tobias. His eyes seemed to be searching for something. By my first mate's family, and we would spend hours in the grass searching for buried treasure. Henry was engrossed in the story and the prospect of treasure. I listened faintly as the cars passed me on the road, picking at the crevices between sidewalk panels. But you boys listen, find somewhere else to play, because there are fucking sharks in that water. Mr. Stephen's cussing brought me back to the present, and me and Henry shared a look of glee at hearing an adult swear. He looked intently at us, and we were afraid he would scold us for joking. Instead, he stood shaking with the effort. Leave that place alone, or those sharks will tear you to pieces and no one will find you. He vanished into the barber shop and left me and Henry sitting there. What the Henry lowered his voice to only where I could hear. Fuck was that old man on about? Me and Henry laughed hysterically. We were in tears by the time we finally stood. Well, Captain, should we set sail? Henry's resolve settled me, but Mr. Stephen's words echoed in my head. But what about the sharks? I asked. My mind went to great whites. I knew our ocean couldn't have sharks swimming in them, but the way Mr. Stevens had acted still filled me with dread. Can I tell you a secret? Henry asked, beckoning me closer. He leaned in and whispered into my ear. Sharks are afraid of me. He puffed out his chest and took my hand. We ran all the way to the fields. Today our ocean was choppy, and despite the sun shining brightly overhead, I still smelled a storm coming. Maybe we should come back tomorrow, I said. Me and Henry were standing right outside the entrance. Standing this close without the distance the hill provided, I saw how dry and spread apart the grass was. The motion of the waves wasn't as organized here. Too many individuals trying to leave the herd. Are you scared? Henry asked this, not like my other friends, the few that I had. He genuinely wanted to know, and I knew that if I was, he would be content to sit up on that hill with me. The thought was tempting, but I didn't want to disappoint him. Besides, I was tired of waiting. I was tired of thinking everything to death. No, let's do this. The resolve in my voice was new, and Henry took note. I tried to puff out my chest like he had. This made Henry chuckle as he motioned towards the field. That's why you're captain, he said, and we ventured into the great unknown. We had been going to watch this field for a week. My books about the seven seas had inspired us to find one. We had both been there before, but never with the hearts of sailors, never together. We hadn't gone inside yet, content to watch from afar. It hadn't seemed ready for us yet. Now as we finally made the leap, my heart was fluttering. The field wasn't that large, but inside it seemed to stretch on forever. It wasn't seconds after we entered the field that we lost all semblance of direction. Henry in front of me was the only thing that kept me from total paralyzing fear. I was scanning in every direction, searching for a shadow that would swallow us up. Every blade that brushed by my body was the rubbery skin of a great white, sent to cut me with its teeth. Do you think Columbus played games on board while he was sailing to find America? Henry asked in between swings. He was slashing the grass from in front of him like a brave jungle explorer. I'm sure they at least tried tic-tac-toe. My eyes wandered to the crew of the Santa Maria trying to beat Columbus in games. I bet Columbus was a real sore loser. I bet they drank a lot too. Adults always have so much fun when they drink. He stopped swinging altogether and stopped where he was. He looked at me a little sheepishly as I put my hand on his shoulder. Is your dad still? I let the words drift off. They didn't need to be said. Not as much. He said, it was worse right after my brother died. He was drawing a picture in the dirt. It was a family of stick people. I remember thinking they looked happy. I don't get it, he said, erasing the picture. He buried his head in his hands. I started rubbing his shoulder. Adults get old, and they get unhappy, and they have kids so they don't have to be unhappy alone. I spoke the words I had thought every time my father came home drunk. Are we going to, get old and unhappy? He turned towards me with tears in his eyes. I held out my pinky in our familiar way, signifying the greatest exercise in trust we had. He joined his pinky in mine. As long as we are together, we will never get old and unhappy. He echoed my words, and we shook our pinkies. We Saturday there smiling for a second, the last time I ever smiled at him. A sound erupted from every direction. The sound was not natural. It was screeching metal and yelling garbled together with a thumping bass that shook the earth. We propelled ourselves off the ground, staying low like cornered animals. We spun in a circle trying to find a source. I looked at the sky and saw that darkness had started to descend. Had we really been in there that long? "What is that?" I asked, not daring to raise my volume above a whisper, even among the deafening noise. It was instinctual, making myself smaller in the face of whatever this was. "I don't know. Maybe like a farm machine. Maybe an earthquake." His voice was wavering, something I had never heard it do. I knew he didn't believe that, but our minds were grasping for any sense of reason. "Whatever it is, we need to get out of here." He could hear how scared I was and adjusted his voice to make me feel better. He grabbed my hand, and we took off as fast as our legs could carry us in the direction we came. The grass seemed to darken from green to grey to black as we ran. Henry was faster than me, but he kept his hand on mine so I wouldn't fall behind. The steady rhythm of our feet and his red Nikes streaking ahead of me was the only comfort I felt. The sound droned on and got louder. We had to yell to hear each other over the sound booming from all around us. After what felt like an hour of running, the grass was fully black and started to resemble tendrils shooting towards the sky. Their sway that was our comforting ocean was now a deadly dance attempting to spear us with their points. My breath was labored, and my entire body started to replace adrenaline with pain as time went on. I was about to slow down when I stumbled into Henry's back, who had stopped dead in his tracks. Silence after an eternity of noise can be far more alarming than any shrieking siren. The silence came all at once, and it was deafening. My heartbeat hammered in my chest, but besides that, the world seemed to die away. "Why'd you stop?" I asked, dusting off my pants. As I dropped his hand and went to his side, my eyes caught our obstacle. It was a hole. More than that, it was a perfect circle of darkness. The dim light from the sky didn't show any sides to the hole. It simply began and decided not to end. As soon as my eyes landed on it, I couldn't peel them away. The darkness, the absolute lack of any light. It was mesmerizing. It was maddening. I grabbed a rock from the ground and dropped it into the hole. As soon as it entered the mouth of the pit, it disappeared. I listened for the sound of a rock falling, or at least hitting the side. But it never came. I thought of when I saw a sinkhole on TV, but that was nothing compared to the tear that had ripped apart the world. "Henry, I think we should go." I turned to face him for the first time since we had encountered the hole. He was a foot away from the edge. The white tips of his shoes shone brightly against the steep drop in front of him. "Henry." I walked towards him and put my hand on his shoulder. "Let's get out of here, man." I looked into his eyes and wanted to cry. His eyes were the same indescribable black pit plastered on the floor before us. His gentle, sloping cheeks that I had studied with his every smile had always led to the beautiful green. Just as our green ocean had rotted and turned black, Henry's eyes were gone, replaced by voids. As I saw the absence of his eyes, they began to very slowly shimmer and grow on his face. The ground was following suit, and it was slowly growing towards Henry's feet. "Henry, please, we have to go." I shook his shoulders and started crying. I wanted to run, but I wouldn't give my friend to this thing. It wasn't bravery. It was necessity. I wasn't anything without him. "Henry, please." The black on his face was getting dangerously close to his nostrils. Would it suffocate him before he fell? "Henry, you promised." The words caught in my throat, but I forced them out, launching them at him. "You promised you'd stay with me. I need you. I need you." I was starting to buckle under the weight of the situation. I stood side by side with him, prepared to go down with the ship and my first mate. The white tips of his shoes were peeking over the borders of the growing void. I felt his cold hand like the hand of death around mine. I looked up at his eyes, and the threat was retreating, a forest of green growing out of the blackness. He looked at me, his breath even. "Run," he said calmly, and then he took off like a dog who had lost his leash. The hole didn't want to let him go, and it increased the rate it was swallowing the earth around us. Henry kept his hand firmly on mine as he pulled me ever forward. He would run, and then seemingly out of nowhere he would turn left and then right. At one point, I swear he did a 180, but the hole still loomed behind us. I don't know how, but he had the map that would lead to escape. The sound started up again with a fury. It was weirdly comforting to escape the silence, even if it was replaced by that indescribable sound. The black grass slowly started to return to normal as we went. They weren't only regaining color, but they gained life and form. The tendrils slowly morphed back into predictable stalks as we streaked by them. They seemed to be showing us the way home. I slowly started to see the sun peeking through the grass up ahead. It was freedom, and I could taste it. Henry saw it too and looked back at me to smile. His smile quickly turned to fear, and he tightened the grip on my hand. I dared to glance back, and I saw a single dark tendril creeping from the abyss. It was shadow and solid ink, but its movements were organized, and they whipped forward, grasping for my flesh. As it got closer, it took form. It gained teeth and purpose with every strike. The sharks had finally found us. The break in the grass was right ahead. I didn't feel the fresh air, but I knew I was close to drawing my first actual breath. Just as relief swallowed me, I felt venomous barbs wrap around my ankle. They didn't knock me down, but their resistance was increasing as I tried to trudge forward. Henry felt the added resistance and looked at the tentacle. I felt ice flowing up my veins emanating from my ankle. It reminded me of when my foot had broken through the ice at McCleary's pond. The same frouncing feeling was crawling up, spreading and increasing its grip. Henry kept pulling me, but even he wasn't strong enough to keep our momentum. He got a grim look in his eyes. The green of his eyes were cloudy. As I stared at him, pleading, a smile broke across his face. I've remembered that smile for all these years, and I'll remember it for the rest of my life. Without a word, he grabbed my outstretched wrist with his other hand and braced himself. I saw the strain in his muscles as he threw me with all his might. He fell over from the effort as I stumbled free and tripped all the way to safety. The fall knocked the wind out of me. I lay breathlessly for a second, savoring the returned warmth in my ankle. My relief at freedom didn't last longer than it took to retrieve my breath. I looked back at the field behind me. Dry grass standing still. The sun was still fully shining overhead. I rushed back inside, throwing apart the grass and tearing them out in clumps. It was different when I entered this time. The wind still blew, and the sun still shone with intensity. I ran with all my speed, ignoring the pain in my ankle and the muscles that no longer wanted to respond to my brain. I quickly found the end on the other side and turned right back around. I attempted to follow the same trail as Henry. A left here, a right there doing 180s and circles. I searched for hours until long after the sun fell and the full moon illuminated my chase. When I finally came back to the entrance, my mother was shining a flashlight towards me. The light felt accusatory, standing in a line-up for the murder of my friend. "Jeremy, where did you go?" I was worried sick. I walked towards the light, preparing to be put into handcuffs. Her voice sounded like a radio with a bad connection. The whole world had gone statusy and garbled. I lost Henry. I can't find Henry. My emotions finally caught up with me and I broke into sobs. My mother caught me and started rubbing my back. She wiped away my tears and held me. When she responded, her voice was confused but full of emotion. "Who is Henry?" was the last thing I heard before I fell unconscious. The next 2 months were a blur. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital. The doctors said it was extreme dehydration and exhaustion. They didn't believe my mother that I had only been gone a day. The extent of my injuries seemed to be after months of torment. I was visited by a psychologist every day to go over the events. She told my mother when they thought I was asleep that I had a psychotic break from my ordeal. My whole story was fiction, and I had invented the strong, brave Henry to get me through the ordeal. The doctors never could explain the blackened skin on my ankle. It wasn't burned. The skin just lost its color, and they chalked it up to the unexplained. My father never visited, unable to deal with his psychotic son. When I got out, I canvassed the town, asking anyone if they knew Henry. All I got was blank stares as my mother would rush me back home. I looked for Mr. Stevens, but his son said he had left town. An old friend came to visit, and my pops took off without a second thought. Mr. Stevens the Jr. had the same beard, only streaked with the occasional grey instead of white. I asked Mrs. Thompson at the corner store who always slid us sweets when we visited. I asked our teacher who had always Saturday us together, knowing we were a bonded pair. I even asked my father, who always scolded me after Henry left, saying I should be chasing girls, not the coattails of that little boy. "Listen, kid," my father said, swigging his beer, "you are really freaking out your mom. Now shut the fuck up and act normal." He left to get some air, and I saw my mother watching me from the kitchen. I had stopped eating or sleeping. The only times I talked about it was to ask about Henry. I visited his parents last, unable to deal with their inevitable response. I walked onto their porch, the same porch where me and Henry had drawn pictures of our older selves with chalk. I drew myself on a boat and Henry added himself right by my side. The boat remained, but my first mate was gone. Only my chalk figure remained. The drawing was faded by rain or time, or the unspeakable force that had drained my leg and my life of color. I knocked once and Henry's mother answered the door. "Oh, sweetie," she said, crouching down to my level. "I heard what happened. Are you okay?" My parents had spread the rumor that it was a nasty virus that had left me bedridden. My father couldn't stomach the idea of anyone thinking he had failed as a father. "Yes, ma'am," I replied, not meeting her gaze. She had Henry's eyes, and I knew the sight would crush me. "I was just wondering if you were okay." I kept my question vague. I had promised my mother to stop asking about Henry. "Oh, baby, how sweet of you. Yes, we are fine. Just glad to hear you are all right. Isn't that right, Craig?" Henry's father Saturday on his familiar recliner wearing a stained white shirt. He didn't even turn to acknowledge me or his wife. "Okay, thank you, ma'am," I replied after a moment of silence. Her words were sweet, but her peace destroyed me. As I walked back to the sidewalk, I felt her eyes on my back. We moved not long after that. My mom had fought my father over it, but she had convinced him. I knew how hard she had fought for this when she told me the news sporting a black eye. My father was able to transfer to a factory about 4 hours away. Before he had looked at me with shame, but now he just refused to look at me. We rolled out of town on a grey Tuesday. The buildings of my home were different as I left, drained of any memories that mattered. The stoplight was just a stoplight, hindering my exit from the town. Old man Stephen's chair was staring at me as I left. He still hadn't returned, and his son was starting to get worried. I remembered his tales of sharks and the first mate he lost as the building of my home streaked past me. The town is now full of stoplights as I pull in. They even have a Target downtown. The barber shop has been replaced by a pharmacy. His chair is still there, but it is vacant. I am sure that he died like everything does. Everything is different, but entirely the same. The decision to come back came after a startling realization. I couldn't remember his voice anymore. Everybody had forgotten him, and I needed to bear his memory. I decided to write this and come back so I don't forget anymore. He deserved a grave, but all he got was the tombstone he had etched in my heart, and now on this page. I looked down at the blackened skin on my ankle. I was grateful it was there, the only thing that kept the past real. Back in early August of last year, my husband Quarren and I went on vacation. We were going to do the tourist thing in one of the South's larger cities, but our trip was off to a rough start. We got stuck in baggage check-in for 2 hours. The self-check-in machines couldn't read our passports. When we finally got through, we got stuck in the security checkpoint and had to go through all our luggage. Because of all this, we missed our flight, and in turn, our connecting flight and a hotel transfer. We weren't pleased. After rebooking, we ended up with a total of 7 hours in delays before we got to the hotel somewhere around 11 in the evening. At that point, it turned out we'd been double booked. They were full. I was about to explode, while Quarren looked ready to sink through the floor. Luckily, the hotel had a second location downtown. It was more modern, a bit more expensive, and overall nicer. As a courtesy for their mistake, we got a replacement suite, an upgrade. Finally, some good luck. Right. We took an Uber there. The place was practically brand new. They had this electronic system where you didn't get a key. You got a personalized code that worked on every door. Quarren handled the codes while I signed us in. There was a 24/7 bodega with organic snacks, wine, and drinks right by the lobby, a sushi restaurant that closed at 11, a sauna, a gym, an indoor pool, and a whole bunch of complimentary things, a couple of free robes to bring home, and a bottle of white wine with a little "for your inconvenience" note attached. While Quarren took a shower, I ordered us some food and unpacked. We'd been traveling all day, and all nearby restaurants were closed. As instructed, I included the code for the outer doors so they could drop the bag off by our door. We got our late dinner by the time I was halfway through a shower. Quarren delightedly shared how he was going to town on our order. Apparently, it was so good and barely any left. Bastard! They had included 2 extra orders of tiramisu as a little treat. But I couldn't eat it. It had coconut in it, my one allergy. All in all, that night turned out pretty good. We shared a lukewarm meal, watched The Office, and went to bed. We talked a bit about our plans for the next day, picking one thing each from our prep list. A tour of the local distillery, a museum trip, dinner at a steakhouse, the good stuff. So after a long day, we called it a night. But that's where the story starts. At 3 a.m. that same night, when someone opened our door. See, one thing I hadn't realized was that the code for the outside door was the same as for our room. It was a single personal code system. Quarren had been the one dealing with it, and I hadn't thought too much about it. But what I'd accidentally done when ordering food was to, essentially, hand a stranger a key to our room, and that stranger was coming through the door. I tried to shake Quarren awake, but he didn't react. He was completely out, to a point that it worried me. I could smell something sour on his breath. My mind wandered back to the order we'd gotten, and that extra portion of tiramisu. I hadn't had any, so he had chowed down on both. What if it'd been laced with something? The door hinges creaked, and I didn't know what to do. I'm 5'3", unarmed, and in my underwear. I decided, on a whim, to pretend to sleep. If they were just there to steal, at least I'd be unharmed. They were expecting us to be asleep, so as long as I played along, I should be fine. I held Quarren, closed my eyes, and waited. Careful footsteps made their way across the hotel carpet. The door closed, a slow pacing back and forth next to our bed. I counted at least 2 people, maybe 3. Someone could have stayed by the door. Just the guy, a man whispered. Bag him. They were unwrapping plastic. They weren't in a rush. I could tell they'd done it before. They were quick about it. I held on to Quarren, debating in the back of my head what the hell I was supposed to do. I was leaning towards waiting for them to leave the room and then immediately run outside and get help. But something shifted. One of the intruders made a hushing noise and waved the other one over. "What?" one of them whispered. "There," another answered. "The spoon." Since Quarren was the only one who'd had the tiramisu, one of the spoons were left unused. Only one of us had taken the bait. They knew one of us was awake. In the next breath, I was grappled. A hand covered my mouth and another my throat. I was pulled out of bed before I even realized I was struggling. I opened my eyes to 3 dark figures. They were speaking over one another in a moment of panic. One of them saying they were screwed, another saying they should just go, and a third reminding them that they had no choice but to bring me. I got a gun pressed to the back of my neck. One word, and you're done. Then we get him. Understand? I did. I stayed quiet. I couldn't bear the thought of Quarren waking up without me. But what choice did I have? Get dressed, they demanded. Now. They brought me through the staff area, past the laundry room. There was only a skeleton crew working the hotel at night, and most of them were in the reception area. These 3 could walk me out the back like it was nothing. Right outside, they had an inconspicuous sedan marked with a fast food delivery service logo. They were still talking as they put me into the back seat. They had to improvise a bit. They were supposed to take Quarren, and he was supposed to be out cold. I was wide awake, trying my best to memorize details about the intruders and their vehicle. One of them took off his belt and tied it around my head as a makeshift blindfold. They couldn't drive around with masks on. That'd get them pulled over. They tried to camouflage my blindfold a bit with a trucker hat, and at a glance, you'd be excused for missing that it was a kidnapping. "Why'd you want to bring the guy?" one of them asked. "Less hair gets stuck in the drain," the other mumbled. "More meat." Sitting in the back of that car was surreal. All the familiar sounds of a calm drive. Braking, accelerating, the clicking of turn signals. But all the while I felt the barrel of a gun poking into my side, right next to my heart. We were going pretty far out. There was at least a 40-minute ride, and we passed through a tunnel at some point. We must have used the highway. There were a lot of cars passing us. Then we went off-road. The road got rougher, and the sound of other cars faded. As we came to a stop, they all drew a collective sigh of relief. Out. Now. They put their masks back on and took off my belt blindfold. I only caught a brief glimpse of the outside area before they shoved me through the door. It was this large old industrial site, probably abandoned. There was a chain-linked fence lining the property. There were no lights on the outside, but the place had power. Stepping inside, the temperature dropped. Somewhere nearby there were these large fans, creating a powerful draft that swept through the building. I couldn't see them, but even from the hallway, I could hear them. The place was close to freezing. I'd just thrown on my pants, a shirt, and shoes. I didn't even have socks on. One of the attackers went ahead while the other two stayed behind. We were in this long corridor with one door at each end, one leading outside, and one leading further in. We stood there for a couple of minutes while I heard raised voices in the room up ahead. Those who stayed with me didn't say a word. They just looked straight ahead, keeping a gun aimed at me. Not a word. The door at the other end opened. The third attacker returned, now in the company of what looked like a woman. She had sunglasses and a white face mask, and was dressed in what can best be described as dollar store doctor's scrubs. She seemed upset and was scolding the man in a foreign language. Not sure about the origin, possibly Southeast Asian. One of the two men holding me seemed frustrated. He grunted. "Hey," he said. "What's the word?" "I don't know," the doctor woman groaned. "We always pick the men." So, she scoffed. "Could affect harvest. I don't know. Hormones." She smacked something into the hands of the man next to her and turned to leave. "Prep her," she called out as she hurried through the doors. "We try." I was dragged into a big, open space. It looked like an old warehouse. The doctor was nowhere to be seen. She must have gone ahead. There were doors all over, and I was taken into what looked like a shower room. They proceeded to hold me down and shave my head, these long tufts of brown hair sinking into the drain. I hadn't had short hair since I was a kid. I felt naked. It just took them a couple of seconds. They were fast, practiced. They lead me to a pair of double doors. One of them checked a digital watch. Another opened and tested a padlock. There was a collection of buckets next to the door, stained by something thick and blue. Time. 4:10. 4:10. Or 4:11. 4:10. Check. They made a note on a piece of paper taped to the wall. "Should we tape her?" "Doesn't matter," the one with the padlock said matter-of-factly. "Been weeks. He's hungry." And that was it. The doors swung open, and I was pushed inside. The doors slammed shut behind me, and I was on my own. The padlock clicked, and the chains tightened. I just stood there for a moment, not even beginning to understand what was going on. After a couple of minutes, I snapped out of it. I wasn't immediately dead, so there was time to map the space I'd been thrown in. I was in a corridor branching off in 3 different directions. I got the impression that this was built recently. The corridor was no wider than 8 feet and had been wallpapered. Even the ceiling. It had an uncomfortable swirling pattern, a combination of white, brown, and purple. I'd never seen anything like it before. The ground was covered in a thick grey carpet. There were small fluorescent lights above, giving off this eerie illusion that the pattern on the walls were coming out. Somewhere off in the distance, there was a rhythmic thumping. It was getting closer, heavy footsteps approaching. I picked a direction and made a run for it. If you've never been chased by a predator, it is impossible to describe how it feels. It is, in a literal sense, dehumanizing. It makes you feel like less of a person. You become an animal, a thing, prey. You have to look at yourself and what you are, and what you can do, in a completely new light. It forces you to come to terms with the most honest, primal version of yourself. It is horrifying. It brought to light how long it had been since I ran, and how impractical my shoes were. I ended up kicking them off, barely stopping. I went down one corridor, then another, then another. I rushed past a small room with what looked like a pile of pillows in the middle. It stunk of ammonia, so I decided to take another route. It was getting harder and harder to tell where that rhythmic thumping was coming from, and it felt like I was about to run into something at every turn. Then I rounded a corner and saw someone. Two people, a man and a woman, both dressed in bright blue wool-like turtlenecks. They had their arms firmly at their sides and stood shoulder to shoulder in a very unnatural and rigid manner, like two kids trying to hide something behind their backs. I stopped. For a moment, I thought I wasn't the only one locked in there. That maybe, just maybe, there were others. Maybe we could work together. Then I realized that the thumping had stopped. The moment I saw these two, it was as if whatever was chasing me had stopped. The two of them lurched forward. It wasn't a step. It was like two mannequins being pushed. I turned to run as the thumping resumed, this time right behind me. I ran, screaming. All your senses go into hyperfocus, and you get 100 thoughts running through your head at once. Whatever minute detail your eye accidentally latch onto is burned into your mind. To this day, I can recall the little things I noticed as I sprinted down the hall. Scratch marks breaking the pattern on the wallpaper, stains on the carpet, dark spatter on the ceiling. I ended up back at the room with the pillows. I decided to hide. Hurrying in, I realized it wasn't just a pillow room. This was some sort of lair. There was debris, branches, leaves, flowers, dirt. I dove right in and covered myself with as much as possible, ignoring the smell. I only had a couple of seconds. I was so panicked that I almost swallowed a flower petal, some kind of dry blue sunflower. I held my breath and hoped. The thumping grew closer. Then it slowed to a tip-tap, clicking from where I was hiding. I could barely see anything. I could kind of see the edge of a turtleneck sweater. Then something shifted. Now, I only saw the silhouette, but what I saw it didn't make sense. It was those two people I'd seen, but they were sort of moving, their arms twisted in an unnatural angle, looking more like insect mandibles. Their heads bobbed back and forth like some kind of growth or tail. Their chests vibrated and stretched as they slowly came undone. They weren't two people. They were a single thing, pretending. Seconds later, something grabbed my leg. I was pulled out of the nest and dragged away at a violent speed. I flopped back and forth, slamming into the walls with every sharp turn. I broke 2 fingers by the second turn. I couldn't turn to see what had grabbed me, so I just tried to hold on to something, anything. The carpet, the wallpaper, the walls, whatever I could, but the force was just too strong. There was no way. Then it stopped. I rolled over onto my back and came face to face with my attacker, and I didn't understand. To this day, I have a hard time describing it. There were so many moving parts, segmented muscles, like living steel wires, mandibles, and a beak-like mouth, patches of bright blue hair covering 4 extremities and part of a thorax, a pulsating abdomen. Something warm dripped onto my leg, drool, perhaps, or a mild acid. It had the same color as the stains in the buckets I'd seen by the door leading into this place. It was a strange blue, and for some reason, that detail just sort of stuck. There were so many little movements at once, and I couldn't even get the scope of how big it really was. It seemed bigger than me, but it could just have long limbs. I couldn't make sense of it. It seemed insectoid, but its movements seemed calculated and intelligent. Then, pain, a bright, burning pain. I mentally blacked out. I flailed, spasmed, and kicked. It had me by the leg, and something sharp had pierced my thigh, picking at my flesh. I could feel my muscle pulling away from me. It was going to snap. I've never felt so vulnerable and exposed. To feel so mortal. It scars you in ways you can't understand, unless you've been there. Then, it pulled back, letting me go. Mandibles moved, clicking, hissing. I'd never seen anything like this thing before, but I understood it. It was such a human motion, in a way. It didn't like me. I tasted bad, and that made it angry. It disappeared down the corridor. I just lay there, panting. I didn't even attempt to move. I knew it would hurt like nothing else had. A couple of minutes passed. I think, maybe an hour. It was impossible to tell. In the distance, I could hear the rattle of the padlock. Perhaps my captors had heard my screams and figured that thing was done with me. Either way, they were coming in. But the moment I heard the door open, things took a sudden turn. Screams and shrieks, gunfire, thumping, popping, clicking, screeching. There was this one noise like a large rubber band snapping in two as a scream suddenly stopped. Panicked voices growing more distant. I sat up and used my arms and one good leg to scooch away. It took a long time, but it was the only way I could move. I didn't dare to look at my thigh, but I could tell it was bad, at least a 2-inch gash. I figured it hadn't hit an artery, at least, or I would be dead already. The moment I could see the double doors, I realized something had gone very wrong. The door was covered in a massive splotch of blood, still dripping. Scooching my way out the door, I saw the aftermath of something. The floor was covered in blood and viscera, some which were still moving. I couldn't tell where one person began and the other ended. My hands got slippery as I scooched down the hall. Inch by inch, there was still the occasional scream. Someone was being chased. Making my way through that room was a living nightmare. Every now and then I'd recognize something human, like a hand or piece of a leg. I just pushed through. I was doing the movement out of habit at that point. I couldn't have stopped even if I wanted to. A final scream came to a stop. All that was left was the sound of dripping, and me dragging my wounded leg across the floor. In the long corridor leading outside, I found a pile of torn fabric. I didn't want to look at it, but I could see a bit of denim in there. I recalled one of my attackers wearing jeans and decided to take a gamble. I had to feel my way through something I'm not even going to attempt to describe, but I found car keys. As I made my way outside, I managed to prop myself up against the door and limp. Something must have hit a nerve. I had trouble moving my foot. It didn't even hurt. It just didn't work properly. I made it all the way to their car. My hands were pale white from blood loss, and I couldn't stop shaking. Looking back, there was no trace of the thing they'd kept in there. I got in, locked the doors, and took a deep breath. Looking back, I noticed something by the entrance. The doctor. She was coming out of the building, dripping with unspeakables. She seemed unharmed, but must have been in the thick of it. She could barely stand, and seemed just haunted. An empty gun dropped from her hand. She looked my way, briefly, and then just wandered off. The word that comes to mind was defeated. Blank. I looked down for a second as I put the car in reverse. Looking back up, I saw that thing. It was standing by the entrance, again looking like two people in blue turtlenecks, stained with red. It looked my way, as if considering whether or not to allow me to leave. For a brief moment, it was quiet. We just looked at one another, then it just closed the doors and retreated back inside. I managed to make it to a gas station. The owner called the police, and the rest is history. I don't think a lot of people read the articles about this. It was deemed as a drug-related gang thing, as the people involved were producing illicit substances. While I agree with this description to a point, I find it wildly misleading. Yes, that thing produced something, but what it was, and what it was used for, God knows. I've talked to Quarren about this 1,000 times, but it's impossible to make others see and understand what happened that night. It was just a couple of hours. All in all, but it completely turned my life around for the worse. To this day, my one foot is a lot duller than the other, and I always double and triple check my locks. I made a lot of mistakes that night. I didn't know how the hotel codes worked. Maybe I didn't fight enough when they brought me outside. Maybe it was stupid trying to hide. Maybe this whole thing boils down to me having the worst luck in the world to encounter this, and the greatest luck in the world to survive it. Quarren claims I have some kind of PTSD. I don't think he's wrong, but I don't think that tells the whole story. See, sometimes I see these people in the distance that just looks off. Two people standing in a peculiar pose. One person and two kids standing deep inside an alley, only to be gone the next time you look. I'm sure some of it is just trauma creeping back to the surface. I'm sure it is, but not all of it. Can someone help me? I'm Vivi. I'm 19 years old, and I'm trying to escape my town of New Haven. If any kids in New Haven happen to see this, can you let me know? I'll go over the details at the bottom of this post, but I want to clarify that I'm hiding behind the wall near the town exit. If you are an adult and come near me, I will shoot you. I'll start from the beginning. 2 weeks ago, I was living in an apocalyptic world. Ren tasted like chicken. I was told to douse him in BBQ sauce, which made him easier to swallow, but he was still too dry, stringy, and stuck in my teeth. This is the lifestyle I grew up with. I've only ever known this way of living and surviving. Father told us to treat Ren like food, to detach ourselves completely. But I couldn't let go of 18 years with him just like that. I grew up with Ren, freckled cheeks and lopsided smiles. Ren. We shared bunk beds, and he used to tell me scary stories to help me sleep. As we grew up together, we became closer, and he became the joker of our little group. When morale was low, he was always there to crack a joke and maintain a wide smile, despite being terrified himself. I admired his ability to wear a mask and pretend everything was okay, even when we sacrificed our friends. The night prior to his death, Ren climbed into my bed and told me his theories about his parents. He was positive they were still alive, and he was going to find them. When it was safe to go back to the surface, that was. Ren didn't remember a lot about his childhood, but he did know his parents were in the medical field. I found myself wearing his threaded jacket, the one he insisted on me keeping if he was ever chosen. He loved that jacket. Apparently, his 3-year-old self was wrapped up in it when Father found him. Now, Ren was stuck at the back of my throat. I kept chewing, but the more I swallowed, the sicker I felt. I wasn't even hungry, but Father insisted. If we were going to give our thanks for him keeping us safe and away from the surface, we had to obey every order Father gave us. Ren told me not to be upset and not to miss him. I tried not to. Father always said we had to detach ourselves from the food. That was the only way we were going to enjoy it. But I did miss Ren. The empty spot next to me felt cavernous and hollow. I missed his head on my shoulder. I missed late-night talks with him and confessing I maybe had a crush on him at the age of 9. He laughed and said, "Maybe when we're old enough, you can ask me to marry you." I don't think even he realized how powerful his words were, that I would marry him in a heartbeat if we were just normal kids in a normal world. It wasn't fair that I missed Ren as much as I did. I spat him out into my bowl, draining the rest of my water. Gross, Jack grumbled from across the table. I shot him a glare, and he stuck out his tongue. Jack was the oldest among us, but you wouldn't think so by looking at him. Small and scrawny, with little meat on him, Jack was the definition of a squirt. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight, the others were eating, their faces cast in an eerie glow as they listened to Father's stories. I knew them all by heart. Father had been recounting the same tales since I was a little kid. When we were 3 years old, the world ended in what was called the disaster, a terrifying phenomenon that swept across the planet, turning adults into feral predators of their own children. Nobody knew how it happened. Some people hypothesized it was bioterrorism, while others insisted it was natural human evolution. All living things consumed their young, And now it was humanity's turn. According to Father, who vividly described the horrific experience of devouring his own son, it was a thirst unlike anything he had ever felt before, something he couldn't control or suppress. It burned right through logic and love, transforming every adult, every parent, into a cold-blooded, flesh-eating monster, not a zombie. Father made sure to add, zombies are mindless corpses brought back to life. They are fictional monsters. This was different. The ones affected did not lose their minds. They lost their humanity. Father averted his gaze from us. When I became afflicted with this phenomenon, my son was like nicotine, stronger than any black market drug. He cleared his throat. There was no right or wrong, no morals left in me. I was an animal when I killed and skinned him, cooking him into a hot stew. Father's smile was sickly. I didn't feel regret or pain. I wanted more. I wanted to feast on him until my stomach was bulging. His voice splintered apart. I killed and ate my son, and I didn't even care. I don't remember my son's name. Whatever this thing was, it took it away. It took away my memories of him, my love for him, my want to protect him, and turned me into a loveless monster. Father sighed, but it didn't end there. When it became known that children's flesh wasn't just like a drug to adults, but also granted youth and immortality when eaten, the planet fell into chaos. World leaders came apart first. Initially, a treaty was made among adults unaffected by the phenomenon. The Children's Association was born, created to protect and save kids from the feral adults. However, there was no Children's Association. Instead of trying to save kids, the governments were consuming them. Older kids who survived were taken in and brainwashed, converted into bounty hunters and tasked with hunting us down. Stray kids in hiding who managed to survive being eaten were given a nickname: threads. Apparently, when eaten, our flesh was stringy and thread-like. Father hid underground from the war going on between surviving older children who fought back, and the feral adults hunting them down like animals. He took a group of young kids with him. There were 15 of us, now 6. I didn't remember much about my life before the disaster, but I did know I had a mother and father. One day, they walked out the door and left me watching cartoons. Mom told me she was going to be right back. Halfway through an episode of SpongeBob SquarePants, Father wrapped his arms around me and carried me from my home to safety. Father did admit his original intention was to eat us. He never tried to sugarcoat his own craving for flesh, and that he too was just as monstrous as the adults hunting us down. But the longer he stayed isolated from the surface, Father named each of us. At first, it was to give us an identity, so he'd feel less guilty about killing and eating us. Once he'd named us, however, Father had to become a real parent to avoid us getting caught, which meant feeding and clothing us, singing lullabies, and spending hours struggling to get us to go to sleep. I guess fatherhood began to hit him. It's not like he wanted it, but he'd grown maternal towards us. He started to feel human again, growing attached to his food. As we grew up, he taught us everything we needed to know. Basic academics, along with life skills like cooking food and typing. But that didn't stop his insatiable hunger. He promised to keep us safe from the adults, for one small favor. Ren was the last to continue our favor. He was almost 6 months old, refrigerated bloody chunks piled in my bowl. Maybe that was why I felt so sick and couldn't eat. Father was getting hungry for fresh meat again. Part of me thought maybe his hunger had gone away. I did see him eating rice more often, but after he ravaged his way through Ren, I guessed wrong. When Father got to his feet, abruptly abandoning his latest story, the others went silent. Jack and Elsa were talking about a book they were reading, but once Father made it obvious he was reaching for the playing cards on the small table by the door, the two of them drifted off, their eyes going wide. Alia and Phoebe were already waiting for it. Neither of them had spoken all day, both of them ignoring their food. When Phoebe started crying, I wanted to comfort her, but what could I say? I didn't want to be sacrificed either. Phoebe, Father's voice was a warning. Be quiet. I had always seen Father more as a shadow, less of a human. I never really saw much of a face or an identity, just an outline of a person. In this case, I was happy I couldn't see the grinning smile spreading across his lips, only the slight contortions in his jaw. The room suddenly felt too small, claustrophobic, like it was going to swallow me up. Our home had always been small, a singular rectangular-shaped bunker underground. This place was cramped, with concrete walls absorbing the faded light from bare bulbs hanging from the low ceiling. The air was always damp and made my skin feel gross, and it always smelled like sulfur. Father was never specific about what it was or how he had obtained it. He just said it was our home. The bunker was divided into two cramped sections, a communal area where we ate and did daily activities, a tiny sleeping quarters with thin, uncomfortable mattresses as well as a single bunk bed, and a storage room filled with supplies Father had gathered over the years. There were no windows, and the heavy, reinforced door was the only connection to the outside world through underground tunnels. The feeling was all too familiar, the sensation of drowning, suffocating, knowing my time could be up. Jack couldn't stand still, tapping a beat on the ground. Elsa and Cal were frouncing, their expressions hard to read. I had never thought about what it would be like to be eaten. I used to try and put myself in a chicken's shoes. Father had a laptop we were allowed supervised access to, no internet, but a whole database filled with his own research on this phenomenon. He compared us to chickens, living things with thoughts and memories and families, dragged from their homes and killed for food. Just like kids, adults didn't need chicken meat to survive. They wanted it, craved it like a drug. Father held out the playing cards with a reassuring smile that I didn't believe. He wasn't smiling to make us feel better. Father was smiling because he was hungry. All right, everyone, let's play. Father's expression made me nauseous. His tone was enough to make us stand up. Jack jumped up first. He was visibly trembling. When Elsa and Cal didn't move, he pulled them to their feet too. It hit me when Father was shuffling the cards, playfully nudging a petrified Jack with his shoulder. He never meant to save us. If anything, he only kept us alive so he wouldn't be lonely. The six of us stood in suffocating silence, fear palpable on our faces, the type I can't even describe. How can I possibly put that kind of feeling into words? The existential dread of what comes after death and the terror of being eaten. The whirlwind of endless what-ifs and could-have-beens. I could have grown up in a world where I went to school and graduated. I could have had loving parents who supported me. I could have turned 20 years old and asked Ren to senior prom, and then to marry me. Something warm slithered its way up my throat. I could have escaped 2 years ago with Ren, when he begged me to go with him. Vivi. Father's voice snapped me out of it, and I was suddenly all too aware that I was wearing my dead best friend's jacket. I could feel my skin crawling, phantom bugs filling my mouth. Ren wanted to leave, and I told him we were safe with Father, but that was when there were more of us, and less of a chance of being chosen. I wanted to be selfish. I wanted to turn my head and pretend the real monster wasn't right in front of me. Father cleared his throat impatiently, and I squeezed my eyes shut, reached forward, and plucked a card from the flimsy stack. The rules of the drawing were simple, and yet I could barely think straight. All we had to do was not pull a joker. 6 cards, and among them, 1 joker. For the unlucky player, they had officially offered themselves as meat to Father. I was yet to look at my own card, squeezing it into my fist. I could hear our combined breaths, our screaming pleas to any god listening. Jack drew a queen, his face lighting up. He looked like he might say something before stepping back, clearing his throat. Elsa, visibly trembling, drew a 4 of hearts, her hands shaking. Cal hesitated for a moment, his brows furrowed in concentration, before drawing a 6 of hearts. Alia folded her arms, exhaled, and drew a king. Phoebe, who looked like she was about to throw up, pulled a jack. Squeezing my card in my palm, I couldn't breathe. The others were staring at me, and I knew what they were thinking. 6 cards. 6 players. 1 joker. Suddenly, I wasn't standing in my home. I was imprisoned inside a slaughterhouse, and the walls were closing in. I remembered when Ren drew a joker and burst out laughing. He couldn't stop, even when I tried to calm him down, tried to wrap my arms around him and tell him everything was going to be okay. I felt his tears soaking my shoulder and his sobs rattling his chest, his lips grazing my ear, telling me things that never fully registered. We should have ran. His voice dripped with disdain that only truly hit me when I was in his place. Ren didn't smile at me when he died. He never forgave me. Why didn't we run? I couldn't understand why he was laughing. Why, despite his hollowed-out eyes, he was smiling like he'd won the game. But drawing that joker myself, I felt it, hysterics creeping up my throat. I laughed. It felt wrong, hollow, and alien, but also good. The concept of being eaten alive was suddenly so ridiculous that I was on my knees, howling into my arms, my body trembling with laughter I couldn't control. I tried to stop, tried to stifle my giggles with one hand clamped over my mouth, but it kept coming, slamming into me in waves of revulsion. I thought Ren was possessed by the Joker card, but now I understood it. I finally understood the feeling of complete despair washing over him. When I stopped laughing, I had already made my decision. I was going to die with a smile on my face, just like Ren. The others were frowning at me, mixed looks on their faces. "I'm sorry, Vivi," Jack whispered. His expression, however, said, "Sorry it's you and not me." Alia and Phoebe stepped back, as if I was suddenly contagious. Cal offered me a small smile, and that was enough. I'm glad it wasn't pitiful. It was just a smile. With the Joker in my hand, I readied myself to die. But there's a difference between being brave and being a coward. Between Ren Samuels and me. I watched him die with his head held high, and I was sure, in that disorienting moment of post-reality, that I could follow in his footsteps. However, my eyes were wandering, and my palms were growing clammy. Father was in the corner preparing his blade, and knowing that it would slice through my flesh and turn me into salty chicken, something in me snapped. I was a coward. I wasn't brave like Ren or Becca, or Thomas and Jonas. I was a fucking coward, and I wasn't going to die. The world felt like it jumped into fast forward. I was aware I was twisting around, and it took 2 single breaths, one to get me to the door, and another when I was twisting the handle and yanking it open. The hunt began as soon as I catapulted myself from what I thought was home. There was never a hunt with the others. They gave themselves up. Cowards, however. They were free game. Throwing myself into a sprint, my mind spinning, I was aware that the others were already on my tail. The rules were simple. Just like the card game, cowards were caught, dragged back, and skinned alive. I had already made my decision, and going back to the bunker was suicide. Father was very strict with his rules. We were not supposed to leave the bunker. Adults and reformed kids brainwashed into bounty hunters plagued the underground tunnels, searching for threads. When I managed to get into the tunnels, however, throwing myself through the dark, ankle deep in sewage, there was no sign of hunters. "Vivi," Jack's voice echoed, almost startling me into place. "Vivi, come back. It's not safe." Jack's hesitant strides came to a halt. I could sense his fear of that single sliver of natural light leaking from above ground. Catching a glimpse of silver in the pitch black, I blindly reached out my hands. Ren's voice was in my head. "I've seen them. When I was on lookout with Jonas, we saw a ladder. Vivi, we can climb up and get out of here." He sounded so hopeful, and I had a sobering moment of vulnerability that threatened to send me to my knees. Grasping hold of the ladder, I lifted myself up, clawing my way toward the light. Light that was getting brighter, not the kind I was told about. Father said the sky was polluted bright red. He said the sun rose, but it was blocked out, casting an eerie red glow. When the world fell apart, nuclear power plants across the planet went into meltdown. and nobody could stop them. When I climbed through the metal grating, however, drinking in the sun's glare, sitting in a perfect crystalline blue sky, Father's words were suddenly obsolete. The world was not as empty as I initially thought. It was bright, colorful. Something flew past me, choking fumes filling my nose, a throaty yell following. Kid, what the fuck are you doing in the middle of the road? Adult. I ducked back into the ground, my body seizing up. The adult's words barely registered in my mind. He was right. I was kneeling in the middle of a main road filled with traffic, with cars. Father told us vehicles had been taken out by an electromagnetic pulse. Hey, are you good? Another voice. This time it was softer. The guy hovering over me was a teenager, maybe a year younger than me. He was a threat, but he didn't look like one. The boy's outfit took me off guard, a white shirt and jeans, a leather jacket flung over the top. His hair wasn't like the boys in the bunker. It was vibrant red and styled, and floppy, hanging over friendly brown eyes. In his hand was a rectangular device. Cell phone. Father told us phones were used as currency in the new world. This guy didn't look like a kid who was being hunted down, struggling to survive. He looked like a normal college boy. His eyes were bright, devoid of the hollow, cavernous look I was so used to seeing in others. Even Ren, with his wide smile, failed to hide his true feelings with his eyes. For a moment, I was disoriented by the sudden loud beeps around me and the baking sun on the back of my neck. The sun was supposed to be choked with pollution. The clouds were supposed to be a fairy tale. Turning my attention back to the stranger, I noticed one glaring detail. This kid wasn't malnourished like Jack and Ren. He was eating well. He was alive. Seeing people living their day-to-day lives and not suffering, it filled me with happiness. And then despair, when I could taste my best friend in my mouth. He was so salty. All at once, my body felt like it was crumbling. I was too aware of the world around me, gritty concrete scraping my palms and a cool breeze grazing my face. My stomach heaved, and I choked on Ren again. I think I was fucking screaming, my chest heaving with hysterical sobs, but I couldn't feel or hear anything. Couldn't even taste Ren as he dripped down my chin. I barely noticed the boy pulling me into his car, his voice a blur of panic. Fuck, are you okay? Did you just crawl out of the ground? Oh fuck, oh god, okay. This is bad. Let me take you to the emergency room. When someone across the road shouted if I was okay, I let myself fragment. Father had fed me so many lies. Lies designed to keep us submissive. The sky wasn't red. My generation wasn't being hunted down. Adults weren't monsters. And I was safe. Above ground, I was safe. He kept me from the surface with those lies. Ren had died for nothing. Pressed against the cool leather of the car seat, curled into myself, I struggled to breathe. When we started to move, reality hit me in convulsive lightning bolts. The world, according to Father, was of his own creation. So, what's your name? The boy asked casually. Do you sit in the middle of the road often? Or is that like a TikTok thing? The stranger tapped the steering wheel, clearly eager to ask more, but sticking to basics. I couldn't respond. My tongue twisted and wrong. I pressed my face against the window and watched life continue outside. I saw a mother with her baby, and tears pricked my eyes. The boy fiddled with his phone, and a song began to play through the speakers. I liked it. The rhythmic beat pulsed through my skull, pushing away my dark thoughts. Under the late afternoon sun, I finally took in the boy's face. He had freckles, just like Ren. Do you, need me to take you home or something? He cleared his throat. Or maybe the sheriff's office. I noticed his side eye, his gaze lingering on the ragged remains of my clothes. Instead of commenting on the deep red stains on my shirt, he handed me a can. Soda. Real soda. A luxury in the bunker. I had only tasted lukewarm Diet Coke. I drank it down quickly. It was fruity, perfect, and refreshing. The guy laughed. Geez, don't drink it that fast. I found my voice. Sorry. No, you don't have to apologize. The boy sighed. Where do you live? If you want, I can take you home. I'm Jordan. By the way, Vivi. His smile was warm, though the more I was looking at him, I could see that eerie blue light striking across his jawline. Vivi. Oh, nice name. Like Nefertari Vivi. He shook his head when I didn't reply, his expression sheepish. Please tell me you get the reference. I couldn't speak, couldn't breathe, couldn't cry. Father had lied. About everything. Relief washed over me, warm and real. I didn't have to die. My eyes flickered, my head bouncing against the glass of the window. Outside, the streets were bustling. There were kids everywhere, and my heart was singing. I was watching a little kid run across the road with his parents when we drove past what I figured was a high school. Empty. The windows had been blown through, garbage covering the campus. Further down the road, however, another high school came into view. There they were, this time visible through looming metal gates. Kids. Hey, can I talk to Blue? Jordan's murmur brought me back to reality. Sir. He sighed. Yes, I've got one of them. He leaned back in his chair, his seat squeaking. Yeah. No, I'm not fucking stupid. 500. He turned his head, and I noticed the blue light attached to his ear flashing. 500, and you tell me where my brother is. We had a deal. I caught movement, his head tipping back. No, tell me where Ryan is, and it's yours. The 500 means nothing to me. Asshole. I think I fell asleep, my head still awkwardly pressed against the pane. When I woke up, Jordan was being yelled at. He was also doing some of the yelling. Oh, come on. I wasn't even going that fast. The sun was gone, late afternoon bleeding into twilight. I had never seen the night sky. I had never seen stars, or the sliver of the moon visible over the horizon. There was a figure outside the window, illuminated in floodlights, an adult. I felt myself stiffen up, before remembering adults weren't hunting us down. Father was. I was very clear. Jordan. The woman's voice sounded like nails on a chalkboard. If I caught you speeding again, I would report you. Yes, Miss Carter. The boy's tone dripped with sarcasm. I'm aware I was possibly definitely speeding, but as you can see, he gestured to me with flailing hands. This girl is clearly distressed, and I'm taking her to the sheriff's office. Jordan pulled out a piece of paper from under his seat. I have a license right here. I can see that. He whistled. All right. Well, I'll be on my way. Mr. Redbird, if you so much as touch that steering wheel, I will report you. But the woman cleared her throat. I can take it from here. Jordan's eyes darkened significantly. His smile strained. I said, I've got it. Jordan, would you like me to contact your employer? His fingers tightened around the steering wheel. I'm one of their best. So no. Hand over the girl, and I won't say a word about your speeding. The boy scoffed, and I saw a whole other side to him. He reached out reluctantly, opening my door. She's all yours. To my surprise, he didn't move or speak when the woman gently grasped my arm. I was gently coaxed from the seat, and the door slammed shut. She wasn't finished grilling him. Are you chewing? Jordan. He shrugged. What? I can't chew and drive. The woman didn't reply, and he exhaled out an exaggerated sigh, opened his mouth, and pulled out the piece of gum. To my confusion, the lady plucked it from his fingers with a handkerchief. Thank you. He rolled his eyes. You're welcome. Have fun. A loud bang coming from the back startled me. Miss Carter shot the boy an accusatory glare. Car trouble. Mr. Redbird. Jordan glanced at me, a smile tugging at his lips as another unmistakable bang echoed from the back, this time louder. Yep, car trouble, ma'am. His smile had too many teeth. Have a great night. With a two-fingered salute, he drove off, leaving me with a face full of exhaust fumes. 3 hours later, I was sitting in a comfy chair in the sheriff's office, a towel wrapped around me. Miss Carter sat in front of me, the glare from her laptop screen bathing heavy-looking sleep circles. She told me to tell her everything, and when I did, spluttering out my whole life story, the woman paused to hand me a tissue. I didn't realize I was crying, swiping at my nose. Miss Carter was very helpful. She offered me drinks and some microwave noodles. According to her, my age placed me on the threshold of an adult in town. While they were tracking down my parents, I was offered a place at a boarding house for grown-up orphans. I was halfway through telling her about Ren when she asked for my tissue. I handed it over, and she offered a fresh one before jumping to her feet. Miss Carter's smile was kind. I wasn't used to kind. "I'm just going to process your details in the system," she said. "I'll be right back." Her words twisted my gut. That's what my mom said, before father took me from her. Mrs. Carter, she told me to call her Linda, was gone for a while. Her office was cozy, and slumped in my spinning chair, I was tempted to sleep. She left me with a laptop to play with, so the first thing I did was check out the internet. There was no disaster, and just like our town, the world continued on as normal. I was looking through online news articles when I started to feel nauseous. I wasn't used to normal food. In my search for the bathroom, I found another office. I could see Linda through the window. She had something pressed to her face, and I wondered if she had a nosebleed. But then I saw the creases in the tissue paper, and the realization started to hit me. It was my tissue paper, the one I swiped at my nose and mouth with. I could feel myself slowly moving back when the woman's eyes rolled to pearly whites, her lips parting. The way she moved in erratic jolts sent barf erupting into the back of my mouth. Linda was trembling, slamming the tissue against her nose and mouth, inhaling it like a drug, inhaling me like a drug. Just like father said. He said we were like a black market drug to them. I only caught a hold of myself when she dropped the tissue, her hand slipping into her jeans pocket and pulling something out. Jordan's used gum. It was sticky, wrapped around her pinched fingers. When Linda dropped it into her own mouth, I remembered how to run. When her mouth opened, wider and wider and wider, I was already out of the door. Twisting around, I no longer saw a human inside the room. Instead, a void-like mouth expanding, inky black darkness chasing after me. I got out of there and ran. Straight into Jordan. He didn't look fazed by my expression. "Let me guess," he said. He was leaning against the doorframe with his arms folded. I had zero idea how he'd just casually walked into a sheriff's office. Jordan inclined his head, and there it was. That haunted, empty cavern in his eyes, the eyes of a thread. "Miss Carter just tried to eat you, didn't she?" In my panic, I tried to get past him, only for him to sidestep in front of me. "I can help you," he said. "I was trying to help you earlier, but you were kidnapped." Before I could speak, his expression darkened significantly. "You can either come with me or become a main course." His gaze flicked to my blood-stained shirt. "Your choice." I think I was going to go with Jordan, but then I remembered the banging in his truck. That blue light attached to his ear, I couldn't trust it. Shoving past him, I ran until I couldn't breathe. Over the last few days, I've been in hiding. I swiped a phone from an adult, and thankfully, it has the internet. The same car passes every day and night, and I know it's Jordan. But he's a thread. Why would he hunt down other threads? I can't stop fucking shaking. Father lied to me about everything, but I don't think he was lying about the town. The outside world is normal, clearly, but New Haven is something else entirely. I think the adults here are just like him, or even worse. So, if you are a kid in New Haven, please help me. The adults in my town are monsters with human faces. If you are an adult, I have a gun and I will shoot you. Please don't hurt me. Look down at your hands. Now, Look up at the ceiling or sky above you. Finally, take a deep breath and remember that you're still as real as you can be. You exist in this reality. You can breathe, think, and love. In a distant place called the Backrooms, there is a vast array of entities who seek what you take for granted. I'm lucky to be here today, talking to you all. I came here to warn you for the pending end. The Backrooms are coming for us all. For as long as I could remember, my childhood was filled with moments of gazing into the vast expanse of our world. Everything fascinated me, from the tiniest hummingbird flitting by to the sight of massive feral pigs racing across my family's ranch. The world seemed boundless and vibrant, and nothing could derail my joy. However, as I grew older, I began to realize that while I had spent much time pondering and observing, I hadn't achieved much for myself. Through relentless pursuit of success, I eventually saved enough money to attend a university out of state. Now, at 21 years old and well into my university studies on the path to becoming an accountant, everything seemed to be unfolding according to plan. Yet, amidst this journey, I began to question what comes next. During a plane ride home to visit my family for the holidays, I found myself lost in thought, deeply questioning the underlying curiosities that had resurfaced within me. These thoughts and struggles seemed to assail me with the same intensity I had once worked to suppress. For hours on end, I grappled with the eternal battle within my psyche, feeling as though my own mind had become foreign territory. Despite the internal turmoil, I managed to conceal these inner struggles, maintaining composure until I finally arrived home to reunite with my family, who I hadn't seen in over 7 months. Sitting by, waiting for my mother and older sister to pick me up from the airport, I admired the sunset. Its warm hues painted the sky like a canvas of nostalgia over my hometown. Austin, Texas. Memories flooded back. Each building and street corner held a piece of my past. Before I could delve deeper into my thoughts, I heard a familiar, passionate call of my name. "Kyle, let's go home." My older sister, Hannah, exclaimed, her voice cutting through the nostalgic haze. "Long time no see. Sis! You look just as ugly as you did 7 months ago," I joked as I greeted her. "And you look just as nerdy as you did when you decided to study to be an accountant. I mean, come on, an accounting degree. Total dork," Hannah retorted with a playful grin. We left the airport, the three of us, my mother, Hannah, and I catching up on the usual topics. We discussed everything from the latest election polls to the ongoing global crises around the world. Of course, we got into heated debates, as these topics often lead to, but we managed to keep everything toned down enough to make it to the mall without driving the car off a bridge. Haha, just kidding. Or am I? "Kyle, we haven't been to this mall since we were kids. How much do you think has changed?" Hannah asked inquisitively. "I mean, after the early 2000s, they pushed to modernize everything. Just look at poor Taco Bell's new logo. What a shame. At least it wasn't as bad as McDonald's. That place got hit the worst with the modernization marketing. What a lame world we live in now, little bro." Hannah and I walked through the ancient doors we remembered from our distant childhood. Surprisingly, not much had changed. We felt a warm blanket of nostalgia as we gazed around. Curious to see if anything was new, we went through our usual routine of scanning all the stores, not really buying anything but food, window shopping. "Kyle, help!" Hannah screamed for assistance. As I turned to see what was going on with my sister, I saw her struggling to rise to her feet. She was stuck in a sort of paralysis. She hadn't had any medical issues in her past, so I assumed the worst. Was my sister experiencing some sort of heart attack? "Hannah, put your wrist out for me. Let me try to see if I can feel a pulse." Luckily, she was just fine. She had probably just experienced some sort of anxiety attack that she didn't want to talk to me about. Or so I thought. "Kyle, that was really weird. I just went for a checkup a couple of weeks ago and was completely healthy. What's going on with me?" I managed to calm her down and suggested that she might have experienced some sort of anxiety attack, possibly as a coping mechanism for stress she hadn't acknowledged. She seemed to agree with me, regained her composure, and we continued walking around the mall, looking for something new. Kyle, there's something about this place that screams the 1990s, the colorful era, as I like to call it, Hannah remarked. You're definitely onto something. It's like they didn't put any money into modernizing this place, yet it still seems to be running just fine, with plenty of people coming through, I responded. Before we could delve deeper into our discussion about the mall's aesthetic appeal, the intercom crackled to life. Attention. Ladies and gentlemen, please exit the mall through all available doors. We are experiencing a water leakage, and it is imperative that we do not put our customers in harm's way. We will resume our normal schedule tomorrow at 11 a.m. Thank you for coming, and have a blessed rest of your day. As Hannah and I headed toward the exit, we saw dozens of men in hazmat suits rushing in with the urgency that could only be replicated by a worried mother. I bet they love hyping each other up, running into the mall like their jobs are that important, Hannah humorously remarked. I know, right? How bad could it actually be? Wait, hold on, this doesn't make sense. A water leakage, but hazmat suits? Come on, that doesn't add up. What aren't they telling us? Hannah wondered aloud. Yeah, Hannah, it's probably something else, but they likely don't want to cause a panic. Screw it. Kyle, let's stay and see what they're up to. Absolutely not. They have hazmat suits on for a reason. It's probably some kind of gas leak. Suit yourself. Hannah then started sneaking around, using every pillar and pole she could find to avoid detection. She was determined to figure out what was really going on, and I couldn't just stand around and let her go alone. The coward in me wanted to run for the exit and hope for the best. But you know the saying, the coward in you rewards you with comfort but denies you peace. I wasn't going to regret anything. Kyle, I see those men in hazmat suits circling around something in the food court. I can't just quite see what it is. Before I could muster up a response, a vibration shook the ground beneath us, almost causing Hannah and me to collapse. We both looked around desperately, trying to find the source of the earth-shaking eruption we had just experienced. But as we scanned our surroundings, we realized that everything had almost entirely changed. We were in the same place, but it felt like a different time. The color scheme was reminiscent of the late 1980s or early 1990s, with bright colors far from the blandness of modern design. Hannah, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Or am I going batshit crazy? I asked nervously. Kyle, I think you were right. Maybe there's a gas leak and we're just hallucinating, Hannah suggested, trying to hold on to reality. Well, if you see that exact same red carpet over to your left, then we're seeing the same thing, meaning we couldn't possibly be hallucinating the same thing, right? Right? I tried to reason. As brave as Hannah had been in leading us into this situation, she quickly began to panic in a way that I hadn't seen since our father left us when we were younger. She started to weep, overwhelmed by fear. Look, Hannah, just follow me, and we'll figure out what's really going on. Okay? I assured her I myself wanted to scream to the top of my lungs in disbelief of what I couldn't explain, but the sight of my older sister in that state gave me the strength to withhold my own anxieties until she was safe again. We began to walk around, still seeing aged concepts signaling we were in a different time, a different place entirely, not a human left in sight. I kept assuring myself that I had passed out from a gas leakage, and this was all just a weird dream. Just a dream to pass the time until paramedics could get to me inside of the mall. Although deep down in my consciousness, I knew I was awake. I could all too well feel my sensations. I knew I was awake experiencing this. It was just too much to come to terms with. Kyle, are we going to be okay? Let's just maybe try to use our phones. Make a call, Hannah pointed out. As we both tried to make phone calls to our mother, our phones automatically were unable to perform the task. This confirmed our suspicions of being in an entirely different place. I kept going down a rabbit hole of theories on what could possibly be going on, before I could start to actually get a grasp on the situation at hand. Hannah interrupted me. This has to be the back rooms, a place where the world is empty outside of the individuals who get unlikely enough to no-clip in. Hannah struggled to grasp the idea. I guess creepypastas had some more underlying details than anyone could have imagined, though this can't be some childish idea. I don't think we're in some other universe. Maybe this is just some type of simulation experiment. Maybe somehow, some way we are just a part of some sick experiment. I tried to reason with whatever I could possibly muster up to make sense of this nightmarish realm. How could you expect any two sane individuals to carry on after they were ripped from everything they've known? We weren't home. We weren't near our home, our place of comfort, though, for some odd reason, me and my sister were filled with the same passion to make it through the unknown and the possibility of death itself. As we carried on, we started to notice the mall in a different light, one filled with those now non-existent colourful plethoras. We were definitely transported to a different time, a different place. Mickey Mouse looks a lot younger. Hannah fixed her gaze at the Disney store's old shimmering glow. There's some magic lost in the past. Huh, old sis? I genuinely felt depressed as I remembered our present-time Disney store being so damp and grey. We were the last of it, little bro. Hannah gazed at me with a warm smile. Hannah insisted that we took a souvenir home in remembrance for whatever the fuck we were currently going through. Although I highly contested this notion because I didn't even know if me and Hannah truly existed in this time and space. I didn't want to keep questioning our situation, and I know she didn't too. All we had was each other, and it was best if we kept distracting ourselves from our pending end. Kyle, stop breathing so loud and just crouch down, Hannah anxiously demanded. At those words, adrenaline spiked through my system, sending vibrations through every fiber of my being. I looked in every direction, trying to detect a threat, but there was none. I gave Hannah a questioning look, and she responded, Kyle, don't freak out. But I swear I saw something moving inside the Disney store. It was subtle but noticeable. Just wait this out with me. We can't be the only ones here, right? I kept my gaze fixed on the entrance to the Disney store and began to notice subtle movements as well. Then, for what felt like minutes, there was nothing, no movement at all. Just as I signaled Hannah to follow my lead and leave the area, an eerie, slowed Mickey Mouse voice said, Hey everybody, it's me, Mickey Mouse. The voice was raspy and distorted, as if whatever entity was trying to replicate Mickey Mouse's friendly tone couldn't quite manage it. As Hannah and I tried to make sense of the unexpected outburst, a dark humanoid figure began rushing toward us. It was then that we realized it was a 2-foot disfigured version of Mickey Mouse, repeating his famous phrase, Hey everybody, it's me, Mickey Mouse! The voice sounded less and less human with each repetition. We were so paralyzed with fear and disgust that we couldn't even scream. It was as if we had reached a level of terror beyond the ability to cry out. We felt like we were on the brink of self-destruction. What would you have done? Tell me, because I hate remembering what that felt like. For many of you, this might seem like some kind of sick joke, but I assure you, what we experienced in that moment aged us 20 years from the sheer horror. We ran! We ran until we reached the escalators. As we were running up, Hannah tripped and fell a few steps down. I yelled and screamed for her to get up, but the overwhelming fear made me briefly black out. When I came to, I found Hannah struggling to carry me over her shoulder. She managed to find a Starbucks where we could take refuge. Although something seemed different about her, it was as if she somehow obtained a level of confidence that was alien in nature to who she truly is. Nonetheless, I appreciated her ability to keep calmer I could have in those moments. Hannah, we don't know exactly what's going on, but we've fallen into something, another realm of some sort, maybe the back rooms. Whatever happened, it doesn't matter now. There's a number one rule about falling into something. If there's a way in, there's a way out. I felt hope rising through my chest, filling me with confidence. We had to leave this place, and I wasn't going to let my mind succumb to the same void my body currently inhabited. Falling into something, or maybe draining the pool of water. There's a plug somewhere to release this place back into nothingness. Little bro, this is about to get very interesting. Hannah shared my determination. It was time to escape the back rooms. We made our way to the food court, searching for any possible escape. The food court, often the center of most malls and a significant attraction, seemed like a logical place to start. As we hurried around looking for clues to bring us back to our reality, something at the McDonald's caught my attention. An all too familiar voice spoke up. "We love to see you smile," said the one and only Ronald McDonald, rising from behind the counter with a charismatic tone. "We're kind of lost. Sir, is there any way you can help us get back home?" It was unsettling, but the only thing my brain could muster up in the presence of that clown was a request for help. Seriously, what was I thinking? Leave? What? You just came. Come on and stay. There's no rush. You have eternity to decide when you want to go back. Ronald McDonald still had that caring, characteristic voice, but his presence was eerie. He had been a childhood nightmare that I couldn't get over for a long time. "No. Listen, Mr. Ronald, we have to get home. We have very important people waiting for us on the other side," I struggled to say. "And I was important to all of you kids when I was younger, but now I'm just a distant memory, a past tale that you adults joke about." His tone shifted to one of genuine disdain. "Hey, listen, to me and my sister here, you've always been something we talked about from time to time. You never truly faded away. You live on in many adult memories, okay?" I hope to ease his apparent sadness. "You all aren't happy. None of you are. Just like me, you're trapped in your own independent realities, tormented by what used to be and what could have been. I don't think you'll be leaving anytime soon. You will stay with me and your sister over there." Hannah started to slowly crouch down, plotting an escape. "Look, Mr. Ronald, what could you possibly gain from us? Two young and foolish adults with nothing to offer?" I tried to reason with him. "It's not what you can offer me, it's what you can offer us all." As he spoke, dozens of entities, including Mickey, began to morph into tall, slender humanoid creatures, screaming in high-pitched tones. It was clear now that these beings were only masquerading as childhood mascots to lure us into a trap. They began emerging from every possible hiding spot, behind pillars, rising out of concession stands. It felt like Hannah and I had reached our last straw until a man's voice shouted, "Grab whatever you can to stop them, but don't move too far from your spot." Hannah and I turned to see one of the men we'd first seen rushing into the mall, now in a hazmat suit. He was armed with what appeared to be a military-grade weapon, an M16. We realized we weren't the only ones dragged into this nightmare. We grabbed whatever we could use as weapons and began to fight off the entities. We managed to daze a few and saw our new ally in the hazmat suit reduce many of them to chunks of goo. The food court erupted into chaos, with screams that felt like they could shatter windows from miles away. The entities seemed desperate, as if we were part of some plan to return them to their origins. Their screams weren't just out of anger, they were filled with desperation and fear. Like us, they wanted to become someone or something again, in a different time and place. But there was no time to ponder the fate of these beings. The unknown man in the hazmat suit created enough of a distraction to make an escape route possible. We ran as fast as we could and managed to hide in a janitor's closet with the unknown man. He removed his helmet and greeted us casually. "Hey, the name's Adrian. Sorry you got dragged into this, but we're working on an escape route. Just hang tight." Adrian spoke as if this was just another day on the job. He clearly had experience with this. "You're telling me there are more of you? First, where are we? Who are you? And am I fucking dead?" I lost my cool at this point, hyperventilating and crying. At that moment, I wished I had never existed because existence felt far more terrifying than nothing at all. "Kid, piece of advice. When you don't have any other choice but to be strong, do it or you'll for sure be dead. Okay?" Adrian's voice sent a mellow sense of relief that I haven't felt yet in that god-forsaken realm. Whoever he was truly a character, one that needed to be studied for his ability to not give a fuck. "You two need to listen up. We don't have much time. Okay? I'm not going to repeat myself. We technically don't exist right now. We've fallen into a parallel universe where what we consider souls inhabit, from our realm or another. It doesn't matter. They exist here. Every piece of land, place, or thing in this universe has its twisted copy, and we're standing in one of them. I'm not sure how entities get stuck here or why it happens, but if we don't return to our reality, we'll be erased. Not erased in the sense that no one will remember us, but in the sense that there will be no evidence of our disappearance. People won't know where we went or how to bring us back. My theory is that we'll eventually turn into one of those entities if we stick around too long. Adrian, you're saying the backrooms are real. Is this some kind of purgatory for souls? Or maybe a holding place for judgment? Some religious theories might help us understand, Hannah said with a hopeful smile. Always good at seeing the bright side of things. There's a lot more to my company and humanity as a whole that I can't delve into right now due to our limited time. Let's just say there are many key components missing in that broad statement of mine. Just remember, your objective is to leave this place and forget it as it is. If I don't make it out with you, prioritize forgetting you were ever here. There is a way out. Kids, it's called the point of singularity. Think of a black hole and how everything folds into it, vanishing into who knows what, basically leading to another point in space and time. I'm not saying there's a literal black hole here, but there's a point where we could potentially fall back into our universe. Where would this singularity point be? I asked, determined to make it my mission to leave. Unfortunately, this is the hard part. We're currently in a complex that's around 400,000 square feet. We need to find the singular space or area in this mall that radiates the most nostalgic, vibrant colors, essentially, the most active part of this purgatory. What happens if we get killed by one of those entities? Or worse, captured? Hannah asked instinctively. Honey, focus on the goal. Like I told your brother, when you're in trouble, you're in trouble. There's no time for anxiety. Hannah, Kyle, follow me slowly and quietly as we exit our hiding place. We need to enter the main hallway, moving cautiously to find the most vibrant part of this mall. Whatever you do, don't scream. It will only attract more of them. Keep your eyes on the prize, freedom. We slowly emerged from our hiding spot and began making our way down the hallway, carefully observing our surroundings. This was the endgame we faced, finding the most vibrant atmosphere in the mall. Something is alluring about this place. Punch me if I'm crazy, but a part of me doesn't want to leave. Something feels so warm inside. Something that I've been missing for some time. I said casually without thinking too deeply about it. Adrian then quickly turned around, tackling me to the ground, restraining my hands and legs. I couldn't help but scream out for help, hoping my sister would come to my defense. And as expected, she quickly jumped on top of Adrian's back, punching him with all of the force her little frame could possibly muster up. Hannah, stop. Your brother is drifting away. I've seen this before. We have no choice but to restrain him. If you love your brother, help me do this before he loses his mind and decides to stay here, engulfed by whatever this place is. Their arguing was a blur to me. I felt trapped in a state of consciousness where I could only grasp one thing: warmth. I needed it. No one was going to stop me. This place had finally provided me with what I needed to fill the gaping hole in my soul. A bright melody started playing nearby, and I rose to my feet, running towards it with a passion and desire beyond words. The emotions and ideas I experienced in this place were beyond anything I could describe. As I moved steadily towards the sound, I heard distant calls for me to come back. A small part of my soul was screaming at me to stop, trying to remind me that beautiful things aren't perfect. But in that state of mind, I felt perfect. I was willing to let the world burn for it. I reached a Build-A-Bear store where the beautiful melody originated. There, I saw it, a young child smiling at me. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a childhood version of myself. A spike of adrenaline brought me back to reality. How can I help you, buddy? I asked shakily. Can you help me build a bear? I really want one, the child replied. Trembling, I walked towards this younger version of myself. There's a saying that if you see an exact replica of yourself, you wouldn't recognize it. I'm here to tell you that's false. I knew exactly who it was and what it represented. Before I could think of running away, my childhood self laid a hand on my chest and said, Where deep waters are is where light dives to rescue. It was a saying my late father used to tell me, meaning that no matter how dark or hard life gets, the greater good will come to rescue you. I broke down into tears, astonished that this entity knew something so significant to me. You see, Big Me, I'm the light that dove to find you. You can stay here with me for eternity and finally be saved, my childhood version said. I was conflicted, feeling my sense of reality slip away, until I heard gunfire from behind. I turned to see Adrian and Hannah. Their presence grounded me. I ran towards them as my childhood version screamed and cried in a demonic rage. Don't leave me here. I need to see the other side. I once had a life too, my childhood self pleaded. But saving these entities wasn't our responsibility. They were here for a reason. Hannah, Kyle, there's a stairwell coming up. Go down it and keep left. That's where we might fall back into our world. Just remember, these entities will make one final push to keep us here. Grab whatever weapon you can find. My ammunition is running low. Adrian gave his final order. As Hannah and I approached the epicenter of this world, we saw hundreds of thousands of entities screaming at us to stay and enjoy the paradise they had created. They aimed to destroy our souls, a danger we knew all too well. They lunged and screamed to get to us. But luckily, Hannah and I were just a few feet from the point of singularity. You may be wondering what happened to Adrian. Well, he yelled at us to keep moving forward, repeating, "I've got some more work to do. Forget, forget, forget." As he had mentioned earlier, he wanted us to forget ever coming to this hellish dimension. He knew that we didn't belong in his world of chaos and mystery. Adrian is a man who bore the burden of saving 2 young adults from becoming trapped entities in a dimension that can only be described as the backrooms. I will forever thank him for his help, though I need it now more than ever. Hannah and I woke up in a hospital room surrounded by our mother, who was crying, saying we had been exposed to chemical poisoning from a gas leak inside the mall. Hannah and I shared a knowing look, understanding all too well what had truly occurred. That night, we went home and discussed our experience in the backrooms. We finally sat down and thoroughly examined the situation we had just experienced, how real it had been. We knew that our passing out from poisonous chemicals was just a cover-up by the corporation dealing with the backrooms. We laughed and giggled about some of the things we liked most about the backrooms, and then Hannah said, "Who knew Mickey Mouse could make a full-grown man like yourself pass out?" Haha. My little bro has been downgraded from a dork to a dweeb, Hannah said sarcastically. I laughed and felt a sense of relief that it was all over. As I picked up a glass of water and slowly drank, Hannah spoke again, but now in a demonic voice. What could have been can still always be. What should be now is still here. Don't forget where you're gonna stay. She, or it, then walked away with a grin that could only be described as euphoric satisfaction in itself. I ran to my room trying to put this puzzle piece together. How could I or Adrian not have known that Hannah got drifted away, replaced by a masquerading entity? She helped me escape my own nightmarish state. I physically saw her fall right back into our home dimension. Then it hit me. I had passed out for a brief period of time, waking up in a Starbucks hiding with Hannah. In that brief period of time, she must have lost her free will and decided to allow herself to get mimicked to the touch, allowing this imposter to take control over my sister's image. I write to you now, hoping and praying someone can help me navigate through this situation. I'm desperately gasping for air every few seconds. I'm not free. I'm trapped by the idea that my sister is still in a faraway land, alone and scared, or, worse yet, dead. I can't fathom that idea. Help me. I don't know what followed me back home, but it's been knocking at my door all night. I might not make it past tonight, so I write to warn you all. The backrooms and all of its entities are coming for us all. When I was a kid, I loved catching bugs. I'd catch them in jars, butterfly nets, and sometimes with my bare hands. I'd watch spiders spin webs between my fingers. I was never bothered by buzzing wasps or bees circling my lunch. I'd never been stung, and I never felt threatened. Maybe I was just a stupid kid, but I figured that live and let live was the only way to be. I was 8 years old when my family went on a trip. First to my aunt, then on to my grandmother. My aunt lived in this rural Minnesota town in the middle of nowhere. We were just staying for a couple of days before continuing east. When we got there, we'd been driving for 6 hours straight. I'd been car sick the entire time and hadn't been able to eat or drink a thing. It was the hottest week of the summer, leaving me dehydrated and exhausted. And, of course, my parents were fighting about it. They were fighting from the moment they stepped out of the car. I tuned it out. I could tell from the sound of their voices it was going to be a long one. The kid says he's fine, so he's fine, my dad complained. I told you we should have stopped for a milkshake. Mom groaned. He's going to be sick all night. And you think putting dairy in him is going to fix that? Come on. So we're just going to let him suffer? Is that it? Is that your solution? Yes, of course. Yes, I love making him suffer. That's the best thing. I love it so much. It kept going back and forth. I picked up my backpack and unfolded a couple of Spider-Man comics that I'd read at least 8 times over. I wandered off to get away from the car and the noise, watching my aunt coming out of the house to de-escalate. I plopped down on a rock in the backyard, letting my stomach settle. I'd always hated cars, and being stuck in one on a hot summer's day for 6 hours, it was torture. As the sounds of nature washed over me, I started to feel like a person again, a breeze in the wind, a faint flutter of birds. They sang different songs out there. Diving back into the adventures of Miles Morales, I heard the familiar buzz of an insect. Looking up, I saw something I'd never seen before. Now, this was a long time ago, but I'll never forget it. It looked like a wasp, but had much more prominent antennae and a bigger abdomen. And the color, it wasn't yellow, it was a bright red. It had landed on one of my aunt's blue garden sunflowers, making the colors clash. I'd never seen an insect like it before. Looking back at my parents' car, I knew I had a jar or two hidden away there for just such an occasion. I was going to catch it. Then again, I didn't want to risk losing sight of this thing. So I did what I'd always done when I saw something I wanted to catch. I used my hands. I approached, inch by inch, cupping my hands. The thing just sat there, head turned sideways to look at me. It didn't move, not even a twitch. I slowly closed my hands around it, plucking the top of the flower as I did. I stood up and walked back to the car, putting one careful foot in front of the other. Dad had gone inside to make a sandwich, while my mom and aunt stayed by the car, now having a sort of second-hand argument. What kind of person refuses their child a bottle of water? Mom scoffed. What kind of person is that? I tried to get her attention, but she was in full rant mode. My aunt, ever the diplomat, tried to calm her down, to no avail, of course. Mom, I repeated, can you get the jar from the trunk? It's a bottled water, she continued. It barely costs the price of the bottle. Is his time so valuable that it overpowers ours? That it consumes the time of those around him? Mom. Then, a burn. Ice pushing through my skin, digging into the vein of my arm, like my own pulse was working against me, to wound me. I dropped the flower, screeching like a wounded animal. All of a sudden the fight was over. Dad ran out. Mom scooped me up in her arms. They brushed my hair, kissed my forehead, and assured me how everything was going to be okay as I bawled my eyes out. And the red wasp thing, it was just gone. According to my aunt, all I'd had in my hand was that flower. I got a bad reaction to it. I was sweating, and it felt like my ears had this filter to them, as if the world was hidden behind a glass bubble. I could hear my parents arguing again. My dad wanted to take me to the hospital, while my mom argued that calling an ambulance would be faster. Meanwhile, my aunt was getting me some of her allergy medication, basic antihistamines. I must have collapsed. I woke up to an unknown man shining a flashlight in my eyes. A paramedic. He asked me to follow the light with my eyes. I did. But the moment I tried to move my head, I got this ache in my neck. "Looks like a bad reaction," he said. "But he's all there. We could bring him in, but I think some rest and ice cream ought to do it." "You sure?" my mom chimed in. "No sign of infection, just a bit of redness," the man said as he turned my hand around. "It's your call, but yeah, he'll be fine." Neither of my parents were convinced, but they couldn't decide on what to do, so they just went with his recommendation. My aunt tucked me in right there on the couch, putting on an X-Men movie for me to watch in the background. They spoiled me with ice cream and did me the courtesy of keeping their arguments short and hushed. Later that night, the house was silent. Whatever had gone through me had passed, and I was left wide awake in a sleeping house. My aunt slept on a futon down the hall while my parents stayed in her bedroom. I tried to work the remote to put the movie back on mute, but I couldn't get it to work. So once again, I resorted to reading my comics. I counted the seconds, hearing the tick-tocking of a clock from the kitchen. There was some light coming in from a large window to my left. It wasn't a great view or anything, just flat farmland for as far as the eye could see. I settled in for a long and boring night, hoping I could fall back asleep sooner rather than later. But as I read, there was a dark splotch on the page, a shadow coming from the window. Looking up, I could see one of those red wasps outside the window. I got up and walked over to it. Even then, I didn't feel threatened by it. The pane of glass between us helped. I tapped at it with my finger, and it didn't move. I shifted my finger a little to the left and tapped again, and it followed, tapping a little all over. It seemed to follow wherever my finger moved. I did a couple of zigzags, just for fun, and made it do a little jig. I couldn't help but to smile. It looked funny. "You didn't want to hurt me, huh?" I whispered. "Right." I could feel a warmth in my arm, a reminder of the sting, but also a sort of reassurance. That sting was as bad as it would get. A part of me felt that if it were to happen again, it wouldn't be nowhere as bad. "You wouldn't," I concluded. "You're a good guy." I spun my finger in a circle, and the red insect followed suit. What a funny little guy. We decided to stay an extra day to give me some time to recover. Dad didn't mind. Any excuse to spend less time with his mother-in-law was a blessing. My mom and aunt spent some time at a nearby flea market while Dad and I watched scary movies that I promised not to tell Mom about. We'd just finished Jaws when Dad had to go make a call for work. As I wrapped a blanket around me, one of those red wasps crawled up my leg. At first I was a bit startled, but it just kind of sat there, antennae poking around like little feelers. "Sorry," I whispered. "Didn't see you there." It crawled across my leg and up my arm, ending up on my thumb, facing my index finger. It seemed to follow my finger as I wiggled it, like a cat staring down a toy. I played with it for a couple of minutes. As I did, I noticed a couple of shadows cast on the coffee table next to me. Looking up, I could see about a dozen more red insects on the window, every single one of them moving with the twitch of my index finger. "You understand, don't you?" I whispered under my breath. "You get it." And while they couldn't speak, I knew I was right. As our time at my aunt's place came to an end, our trip resumed. My aunt was coming along, so I had to share the back seat. Dad was back behind the wheel, and my mum was the ever-loyal co-pilot, armed with an ever-present armada of suggestions. My aunt had brought this thick book of word search puzzles for us to play with. I was dreading it. I didn't want to get car sick again. I tried my best to prepare, but there was just no right way to do it. If I ate something, I would feel like a shaken soda bottle all day long. If I didn't, I'd feel like I had a knife rattling in my empty stomach. There was just no way to win. My mom always urged me to try some home remedy kind of thing, but it never worked. No yogurt, no chewing gum, no warm soup. Nothing worked. But that day, as we went on our way, I was fine. There was this warm, tranquil heat spreading throughout my body that it calmed me. No matter how much the car shook, or how powerful the glare of the sun stung my eyes. It's as if a shield had passed over me. I was fine. This was fine. I'd see the red wasps every now and then throughout the day, a couple of them on a fence at a rest stop, one of them resting by my foot in the car, a couple more crawling across the sunroof. I rarely had to look for long before I'd spot one or two, and they didn't seem to bother anyone. Maybe I was the only one who noticed them. I'd play a little with them, making them follow my finger around, or fly in a circle. It's as if there was a sort of quiet understanding between us. And without the constant car sickness, I was in a better mood than usual. It seemed to spread to everyone in the car. Hell, even my parents stopped arguing, if only for a bit. I was leaning my head against the window, watching the sun slowly set. We weren't far away from our destination. We'd stopped for dinner at McDonald's earlier, so this was the home stretch. A single red wasp was stuck to the window, tapping its antennae to match the rhythm of my finger. I was trying to blink away a creeping tiredness, not really paying attention. As we slowed down for a four-way stop, something jolted me awake, a feeling asking me to take a closer look out the window. A car going down the left lane, about to pass a red light, crashing right into us. I called out to my dad, who stepped on the brakes. We managed to turn just as the car passed us at 75 miles per hour, inches from our bumper. Looking down at my feet, one of the red wasps curled around the tip of my shoe. They had done this. They'd helped me. They really were my little friends. We arrived at my grandmother's place, but for the next few days, I was busy exploring my strange and sudden friendship with my newfound companions. They seemed to have followed me. I'd see them swarming outside the window where I slept, or around my dirty clothes, or my shoes. Sometimes one would land on me and just hang out. I made a little game out of having one of them zigzag between my fingers, like a coin trick. It was magical. I felt like a superhero, and if I just slowed down for a bit, I could almost hear them. Not with words, but intention. They'd point out interesting things. They'd warn me of danger. Hell, if I wanted to, I could direct them to attack. I could, but I wouldn't. But in my heart of hearts, by God, I knew I could. It'd be so easy. And somehow, no one seemed to notice, almost as if they kept out of sight for everyone else. It all came to a point when I was out walking with my mom. She was a smoker, but my grandmother refused to allow smoking anywhere near her house. So Mom had to step away. She took this time to bring me along for a walk along the beach. It became a little ritual. As we passed by a patch of high grass, I got that feeling again, not as a warning this time, but an invitation. Mom was busy with her cigarette, so I stepped away to look out over the grass. It didn't take me long to spot them, dozens of little red dots coming my way. Within seconds, they were swarming me. It was a bit startling, but harmless. They danced around me, crawling across me in patterned lines, a harmonious buzzing resonating with the warmth spreading from my arm. I went deeper into the grass, feeling more and more of them congregate around me. They wanted me to go further, away from Mom and all the others. We could go have fun. They'd take care of me. They promised. And I believed them. There was a scream, somewhere off in the distance. Something covered my face. The gentle buzzing turned into a raging, chaotic noise storm. I was grabbed and dragged, and it sounded like my mom was getting stung. She was screaming for my dad. Her screams turned to wheezing coughs, and I didn't see a thing. I was lifted off the ground as I lost all control. More people screaming, fabric being waved around. I could feel the buzzing growing, frustrated and panicked, trying to reach for me. Then, a door slammed. I was in a bathroom. I could hear my grandmother desperately caring for my mom just outside as my aunt called the emergency services. I was stuck in the bathroom with my dad, who was brushing my arms and taking off my shirt. I didn't understand what was going on. He said something about getting ointment as he threw open the door and hurried into the kitchen. For a moment, it was just me. I looked in the mirror. At first, I didn't recognize myself. It didn't look like me. My skin had taken on a reddish tint. I had insect bites all over and swelling mounds all over my arms and neck. But looking down, it didn't hurt. I hadn't even noticed. It seemed that I was the only one who wasn't in a complete panic. They'd stung me. They'd been stinging me this whole time, and I hadn't felt a thing. Standing there, looking into the mirror, I could feel them. They wanted me to go back outside. They demanded it. They were so desperate for me to come back to them that they would do anything to make that happen. I started to realize just how bad things were about to get. They weren't going to stop. Never. My dad came back in with a blanket soaked in cold water, which he wrapped around me. He also had a kind of eucalyptus ointment that he smeared across my neck. My mom was groaning in the other room, clearly in pain. Before I had the chance to ask, my dad said, "She's going to be okay. We got to focus on you." I nodded. As I did, I could hear my aunt yelling. Before I realized what she was saying, my dad closed the bathroom door and tried to cover the cracks with towels. I could hear little buzzing taps against the door. I could feel how desperate they were, how angry they were. If I wasn't coming out, they'd hurt people. All these people. And then me. There was no way to explain or rationalize it. I tried to find words, but they were drowned out in panicked yelling. I tried to focus, but it felt like my head was crackling with impressions. I hadn't even noticed how my dad had poured me a bath. I got in without questioning it. I was sure he had his reasons. Looking back at it, I think it was a way for him to make sure I was safe from the wasps. But in that moment, I didn't know what to think. Besides, thinking had started to hurt. "Stay here," he gasped. "I'm gonna help your mom." And with that, he was out the door. I was safe, for now. I leaned back, letting my ears dip below the surface of the water. Even then, I could hear my pulse and the buzzing of wings as I closed my eyes and focused. That feeling in my bones became clearer. Finally, there were words. "Come out. Come to us. Leave. Run. Be free." As clear as day. I'd feel thumps of pain across my body as I imagined myself as one of the wasps, slamming into the door. I'd feel their rage as they attacked. I'd feel my limbs being torn as they were swatted away. I'd twist and turn in my bath as I imagined myself being crushed, biting, stinging, raging against whatever I could to attack, to kill, to reach. Years later, my father would describe to me what he'd seen. From his point of view, he'd seen me having a seizure in the bath, trying to stab at him with an invisible knife, all the while repeating out, out, out. What happened next is unclear to me. A lot of it was told to me afterwards by my parents. But in the moment, I was out of it. The ambulance couldn't get to us, so they had to drive me to the hospital. Dad rolled me up in a bathrobe, hurried out to the car, and got me in the back seat. My mom had been stung about a dozen times, but it wasn't life-threatening. Still, she needed to get checked out as well. That ride to the hospital could have gone either way. All I remember is blinking in and out of consciousness. The strangest little details, like the feel of the car seat texture rubbing against my legs, the smell of cigarettes on my mom's breath, my aunt's hairspray, and the color of my grandmother's painted nails. All of it mixed with sparks of something else. My head getting crushed against the windshield, the pain in my limbs as I tried to hang on to the side of the car. Things that obviously weren't happening, but in a way they were. I was experiencing some other strange symptoms. I was sweating something that can best be described as a mild adhesive. My eyes were swelling, pressing against my skull. My tongue had turned a sudden white, and my veins were so discolored you could see the blood pump through them. I don't remember being admitted to the hospital. I don't remember being put on a ventilator or being given allergy shots. And still, just like that night at my aunt's house, I woke up somewhere in the middle of the night. I remember a terrible ache and an itch in my eyes. It was a dark room, where my mom and dad were huddled up in the corner. They were out cold, probably exhausted from the whole ordeal. But there was someone else in the room too. Not my aunt or grandmother. The large thing, the other. It was standing by the door. The warmth I'd felt was almost gone, but what little I had left in me had a direct connection to it. A thread, connecting it to me. It looked like a person in a sort of coat, but I knew it wasn't. It was pretending. This was not human. In the brief glimpses of understanding that we shared, I saw fields of maggots raising an entire countryside, laying waste to corn, cotton, rye, wheat, everything and anything. Creatures growing in meat, like seeds in the soil. Lines of hundreds of people, baking in the sun, ready to burst with ravenous life. Screams in the night, stopping suddenly, as a sickeningly sweet smell filled my senses. The thing came closer. It was asking me to accept. It was a threat, a promise, and an expression of adoration, all at once. We could be friends, best friends. It'd been like me. Before I even knew what to think, it was all silent. What little warmth I'd had left in me was gone. Two pale orbs reflected the blinking lights from the machine that kept me breathing, as unconsciousness took me away. A final thought, sadness. It took me months to recover. I had strange allergic reactions to seemingly random things for weeks on end. One day it'd be peanuts. The next day it'd be peaches, or common soap. I'd get rashes. Parts of my hair would fall out. They'd have to extract these inch-long stingers from my arms and slather me with disinfectant. But over time, it all went away. I think the only thing that stuck around was an allergy that my mom contracted to tobacco smoke. Or maybe she just began associating smoking with the most stressful day of her life. Either way, she quit cold turkey. I've always admired that. My dad does too. Now, it's been over 2 decades since that summer. Looking back at it, it all seems like this distant other world, something that happened to someone else. It has been hard to convince myself that it was, actually, real. But a couple of weeks ago, I was in an accident. A cable at work snapped, whipping straight across the workshop, smacking against a shelf. As it whipped back, it struck me across the left arm, leaving an inch-deep gash in my arm. And I swear to whatever gods may be, a little red wasp crawled out. The same first one that had stung me on that warm summer's day, over 20 years ago. I have never been a person who's kept many close relationships. It's never been my nature to let people into my life. I've always taken stock in being an observer, getting to know people from a distance. This trait is what led me to become so enmeshed in Monica's life. Monica Stevens and her husband Dylan were my neighbors and my landlords at my new apartment. I had just moved to the city from my small town, mostly to find work, but it didn't hurt that there were many more people watching opportunities here than at my previous residence. My apartment was not lavish by any stretch, but it was perfect for me. I lived on the top floor, a view of the rooftop garden from my kitchen, and my bedroom window was directly across from the Stevens kitchen window, as they lived just 2 doors down. Although I'd tried, I could never get a view of their bedroom, as their thick, blackout curtains were shut tightly at all hours. For the first week after I moved in, I learned the Stevens routine. Each morning, Monica would already be at the kitchen table by the time I woke up at 6. She'd sit, her chin propped up against her palm, head buried in her book, and long blonde curls falling in front of her face. It was so cute. When Dylan got up, I could tell she stiffened at his presence. Immediately, he'd begin to berate her. I could see the spittle fly from his mouth as he slammed her book shut, grab his keys, and walk out the door. This was an almost daily occurrence. If he was not screaming in her face, he would sit across from her silently, eat a bowl of cereal, and disappear out the door. When he left, he would not come back again until dinner. I don't know what he would do during the day, but I never cared to find out. He was probably cheating on Monica, that pig. Plus, If I followed him, it would be less time I could spend with my beautiful girl. Hour after hour, Monica would sit at that kitchen table, unmoving. Poor thing was paralyzed with fear. I hadn't known her that long, but I knew I could never let her stay with this asshole. When Dylan got home, he'd walk in and pick her up from her chair and take her to the bedroom. I could hear his insincere apologies, just saying sorry in hopes he'd get laid. They come out an hour later, him placing her back into her wheelchair. I'd watch Monica sit with her back to my window while her doting husband cooked dinner. He cooked in seeming silence, not speaking to her or even acknowledging her presence. It baffled me how that troll could treat a woman of that caliber with such carelessness. Although I could never get a clear view of her face, I could tell she was beautiful, shy, and that he didn't love her like I did. He was so controlling. His wife never left the apartment complex, let alone feel safe enough to even move from the kitchen table during the day. The only time she could come out was Saturday morning. When would I see her on the rooftop garden? I knew she wanted me to save her. After observing their routine for around 2 weeks at that point, I could pinpoint exactly when I could corner Dylan. The morning I planned to confront him, there was a change in the usual routine. While Dylan was in the middle of his screaming session, he struck the back of Monica's head. This sent her forehead slamming down onto their wooden kitchen table. Let me tell you, this set me off. The rest of the routine remained unchanged, as at 7 a.m. exactly, he would leave their apartment and head for the elevator. Following him, I left at 7:01 so I could catch the elevator right before it closed. Wanting to seem nonchalant, I smiled when I walked into the elevator and introduced myself, stating that I was sorry for not formally introducing myself since moving in. I hadn't interacted with him directly when I had signed the lease, just his property manager. He gave me the side eye, so I confidently stuck out my hand to shake his. He grabbed it finally, his tarnished silver wedding ring cold on my hand, and said, "Yeah, I'm the landlord, Dylan." I told him I had noticed his wife's affinity for gardening and asked if she'd like some company next time. I know, a little early to get to talking about Monica, but I couldn't stop thinking about her. I couldn't spend any more time exchanging pleasantries with this asshole either. That's when something strange happened. He turned to me and grabbed my forearm, squeezing so tight that it was painful. He shoved me forcibly against the elevator wall and said, "Listen, bitch, I know you've been stalking my wife. She wants you to leave her alone." The elevator door dinged and opened. He let go of my arm and walked straight out without another word. Straight through the complex doors to his car and drove off. I stood shocked. What the hell was that? But I had gotten what I came for, and that was all that mattered. That whole leave her alone was such an obvious lie. It confirmed to me that she needed my help. Dylan was becoming more unhinged by the day, and this episode in the elevator was proof. I went straight back up to my apartment, already thinking of what I was going to do on Saturday morning when she got to that garden. It was already Friday evening by the time Dylan got back from his daily escapades. I dreamed of her that night, about finally turning her around, seeing that gorgeous face that was no longer hiding from Dylan, professing my love, and running away together. We'd get a cottage so she could garden but live near the city so we could people watch together. We'd both be free and happy. Saturday morning came, and I woke up early to prepare my things. When Dylan woke up, he went immediately to find Monica in the kitchen. He lit into her first thing. It was too muffled to hear exactly what he was saying, but loud enough that I could hear through their closed window. I could see her distress. She couldn't even lift her head to defend herself. This poor, beaten-down woman was counting on me, but it wasn't too much longer now. Dylan forcefully grabbed her wheelchair and wheeled her out of the apartment, heading for the roof. I watched as he dumped her there, screaming a final time, saying, "You can just rot out here. I don't even care anymore." Dylan disgusted me. I wished I could rush up there and take her away right then. However, I knew I had to wait for Dylan to depart if I wanted to avoid a confrontation. Half an hour later, I approached the elevator so that I could reach the rooftop garden. As the elevator rose, I took a deep breath. Was I going to do this? confess my love to this married woman, and propose that we run away from her abusive husband together. I guessed so, because a moment later, I was stepping out from the elevator and into the small hallway that ended with the final obstacle between me and my love. As I approached the door that led on top the roof, I felt the hot summer air begin to seeping in. I turned the knob and stepped onto the bright roof. There she was, Monica. That silky blonde hair was instantly recognizable. It had fallen and covered her face slightly, so that she couldn't quite see me approach. I walked over slowly as I didn't want to startle her, but then my emotions took over. I grabbed her shoulder, spun her around and closed my eyes right before I professed my love. But I got no response. I mean, nothing. Not a screw you. Not an I love you too. Silence. I opened my eyes, expecting to meet the eyes of a beautiful woman. Instead, I gagged. She had no eyes. They were gone. No eyebrows either. They were replaced with thick, black stitches that held her eyelids together. Her eyes were completely sewn shut. My eyes traveled down to her nose. She had a maggot hanging out of her right nostril, and it turned to crawl into her left one. She was a repulsing pale color with burst veins littering her skin. Then down to her mouth. It was sewn as well, and her lips were gone, ripped off her face. Her mouth was sewn into a line. No smile, no frown, completely straight and emotionless. Beyond that, her legs were completely gone. I was expecting her to have been intact. I mean, I knew she was in a wheelchair, but her legs looked like they had been sawed off. They were jaggedly rotting, not being cauterized of anything. I couldn't look anymore. I ran to the hallway leading back to the elevator, vomiting once I had gotten the door shut behind me. I ran to my apartment where I deadbolted the door behind me and sunk down into a fetal position, sobbing. I felt indescribable loss and anger. What had he done to my beautiful future wife? He mutilated her, and he thought I was going to let him get away with this. I had no weapons beside a massive hammer from an old toolbox I had under my sink. I stalked my way to the Stevens apartment and broke the doorknob off with the hammer, kicking the door in. I wanted to avenge my love. The apartment had an atmosphere so grotesque, so depraved, so much more disturbing than I could have ever imagined. I walked into the door and smelt rotting flesh seeping from the walls. The only light came from the singular kitchen window, the one I had stared into so many times, the one I had never imagined would hold this horror lurking in the spots I couldn't see. Right by the window, just out of the view I could see from my apartment, was a meat hook, and there in the dim apartment hung Monica's left leg. He was going to eat her leg. I nearly puked on the kitchen table. I couldn't bring myself to leave, though. No matter how much my brain said to run, my feet kept taking me further into the apartment. I entered their bedroom. Dried blood splatter stained the walls and floors. It looked fairly faded. How long ago had he killed her? I knew it hadn't been long, but I believed that the whole time I had been living in this apartment, she had been dead. I gazed into my apartment window as I re-entered the kitchen, imagining how untainted my mind had been just hours ago. I began to panic. I wanted to call the police. I had impenetrable evidence against Dylan. Not only was Monica slumped over on the roof, but his apartment was a striking and completely incriminating crime scene. Before I attempted to get help, I knew I had to get Monica somewhere safe. I started my way out of the kitchen, making my way back to the front door. But then a voice rang out from just outside the front door. "What the hell?" Dylan yelled. He broke the routine. I had no chance of running. I ducked back into the bedroom and slid quietly into the attached bathroom. I could hear his thudding footsteps grow closer and closer as he threatened, "I have a gun. Whatever creep is in here, I have a gun." It was time for me to avenge Monica. I heard him enter the bedroom. I gripped the hammer in my hand, charged out of the bathroom, and swung. I hit him directly in the left temple. He screamed, contorting with pain. I dropped the hammer and fled back to my apartment, adrenaline carrying me the whole way there. All I could focus on was getting his blood off me. When the police searched the apartment, they were in shock at the scene. It wasn't me that called them, but another tenant down the hall. By the time I was finished washing myself and disposing of my bloodied clothes, Monica had been found by police. Coroners came and wrapped up her frail body. They lifted her up and she was gone. I didn't even get to say goodbye. 2 days later, I went to her closed casket funeral. It was a fairly publicized affair, being how brutally tortured she had been. I stood in the back, and after the burial, I left. My car packed with everything I owned. I left the city. I still dream of her, of dancing in the kitchen, of how our lives could have been, of her beautiful sewn face. Monica, you're going to love my new place. It's the cottage we've always wanted. I can't wait to pick you up soon. See you then. Thank you for venturing into the darkness with us. If you dare to explore further, be sure to subscribe to our channel for more spine-tingling tales of horror and the supernatural. Remember, the shadows hold endless mysteries, waiting to be unveiled. Stay tuned for more bone-chilling stories as we continue to traverse the eerie depths of the unknown together. Until next time, may your dreams be free from the haunting echoes of our tales. Or perhaps not.